Chapter 37-32. Yang Kai, are you still alive? Inside the small sealed world, Bo Ya's voice was filled with panic. Just now, she had been chatting with Yang Kai when the image she saw suddenly collapsed. Obviously, Yang Kai had suffered some kind of attack. She had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had received no response, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Could it be that Yang Kai was dead? If Yang Kai was dead, she would be trapped in this small sealed world for the rest of her life. Although the small sealed world was not bad now, it was still not as good as the outside world. I'm not dead yet, don't shout, Yang Kai replied. Bo Ya scolded. Why are you ignoring me if I'm not dead? After a moment of silence, she asked anxiously. What happened just now? Nothing, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. I ran into a very interesting guy. He had even been praised as a good person and given a treasure. Bo Ya was stunned. She had only just caught a glimpse of the vast star field before, so who could she possibly run into in such a place? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not answer her questions, causing her to grit her teeth so hard she almost broke them. Yang Kai turned around and placed the blue dragon spear on his shoulders, placing his hands on the spear's head and tail. His 1,000-meter-long dragon body quickly shrank and transformed back into his human form. As his body changed, so did the huge blue dragon spear. By the time Yang Kai's figure stabilized, the blue dragon spear had shrunk to about 2 meters in length. Taking large strides forward, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he crossed 1,000 kilometers in a single step, his eyes firmly staring forward. That direction should be the direction of the star boundary. When he escaped from the void, Yang Kai felt that there was a mysterious force guiding him. At that time, he did not have time to investigate carefully, and was blown away by Da's breath. Now that he thought about it, the only thing guiding him was the star boundary's world energy. After all, he still had the acknowledgement of the world's will. To him, the star boundary was his homeland, his home. No matter how far he went, the faintly discernible connection with the star boundary would not be severed. In the southern territory, in front of the Star Soul Palace, tens of millions of soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle between humans and demons. The once spiritual mountains and great rivers were now a mess. Everywhere in the mountains and fields, the demonic chi was rampant. A few years ago, the Second War of the Two Realms began with the sudden arrival of 10 demon saints in the star world. Afterward, 108 passageways between the two realms appeared in the star world. The surroundings of the passageways were transformed into demon land. Countless people were separated from their families. In the beginning, the astral boundary relied on the space array and the one realm bead refined by Yang Kai to move like the wind, slaying demons and wiping out 98 devil's dens. Only the 10 largest devil's dens were left. These 10 devil's dens were also the places where the demon saint and the great emperors once fought. The demon race placed great importance on these 10 devil's dens. Not only did they deploy a large number of troops to defend these devil's dens, they even spent a huge amount of manpower and resources to construct an unknown devil's tower in these devil's dens. When the devil's towers were first built, no one paid any attention to them. However, when the devil's towers began to take shape, the astral boundaries side discovered the use of these strange devil's towers. The 10 devil's dens and the 10 devil's towers were connected to each other. They actually had the effect of a space array. The demon race's army could actually shuttle back and forth between these 10 devil's dens quickly. Since then, the astral boundary's army's advantage in mobility had disappeared. The devil's towers were built non-stop every day. At every moment, a large number of demon race soldiers were busy above and below the devil's towers. Every day, the devil's towers would grow a little taller. Today, the 10 devil's towers were already 3,000 meters tall. No one knew how these devil's towers were built, but they were incomparably sturdy. Back in the Northern Territory's surging wave city, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had used the Flowing Time Temple to crash into the devil's towers twice, but both times they failed. When they crashed into the devil's towers for the third time, the feathered demon Saint Fuyu teleported over and repelled the Flowing Time Temple with a single arrow, causing Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to suffer a great loss. As the Devil's Towers continued to grow taller, the area of the 10 Devil's Dens also expanded by more than 10 times. Looking down from a bird's eye view, these 10 Devil's Dens were like 10 malignant tumors on the astral boundary, oozing pus and rotting flesh, constantly eroding the otherwise undamaged areas. People couldn't help but suspect that if the Devil's Towers continued to grow taller, the entire astral boundary would completely collapse and turn into a demon land. Perhaps this was also the demon race's plan. With the 10 Devil's Dens and 10 Devil's Towers as a barrier, in addition to the 3 half-saint of demon race, the demon race could sit back and relax. For the past few years, they had been holed up in their Devil's Dens. The Astral Boundaries army had launched several expeditions, but they had returned empty-handed. Although they had killed many members of the demon race, they had also suffered many casualties. Originally, everyone had pinned their hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to find the missing great emperors in the demon territory. But Yang Kai had been gone for 3 years without any news. Everyone knew that something must have happened to the demon race, and it was very likely that the great emperors were not in the demon territory. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not send back any information at all? Currently, the astral boundary could only rely on the 2 great elders of the dragon race to support the situation, but after all, there were only 2 of them, while the demon race had 3 demon saint. Now that both sides had their own teleportation methods, there was no need to talk about surprise attacks. What they could compete in was only patience and determination, and even their own strength. Today, the demon race, which had been stable for a long time, finally launched their first fierce attack, and their target was the Star Soul Palace. It was not that the demon race did this on purpose, but that one of the 10 great demon dens was adjacent to the Star Soul Palace. Before this, they had not expanded, so there was still some distance between them, but after a few years of expansion, they had already reached the edge of the Star Soul Palace. If it was a normal place, giving up on it would have been fine, but the Star Soul Palace was the symbol of the Southern Territory. When the Bright Moon Great Emperors were still alive, they had protected the Southern Territory for many years. Now that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had passed away, how could the astral boundary ignore it? In public terms, everything the demon race did had to be stopped, but in private terms, the Bright Moon Great Emperors had died in the demon territory for the sake of the entire astral boundary, so it could be said that the astral boundary was indebted to them. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. The 14 legions stationed in the Southern Territory had already gathered at the Star Soul Palace to discuss countermeasures. But what could they possibly come up with? The demon race was about to attack, so the only thing everyone could do was to defend to the death. A great battle was about to break out. When the demon land expanded to the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array, the demon race army that had long since been prepared rushed out from the depths of the demon land. At the forefront of the army was a group of bright red, short, and round red devils. These red devils had low intelligence, and were the weakest existences among the 100 clans in the demon territory. They had always been cannon fodder, and this time was no exception. Hundreds of thousands of red devils howled as they launched a suicidal attack on the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array had been accumulating for many years, and it occupied the best spirit vein in the Southern Territory, so it was naturally extraordinary. Even the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was much inferior compared to it. But under the constant self-destruction of the hundreds of thousands of red devils, the sect-protecting array could only hold on for less than a day before crumbling. Immediately after the red devils, a large number of the demon race army rushed forward and attacked the sect-protecting array. Naturally, the Star World army in Star Soul Palace would not sit back and watch. Using their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the demon race until they were in a complete mess. As the number of demon race casualties increased, the demonic chi between heaven and earth became more and more intense. The pitch-black aura seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly climbed up the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. The originally colorful glass-like sect-protecting array was gradually dyed black, giving off an ominous feeling. After 3 days, when the sect-protecting array's light curtain completely turned black, it collapsed with a loud bang. The demon race army charged forward like a pack of wolves and tigers, stepping into the pure land that symbolized the pinnacle of martial arts in the Southern Territory. Of course, this was not the only sect protecting Array in Star Soul Palace. Under the control of the many elders of Star Soul Palace and the current palace master Lan Sun, the sect protecting Arrays in all the peaks were activated and cut the demon race army apart. The Star World Army, who had been ready for battle, instantly engaged in a bloody battle with the enemy. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed in Star Soul Palace, and mountains of corpses piled up. The demonic chi of the dead demon race escaped from their bodies and permeated everything around them, tainting the earth with demonic chi. If it was just a simple battle between two armies, the Star World Army might not necessarily be their opponent. Although the demon race army was strong, Star World also had 14 legions gathered here, and there were as many as 15 half-saint false emperors. It could be said that they had poured all the strength of the entire Southern Territory into this battle. But with the continuous expansion of the demon land, the Star World Army's defensive line also shrank step by step, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. This phenomenon was not obvious at first, but as time passed, the gap between the two sides grew larger and larger. Especially after the aftereffects of the bloodthirst technique broke out, the combat power of the Star World Army was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the demon race army seemed to have the help of the gods in the demon land. The battle situation was extremely unfavorable for the Star World Army. In the battlefield, 3 young girls were standing side by side with pale faces. They were confronting a sage-level powerhouse. One of them was Lan Sun. Originally, she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she was the daughter of Bright Moon and had a special physique, it was impossible for her to survive in front of a half-saint. But last time, she took the risk to refine the Universe Tower, and with the help of this ancient exotic treasure, she broke through to the third-order Emperor Realm in one fell swoop. Although she was still inferior to a half-saint, she at least had the power to fight. Moreover, the Universe Tower's power was extraordinary, and even the half-saint was afraid of it. It was only with the help of others that she was able to hold on until now. But now, she was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if she had an ancient rare treasure in her hands, the gap in strength between the two of them was not something that could be easily closed. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Originally, she had aspired to revive the might of Star Soul Palace and carry on her father's dying wish to protect the Southern Territory while she was still alive. But now Star Soul Palace was about to be eroded into a demonic land, so how could she realize her ambition? Beside her, a young girl with a naive face wore a big black pot on her head. She looked very funny, but when the half-saint's gaze fell on the black pot, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Previously, he had underestimated his enemy too much and was sucked into the black pot by this young girl. He almost couldn't come out. If it weren't for his cultivation being much higher than her, he would have been trapped inside and died. The primal chaos intent in the black pot was still fresh in his memory. Chapter 37-33. The third girl had a beautiful appearance and a youthful aura, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous intent. A pair of butterfly-like wings flapped gently behind her back. Although she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, her tender body was filled with divine spirit intent. Lan Sun, Lin Yuner, and Mo Xiaoqi, the 3 daughters of great emperors and disciples of great emperors, fought side by side. The 3 girls used their slender bodies to block the murderous steps of a half-saint master. Originally, it was impossible for the ordinary cultivators of the Emperor Realm to be the opponent of a half-saint. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master could only flee in fear when facing a half-saint. But which one of these 3 girls was ordinary? How could the ordinary cultivators of the Emperor Realm compare to them with the treasures they had and the strength they possessed? Lan Sun's Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. While standing inside Star Soul Palace, she could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Lin Yuner's black pot unification was even more mysterious. Although Mo Xiaoqi didn't have a comparable treasure, she was from Spirit Beast Island. The martial beast had already planted the soul of the divine spirit heavenly illusion butterfly in her body. As her strength and cultivation improved, she could control the power of the divine spirit with greater ease. It was 3 against 1, and they were barely able to maintain the situation. However, it was impossible for them to kill the half-saint unless the half-saint made a fatal mistake. "You 3 little girls, wait until I capture you. I'll make you beg for death, but you won't be able to die." The half-saint was tall and muscular. He was full of explosive strength. His skin was stone-colored, so he was obviously a stone demon. The stone demon clan was born with strong defense and could almost ignore ordinary injuries. Although they weren't as strong as the power demons, they were still incomparable to the other demon race. Among the 100 races in the demon territory, if the blood demons were the most cunning, then the stone demons were the most difficult to kill. The 3 girls in front of him were all extraordinary, but he believed that as long as he didn't give them a chance, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. All he needed to do was to delay them and wait until they were exhausted before he could capture them one by one. "It's not too late to brag if you have the ability." Lanson's beautiful eyes were cold. Her father died in the demon territory, and the foundation he left behind was now invaded by the demon territory. She hated the demon race to the bone. At this moment, she only hated the fact that God gave her too little time, and she couldn't really grow up. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a green vine suddenly flew out of his sleeve and wrapped around the half-saint. The Universe Tower's tower spirit had transformed into the appearance of Starbeck. At this moment, she was urging the power of the Universe Tower to take on the form of a green plant. If she was entangled by these green vines, she could find a way to drag her enemy into the Universe Tower for a decisive battle. Inside the Universe Tower, her strength would be greatly improved. Although this wasn't as significant as the sealed world be for Yang Kai, it was similar. As soon as she took action, Lin Yun'er and Mo Shaoqi naturally did not remain idle. Lin Yun'er threw the black wok that had been on her head like a hat towards the half-saint and shouted, "Watch out for the wok!" Her petite figure had already rushed out together with the black pot. What she cultivated was the Iron Blood diagram of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was most proficient in using her fists to fight against her enemies. Under her fists, she was invulnerable to all attacks and was invincible. However, if she wanted to attack her enemies, she had to first place herself in a dangerous position. The butterfly wings behind Mo Shaoqi flapped gently, and sparkling lights gathered like fireflies and floated towards the stone demon half-saint. The heavenly illusion butterfly's fighting strength was nothing to be proud of, but this Holy Spirit's greatest ability was her attainments in spiritual energy. Her sparkling powder had the effect of creating illusions, and its effect was so strong that even a half-saint could not ignore it. Obviously, this was not the first time the 3 of them had joined forces. After fighting for a few days, they had already become one, so at this moment, there was no need for communication at all as they cooperated to attack. Seeing this, the stone demon half-saint's face turned extremely cold. Demonic chi surged from his body as he fiercely punched forward. The green vines that flew out were smashed to pieces before they could reach him, and although they immediately repaired themselves, they were unable to get close to him. The sky darkened as Return to One descended, enveloping the stone demon half-saint. At the same time, Lin Yun'er took advantage of the green vines to pounce in front of the stone demon half-saint. The heavenly illusion butterfly's divine power was also displayed at this moment. The sparkling powder lingered around the stone demon's body, penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as it came into contact with the powder, the stone demon's mind went blank for a moment, and the fist that was swinging towards Lin Yun'er involuntarily paused for a moment. This moment of effort was the difference between success and failure. With a loud bang, Lin Yun'er's fist landed on the stone demon half-saint's chest. This punch, which was powerful enough to split open a mountain, only managed to force the stone demon back a few steps. On the contrary, Lin Yun'er's small face wrinkled as she showed a pained expression. However, she did not retreat, and instead raised her pair of pink fists again, preparing to continue the fight. Her honored master had said that there was no unbreakable defense in this world, It all depended on whether one's strength was strong enough. Her small face flushed red as wind and clouds gathered around her pair of pink fists, giving off a faint aura of the great Tao. At that moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Lan Sun quickly turned her head and her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she saw a rotating sandpit appear under Mo Xiaoqi's feet at some unknown time. From the sandpit, two big hands stretched out, grabbed her ankles tightly, and pulled her down. When Lan Sun looked over, Mo Xiaoqi's feet had already sunk into the sandpit. Sand demon! This demon race was just like the blood demon, extremely difficult to deal with. Coupled with the shadow demon's concealment ability, it was impossible to guard against. Lan Sun had no time to attack the stone demon half-saint. With a flick of her wrist, the green vines that flew out immediately turned back and plunged directly into the depths of the ground. The earth immediately began to undulate, as if an earth-shattering battle was taking place underground. Mo Xiaoqi was distracted by the sneak attack, so she was unable to control the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly. The stone demon half-saint immediately woke up and met Lin Yun'er's punch head-on. The stone demon half-saint did not hesitate to meet the attack with a punch. Lin Yun'er's petite body was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, dyeing her clothes red. Returning to one black pot was also sent flying back by the stone demon. Although she was injured, Lin Yun'er was still as agile as a swallow in the air, landing at Mo Xiaoqi's feet and punching the ground. The earth, which had been rising and falling continuously, suddenly shook. The force binding Mo Xiaoqi loosened, and Mo Xiaoqi took this opportunity to break free. The green vines were also taken back by Lan Sun, and the three girls stood side by side again. From the cracks in the earth, a putrid smell of blood poured out. The sand demon who had been hiding underground and attacking Mo Xiaoqi before was obviously dead. That sand demon was just a mid-rank demon king and thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of this situation, so he came to take advantage of it, but who knew that he would end up like this in the blink of an eye? However, this also helped the stone demon half-saint imperceptibly. Otherwise, if Lan Sun and the others had really attacked him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to them, but he would have been covered in dirt. Bitch! The stone demon half-saint cursed, but after cursing, he frowned and turned his head to look around. The noisy battlefield had become extremely quiet at some point. Everyone's fighting had stopped at this moment. He had been focused on dealing with Lan Sun and the others' attacks just now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he notice it. Lan Sun and the others also noticed it, and the three girls looked around, exchanging glances with each other before Lin Yun'er asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi looked up at the sky. "Look over there." Lin Yun'er followed his gaze and immediately pursed her lips. She saw wind and clouds converging in the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The dark clouds pressed very low, causing the sky to look as though it was about to collapse. From within the flickering clouds, a terrifying pressure was transmitted, as though some ferocious creature was about to be born. It was this obvious movement that attracted the attention of Star Soul Palace's 10 million human race demon race cultivators, causing the two sides to fall into a temporary silence. "Is it the demon race?" Mo Xiaoqi asked worriedly. While they were fighting, such a huge commotion had appeared in the sky, making it impossible for her to remain calm. The Star Boundaries side was already at a disadvantage, so if this commotion was caused by the demon race, the future of the Star Boundaries side might really be bleak. "It doesn't look like it." Lan Sun shook her head slowly. If it was the demon race, how could the demon race cultivators act like they didn't know anything? The stone demon half-saint, who was confronting them, had a suspicious expression on his face. "Then what is it?" Mo Xiaoqi frowned. How could Lan Sun give an explanation, but the current situation made her slightly relieved. She winked at Mo Xiaoqi and Lin Yun'er, and the three of them quickly took the opportunity to recover. Not only were the 10 million human race demon race cultivators on the battlefield paying attention to the movement in the sky, but 5 other pairs of eyes were also staring at the clouds in the sky. Such a shocking battle in the Southern Territory could almost determine the ownership of the Southern Territory, so how could the demon race's 3 demon saint and the dragon race's 2 great elders be absent? However, these 5 did not intervene in the battle. For the dragon race's 2 great elders, although they were husband and wife, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they rashly intervened in the battle, it would definitely draw the attention of the 3 demon saint cultivators. At that time, the star boundaries situation would only become worse, so the 2 of them only hid high up in the sky and watched. Unless they had no other choice, they would not easily intervene. The reason they appeared here was mainly to act as a deterrent. As for the 3 demon race demon saint cultivators, even if they fought with the dragon race's 2 great elders, they might not be able to do anything to them. In a 3 versus 2 situation, they did indeed have the upper hand, but it was impossible to kill the other side. Over the past few years, the 2 sides had fought more than once, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength. The dragon race's 2 great elders were willing to wait and see, so they were happy to see them. Just as Lan Sun's trio was conversing, the demon race's 3 demon saint cultivators also exchanged glances, revealing looks of surprise. Although they did not know what was going on with the aura leaking from the clouds, the only thing they were certain of was that this movement definitely did not come from the demon territory. If it was not the demon territory, could it be the star boundary? Frowning, the 3 demon saint cultivators looked in the direction of the dragon race's 2 great elders and soon discovered that Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were also frowning and looking in their direction with suspicious eyes. Looking at each other, Shui Li grinned and Fu Xiu coldly snorted. Chapter 37-34. The dark clouds pressed lower and lower, as if they were really going to fall. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the thick dark clouds. As the whirlpool spun, the surrounding thick clouds also spun along with it, making the sky look unpredictable. A speck of light suddenly appeared in the center of the vortex, and Zhu Yan's expression changed as he raised his brow and said, "This is..." Fu Xiu also showed a look of surprise. The moment the speck of light appeared, she and Zhu Yan both sensed a trace of the aura of the dragon race coming from that direction. The presence of a dragon race meant that there was a dragon race present, but they had brought all the pure-blooded dragon race members from Dragon Island with them, so how could any of their clansmen appear in the vortex in the clouds? What's more, the trace of dragon aura they sensed was ancient and desolate, as if it had broken through space and time from an extremely distant era, causing the 2 of them to feel a sense of inferiority. Before they could figure it out, the speck of light that had suddenly appeared fell like a meteor, dragging a long trail of light behind it. Under the influence of its fall, the dark clouds that covered the sky twisted and squirmed, quickly shrinking into a ball and pressing down towards the ground along with the speck of light. A feeling of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering assaulted everyone's hearts. Inside Star Soul Palace, whether it was the human race or the demon race, everyone felt suffocated and their hearts palpitated uneasily. Soon, everyone's expression changed, because the speck of light was actually heading straight for Star Soul Palace. Lightning flashed, and before the 10 million strong army could react, the speck of light that fell from the sky had already smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The hundreds of spirit peaks of Star Soul Palace rustled as rubble tumbled down. Where the speck of light landed, a circular shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted and spread outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was the human race or the demon race, they were all thrown off their feet without exception. Only those whose strength had reached the Emperor realm or above could barely stabilize themselves. Immediately after the light fell, the dark clouds also smashed onto the ground. In an instant, the entire Star Soul Palace was shrouded in a layer of cloud. Lan Sun, Lin Yuner, and Mo Shaoqi's beautiful faces all turned pale because the light that fell from the sky had landed a few dozen meters in front of them, separating them from the stone demon half-saint. Fortunately, the 3 girls' current strength wasn't too bad. Each of them used their own techniques to resist, so they weren't injured by the shockwaves. Raising his eyes and looking over, he saw a figure half kneeling on the ground a few hundred feet away. His clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. His tattered clothes revealed a strong and sturdy body, and he looked like he had just fought with someone. His appearance could not be seen clearly. His drooping hair covered his face. He had one hand on his knee, and the other hand was holding a long spear. Above the long spear, there was a dragon coiling around it, covered in dragon scales. The spear had flickered with cold light, and the body of the spear was surging with a desolate aura. The three girls were dumbfounded. All the human and demon race cultivators who saw this scene were also stunned. No one could have imagined that the light that caused this heavenly manifestation to fall from the sky was actually a single person. Thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on this single person. "Uncle?" Lin Yuner tilted her head and called out with a frown. "What?" Lan Sun heard her voice and turned to look at her, but she couldn't hear clearly. At that moment, the half-kneeling figure finally moved and slowly straightened his body. When he was squatting on the ground, all the light was covered by the long spear, but when he stood up, all the light in the world seemed to be snatched away by him. A series of crackling sounds came from all over his body as he shook the long spear in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. Looking up at the sky, he laughed loudly, his voice sounding like a dragon's roar. "I'm home! It feels so good!" His long hair still covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance, but his eyes were as bright as the sun. Lan Sun was stunned and said in shock, Brother Yang?" Although the voice was loud, it was definitely Yang Kai's voice in her ears. This time, Emo's shout, she also heard it clearly. Her cold face quickly melted as she said in surprise, "Big Brother Yang?" She hadn't seen Yang Kai since he took her to Dragon Island to meet Third Elder Fu Xian. Although less than 20 years had passed, these years were too long for a girl who had just experienced the first awakening of love. She had wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island many times to find Yang Kai, but when Emo Huang was here, she didn't have a chance to do so. When Emo Huang wasn't here, Jiao Feng was always with her. This time, she came to the Southern Territory with the intention of meeting Yang Kai. Unfortunately, when she arrived here, she learned that Yang Kai had already gone to the Demon Territory and hadn't been heard from for 3 years. She never expected that they would meet under such circumstances. Didn't he go to the Demon Territory? How did he fall from the sky? Emo's shout she couldn't understand, and neither could Lan Sun and Lin Yuner. In the sky, there was no passage connecting the two worlds to the Demon Territory. A few dozen meters away, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and brushed his hair back, revealing his face with a bright smile. "Xiao Qi? Yuner? And junior sister Lan? How did you?" "Oh?" Returning from the outside world was fraught with danger. Just by looking at Yang Kai's current appearance, it was clear that his journey had not been smooth. The many hardships he had encountered along the way were really difficult for outsiders to understand. Now that he had finally returned to the star boundary, Yang Kai hadn't had time to see the situation around him. It could even be said that he had not planned to land here. It was just a coincidence. But now, with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew the current situation and where he was. How did they come to the Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Has the situation in the star boundary become so bad in the years I was away? Yang Kai! In midair, Xueli's face turned cold as he stared at Yang Kai's figure with his scarlet eyes, murderous intent erupting from his body. None of the demon saint did not hold a grudge against Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, how could Ru Meng, Bailey Mo, Chang Tian, and the others betray the demon territory? If these three were here, conquering the star boundary would be a piece of cake. It was precisely because of him that these three demon saints changed sides. Now, the war over the star boundary was still in a deadlock. Although the final victory belonged to the demon race, the time and energy wasted could not be made up for. The moment his murderous intent erupted, the auras of the two great elders of the dragon race immediately locked onto Xueli. Xueli turned his head and smiled coldly at Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. Today, the Star Soul Palace's defeat was already set. Even if Yang Kai appeared, it was impossible to change the situation unless he had the power of the great emperors. Therefore, even though Shui Li wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai, he would not rashly act and affect the nerves of the two great elders of the dragon race. Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. There was nothing in his field of vision, but his gaze pierced through the void as he smiled faintly in the direction of the three demon saint. Interesting, he can actually see it. Huobu chuckled, his rolling body trembling nonstop. Fu Yu twirled her fingers as she considered whether she should shoot Yang Kai to death with an arrow. After thinking about it, she probably did not have a chance to shoot with the two old dragons beside her. "Uncle, be careful!" Lin Yuner suddenly exclaimed. The moment Yang Kai raised his head, the nearby stone demon half-saint had already made his move. Raising his palm, he slapped down at Yang Kai from afar. A huge black palm immediately appeared in the sky. Yang Kai did not seem to notice it and did not move at all. In the blink of an eye, his palm slapped down. With a loud bang, the place where Yang Kai was standing shattered. Lin Yun's face was dull, and Mo's shout she cried out involuntarily, and Lan Sun's face was also pale. Even though they knew that Yang Kai, who had comprehended the space principles, could not be killed so easily, they could not relax until they were sure that he was safe. Fortunately, in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, his tattered clothes making him look quite comical. At some point, he had arrived in front of the stone demon half-saint, his expression solemn as he thrust his spear towards the stone demon half-saint, shouting in a low voice, "I'll use you as a sacrifice for my spear!" Since obtaining this blue dragon spear, Yang Kai had been constantly on his way. Although he had encountered many thrilling situations, his spear had never tasted blood. A half-saint was more than enough to sacrifice his spear. Seeing Yang Kai act so bravely and recklessly, the stone demon was stunned for a moment before he sneered. "You overestimate yourself!" His big hand reached out to grab the spear. He was a stone demon, so his defense was innately strong. Even a half-saint like him would not be able to break through his defenses easily. Although Yang Kai's spear was not weak and the Demon King could not contend with it, how could the stone demon put it in his eyes? As long as he could grab the spear and drag him over, he could smash his head with a single punch. The Demon Saint had said that whoever could kill Yang Kai would receive their personal guidance. With his current cultivation and the guidance of the Demon Saint, if he had the right opportunity, he might even become the new Demon Saint. All these beautiful things were shattered in front of this spear. The moment his big hand grabbed the spear, he felt a piercing pain in his palm. The defense he was so proud of was completely useless in front of this spear, as if it was made of paper. The spear directly pierced a hole in his palm, and without losing any momentum, it stabbed towards his head. The stone demon was shocked by this sudden change. "How is this possible?" His defense, which was strong enough to resist the attacks of a half-saint of the same rank, was actually broken through. He simply could not accept this. Although his mind was shaken, he was still a half-saint. How could he be killed so easily? Seeing the spear rapidly grow in front of him, he hurriedly turned his head, barely avoiding this terrifying attack, and at the same time, quickly retreated. The black dragon's spear was pulled out of his palm, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Yang Kai was like a shadow, closely chasing after him. His face was like jade, and his spear was like a dragon. Boundless spear images enveloped the stone demon half-saint. Lan Sun and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai's strength was not something they could compare to, and that fighting those stronger than him was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Previously, he had fought many times against fake emperor and half-saint powerhouses and luckily managed to survive. But how was he able to force a stone demon half-saint to retreat with just his own strength? They had originally planned to rescue Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, how could they dare to rashly intervene? At this time, they would only disrupt Yang Kai's rhythm and might even ruin his plans. After looking at each other, they immediately flew out and surrounded the stone demon half-saint from three sides, not giving him a chance to escape. Chapter 37-35. Cold light flickered as spear shadows danced in the air. Every spear strike caused the stone demon half-saint's heart to tremble in fear. In the eyes of others, it was just a dazzling spear technique, but in his eyes, it was as if an azure dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The dragon's roar that penetrated deep into one's soul seemed to have a mystical power, causing one's mind to become unstable and unable to defend against the enemy with all their might. Chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly as wounds appeared on the stone demon's hard body. In the blink of an eye, the stone demon's entire body was bathed in blood. The pain stimulated his ferocious nature, and his eyes turned crimson. He suddenly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, pressing it heavily towards Yang Kai. His speed wasn't fast, but rather slow, as if there was an invisible force in front of him that was preventing his movements. However, when this finger pressed down, Yang Kai's expression changed. He pulled back his spear to defend himself. The azure dragon's spear danced in the air, forming an impregnable defense in front of him. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out as sparks flew in front of Yang Kai. There were clearly no weapons attacking him, but the sound of metal clashing rang out. Suddenly, the spear's shadows that filled the sky retracted, and Yang Kai held his spear horizontally in front of his chest. The stone demon half-saint's finger pressed down towards him. Looking down, Yang Kai's chest was slightly caved in. Die! The stone demon half-saint angrily roared and gave a thumbs up. With a cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying backwards. Brother Yang! Lan Sun was shocked. With a flick of her wrist, a green vine flew out of her sleeve and pulled Yang Kai back. Even though Yang Kai's body was strong, he still felt his stomach churning. If it were any other person from the Emperor realm, they would have died long ago after being hit by the divine technique. However, although he spat out blood, his life was not in danger. He just felt a little breathless for a moment. Leaning on Lan Sun's body, Lan Sun felt a soft touch on her back and blushed slightly. Although she had known Yang Kai for many years and the relationship between them was quite good, they had never been so intimate, especially on this battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she felt a sense of torment and shyness. However, the concern in her heart overcame everything else. She asked nervously, "How is brother? I won't die." Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a shake of his body, he stabilized himself and grinned at the stone demon half-saint. After the stone demon half-saint's attack, he couldn't help but show a look of lingering fear. Recalling Yang Kai's attack just now, even though he was an enemy, he had to admit that this guy really did have some skill. He was only a high-ranked demon king, yet he was already so powerful. If he was promoted to half-saint, how could the other half-saints survive? His determination to kill Yang Kai became even stronger. He took a step forward and coldly snorted. "Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skill? Back in the demon territory, that bitch you Ramen protected you. Now that she's gone, let's see who can support you. Kneel down obediently and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life." Yang Kai held the black dragon spear with one hand and pointed it at the stone demon half-saint. He chuckled. "You're the one who should die. Shameless boasting." The stone demon half-saint's face turned cold. Suddenly, his expression changed. He lowered his head and looked at his palm in fright. His eyes trembled violently. He was a stone demon, so he was born with a strong defense. A strong defense meant a strong recovery ability. Ordinary injuries were nothing to him. Even if he was injured by Yang Kai just now, he didn't take it to heart. With his recovery ability, he would be able to heal all flesh wounds in the time it took to say a few words. But now, he was horrified to discover that his injuries didn't show any signs of recovery. Not only that, they were even expanding. In his palm, a strange energy filled the bloody hole created by Yang Kai's spear. It was constantly eroding his flesh and blood. The recovery ability he was so proud of couldn't play any role here. As this energy eroded his flesh, his wounds slowly expanded. The stone demon half-saint was shocked and hurriedly tried to resist, but to no avail. Instead, his own demonic chi became nutrients for this strange energy. The more he resisted, the stronger the energy became, and the faster it eroded his flesh. The stone demon half-saint couldn't help but shout. What is this? What the hell is this? A dead man doesn't need to know so much. It was impossible for Yang Kai, a high-ranked demon king, to achieve this. The previous Yang Kai also didn't have this ability. However, after cultivating in the ancient battlefield of the small sealed world for several dozen years, he had absorbed the martial Tao true meanings of the great demon god and the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, allowing him to pry into the mysteries of the world energy. Although these several dozen years of bitter cultivation didn't allow his realm to improve, his harvest was still huge. Borrowing the strength of his predecessors, Yang Kai had already obtained his own martial Tao true meaning. This true meaning was born from the great demon god and the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was extremely mysterious, and even a half-saint of the demon race wouldn't be able to resolve it. If he couldn't resolve this martial Tao true meaning, how could his wounds heal? I said that I would use you as a sacrifice for my spear. I've always been a man of my word. When the last word was spoken, Yang Kai had already pounced forward and stabbed his spear towards the stone demon's chest. No matter how many demon hearts this stone demon refined, there would definitely be one in his chest, so it was best to destroy it first. At the same time, Mo Shaoqi also used the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly, causing the stone demon's expression to become slightly sluggish. Obviously, his soul was affected. But it only lasted for a moment before he broke free. Although the heavenly illusion butterfly was powerful, the gap between Mo Shaoqi's cultivation and that of a half-saint's was too great, so its effect was limited. A moment was enough for Lin Yuner to descend from the sky. No one knew when she had made her move, but she had grasped the timing perfectly, falling straight down from the sky. The half-saint was caught off guard and Lin Yuner's two small hands grabbed his shoulders. It was clearly a delicate body, but at this moment, it had become even heavier than a mountain. When Lin Yuner grabbed onto the stone devil's shoulders with both hands, the stone devil's body actually lowered, its knees bent, and it almost knelt on the ground. At the place where it stood, a dull sound erupted, and the ground cracked open. Yang Kai's spear arrived, his face filled with murderous intent. The stone demon wanted to dodge, but how could he? With a swish, the spear pierced through his chest. Yang Kai's demon chi surged as he shouted. Die! Kong. The stone demon half-saint's body staggered back as terrifying demon chi erupted from his body. Lin Yuner cried out in alarm as she was sent flying. A green vine shot out from the side and wrapped around her. It was Lan Sun who had acted in time. Lin Yuner nodded. There was no need to thank her. Over the past few days, the three girls had fought side by side, going through life and death together, so they had already formed an extraordinary friendship. Raising his head, he saw that there was a huge hole in the chest of the stone devil half-saint. From the front to the back, he could clearly see the wriggling organs inside the bloody hole. How could an ordinary person survive such a serious injury? However, as long as one's demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. This stone demon half-saint obviously had more than one demon heart. However, at this moment, he no longer had the majesty of a half-saint. For the first time, fear appeared on his angular, stone-carved-like face as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost. His feet involuntarily retreated. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but he actually turned around and fled. If Yang Kai had only shown the strength he could see now, he might have been able to fight back. Even if he didn't have a good time, Yang Kai's end wouldn't be any better. However, the strange power attached to his wound terrified him. He couldn't resolve it or suppress it. Once he was infected by this power, he could only wait for death. This strange power completely destroyed his confidence in fighting Yang Kai to the death. However, he had only taken a few steps when a giant dragon suddenly pounced in front of him. The giant dragon opened its ferocious mouth and bit at him. He had seen this scene many times before, so he knew that this giant dragon wasn't a giant dragon. It was just Yang Kai's attack that had affected his mind, giving him an illusion. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was someone who comprehended the laws of space. How could he escape from him? Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. Then, his thoughts sank, and his surroundings turned dark. He actually killed him! Lan Sun's small mouth was slightly agape as her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had single-handedly grabbed a spear and pierced through his enemy's head. That moment of majesty dazzled her. "We won! We won!" Lin Yuner jumped up and cheered. She, Lan Sun, and Mo shout she had been dealing with this stone demon half-saint for several days, escaping death countless times. In the end, they were only able to delay this half-saint thanks to the power of various treasures. However, Yang Kai had only appeared for half a cup of tea's time before he killed this half-saint with his spear. She didn't consider how big the gap in strength was between her and Yang Kai. She only knew that everyone had killed him together, so she was naturally happy. The stone demon half-saint's head had been pierced through, so even if he still had other demon hearts in his body, he couldn't move for a while. Yang Kai naturally took advantage of his weakness to take his life. He stabbed the black dragon spear a few times and directly blasted half of his body into dust. This time, he couldn't be more dead. Experiencing the growth of his strength, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. If he had this kind of strength in the Flowing Time Temple, the battle with the Wind Monarch wouldn't have been so difficult. He clearly felt that at this moment, with the Black Dragon's spear and the true meaning of martial Tao he had comprehended, he truly had the qualifications to challenge a half-saint false emperor realm master. He wouldn't be like before, where he had to run away whenever he encountered a half-saint false emperor realm master. The noisy battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. The battle in the Star Soul Palace had lasted for several days, and this was the first time a half-saint realm master had fallen. Even though the Star Soul Palace was in chaos at this moment, many people still sensed the sudden disappearance of a half-saint's aura. What's more, the phenomenon of Yang Kai descending from the sky had attracted many people's attention. Many human race masters and demon race masters still paid attention to this matter even though they were entangled with the enemy in front of them. Chapter 37-36. The scene of Yang Kai killing the stone demon was naturally witnessed by many people. In an instant, the human race's morale was greatly boosted while many of the demon race's powerhouses had ashen expressions. On a battlefield with tens of millions of people, the effect a single half-saint could play was extremely terrifying. The loss of such a half-saint was very likely to change the direction of the entire battlefield. Even more of the half-saints were cursing the stone demon in their hearts. He had actually died at Yang Kai's hands. They didn't know how he had cultivated to this level. But then again, regardless of the number of false emperors in the star boundary, their overall strength was indeed stronger than that of a half-saint. This was because the demon race had the myriad demon pill. When half-saint of the demon race cultivated, they had the habit of swallowing myriad demon pills. However, the false emperors of the star boundary did not have such unique conditions and could not rely on external items. They could only increase their strength step by step. As a result, their overall strength was naturally more powerful than that of a half-saint. In the air, the three demon saints' expressions were extremely cold. Even Huabu, who was usually smiling, had an ashen expression at this moment. Needless to say, Fu Yu and Xueli were even more so. The former was clearly rubbing his fingers together at a much faster rate, while the latter was clenching his fists. If the stone demon half-saint had died at the hands of a false emperor, there would be nothing to say. Who could be blamed for being killed because of a lack of cultivation? However, the one who killed him was just Yang Kai. This made the three demon saint, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, feel as if they had been slapped in the face, especially when the two elders of the dragon race were present. Compared to the three demon saint, Zhu Yan and Fu Yu were also surprised. They more or less knew about Yang Kai's abilities, but they absolutely did not know that he was this amazing. Did he have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the demon territory in the past 3 years? Otherwise, how could he have such a huge improvement? In particular, the two elders of the dragon race paid attention to the black dragon's spear. When Yang Kai appeared before them, they were attracted by the dragon breath. After observing it for a while, they became increasingly aware of the extraordinariness of the black dragon spear. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but as fellow members of the dragon clan, how could Zhu Yan and Fu Sui not be able to sense that the black dragon spear was actually refined from a huge dragon? Furthermore, when that huge dragon was alive, it might have been even stronger than the two of them. Which generation's seniors' remains were these, and who refined them into such a sharp weapon? If it were someone else controlling the black dragon spear, Zhu Yan and Fu Yu would definitely not tolerate it. Even if a member of the dragon race died, their remains were not to be desecrated. However, the owner of the spear was Yang Kai, so they could not do anything about it. There was no other way. Who asked Yang Kai to possess the power of the golden divine dragon? That was a power that even they had to look up to. If Yang Kai could fully develop this power, how could the demon saint be his opponent? Unfortunately, the time given to him to grow was too short, and the growth of the dragon race required a long, long time of the flowing time great emperor. But soon, the two elders of the dragon race calmed down and paid close attention to the movements of the three demon saint. A variable like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and he had even taken the initiative to kill a half-saint of the demon race. No one knew if Shueli and the others would suddenly intervene, so they had to be on guard at all times. Fortunately, Shueli and the others were also somewhat apprehensive and were not willing to escalate the battle. Even if their expressions were not worried and their killing intent leaked, they had no intention of dealing with Yang Kai. Be careful! On the battlefield, Yang Kai instructed Lan Sun and the others. He raised his hand and with a whinny, Windchaser appeared. Yang Kai mounted his horse and pointed his spear at the place where the demon race was gathered. Windchaser snorted, breathing out hot air, and charged out with 4 flaming hooves. A golden light flashed. No one could see Yang Kai's figure, but wherever the golden light passed, the demon race fell like straws. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had charged from one spirit mountain to the other spirit mountain, plowing a long trail of death behind him. When Windchaser reappeared, the demon race that had been sent flying exploded into powder in midair, leaving not even their bones behind. On this spirit mountain, Li Wei was fighting 2 half-saints by himself. Of these 2 half-saints, one was a shadow demon that appeared and disappeared unpredictably, while the other was a blood demon that had transformed into a boundless sea of blood that wrapped around Li Wei, creating an opportunity for the shadow demon to kill Li Wei. Yang Kai rushed all the way here with the might of killing a half-saint, and the boundless sea of blood involuntarily parted for him to pass through. Perhaps they were unwilling to face Yang Kai head-on, or perhaps they wanted to catch a turtle in a jar, but the latter was more likely. Although Li Wei was known as the strongest under the great emperors, he was still not strong enough to fight 2 opponents at once. He could protect himself, but it would be difficult for him to kill anyone. When the 2 sides met, Li Wei nodded slightly to Yang Kai. "You're back?" "I'm back." Yang Kai grinned, rested the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, and looked around. "Do you have a good plan? We can't hold on any longer. We can only retreat with as much strength as possible." Li Wei sighed. It wasn't that the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were no match for the demon race. The difference in numbers and strength between the 2 sides was almost the same, so at most, both sides would suffer heavy losses. However, the demon land was rapidly eroding Star Soul Palace, and it would only take a few days for Star Soul Palace to be completely reduced to a part of the demon land. At that time, the demon race would fight in the demon land, greatly increasing their strength, and the human side would be suppressed. This was not a battle to begin with. Yang Kai nodded. "I understand. Since that is the case, then give the order as soon as possible. Where there is life, there is hope. Lend me a hand." Li Wei stepped forward. Although he was trapped in the sea of blood, Li Wei could still feel the battle between Yang Kai and the stone demon half-saint. He knew that after 3 years, Yang Kai was no longer the same as before, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Yang Kai grinned. "Good." Pulling Zhui Feng's body, he pointed the blue dragon spear and shouted, "Kill!" Zhui Feng flashed like lightning and rushed into the sea of blood. This time, the sea of blood did not split into two sides. The blood demon hiding in the sea of blood was eager to see Yang Kai walk right into his trap, so how could he let him go so easily? Falling into the sea of blood was tantamount to falling into his net, his life and death in his hands. Inside the sea of blood, Yang Kai surged like a dragon, stirring up the sea of blood, but he was still unable to catch a glimpse of the blood demon, often disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding the blue dragon's spear in one hand while opening his other hand and pressing it towards the void, sneering. Devour! Space principles fluctuated, and where the palm pressed down, a void vortex suddenly appeared. The sea of blood involuntarily surged into this vortex, disappearing in large patches. Seeing this, the blood demon hiding in the sea of blood's expression turned cold. With a thought, the sea of blood around Yang Kai became extremely viscous. At the same time, a ferocious giant beast suddenly condensed in front of him, opening its mouth to bite at Yang Kai. But this was not the end. Behind Yang Kai, a figure strangely appeared and a cold light pierced towards Yang Kai's back. It was the shadow demon hiding in the sea of blood that had made his move. Yang Kai only felt a chill in his heart, and the hairs on his body stand on end. Although he sensed the shadow demon's attack, he didn't care, only thrusting his spear towards the giant beast in front of him. Just as the shadow demon was about to succeed, Li Wui suddenly appeared, his cold eyes staring at the shadow demon as he raised his hand and gently swatted at him. The black fog covering the shadow demon's face couldn't help but change, showing the struggle in his heart. If he didn't stop now, although he could severely injure Yang Kai, he wouldn't be much better off. In the end, his own life was more important. At this critical moment, the shadow demon immediately returned to defend, clashing with Li Wui. His figure quickly dissipated, and it seemed that he wanted to hide again. Since you've come out, then stay here. Li Wui smiled faintly, the space principles fluctuating around his body, enveloping the shadow demon in a flash. The shadow demon's originally faint figure couldn't help but solidify, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yang Kai pierced the giant beast's figure with his spear and turned his head to look to the side. Found you! The blood demon was hiding in the sea of blood, concealing his aura, so he couldn't pinpoint his location. However, it was fine if the blood demon didn't make a move, but once he did, there would be traces. With his divine sense surpassing that of a half-saint, it wasn't too difficult to lock onto that fleeting aura. He jumped off Shui Feng's body and stabbed his spear towards the sea of blood. A figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty sea of blood. It was the blood demon who was hiding here. His scarlet eyes were filled with shock, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to find his location with his cultivation. However, he had learned from the stone demon half-saint's example. He knew that Yang Kai's blue dragon spear was extraordinarily powerful, so how could it be so easily hit? He didn't move, but his figure floated backwards like a ghost. Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted in a low voice, "Grow!" Before the blood demon could react to what was going on, the black dragon's spear suddenly expanded and rapidly pierced towards his chest. The blood demon was greatly alarmed. Since he was caught off guard, it was already too late for him to dodge. He raised his hand and summoned a hook-like demonic artifact, guiding the blue dragon's spear to the side. Although his reaction wasn't bad, the blue dragon's spear still brushed past his body, opening a wound on his arm. This kind of injury was almost negligible, but Yang Kai just winked at him. "You're dead." The blood demon felt uneasy, but he couldn't say why. He could only wave his demonic artifact and fight with Yang Kai. He wasn't as careless as the stone demon, who had his hand pierced by Yang Kai and was at a disadvantage. The blood demon was on the defensive, as if he didn't want to make a mistake, making Yang Kai feel extremely gloomy. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think that he was a half-saint and his opponent was a high-ranked demon king. The blood demon's cultivation was clearly higher than his, but his fighting style was so conservative. This kind of person was really hard to kill. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. Apart from the initial wound, Yang Kai didn't cause the blood demon any harm. His current strength wasn't much weaker than a half-saint false emperor, but it would be difficult for him to kill a half-saint who was fully focused on defense, unless his opponent revealed an opening. Just as Yan Kai was contemplating whether or not he should exchange injuries with the Blood Demon, the Blood Demon's expression changed. He fiercely repelled Yan Kai with a single move, then lowered his head to look at his arm. With just a glance, his expression changed greatly. Chapter 37:37. The previous Blood Demon half-saint had been injured by Yan Kai's blue dragon spear, but it was only a small scratch. Such an injury was insignificant to anyone, let alone a half-saint. Therefore, the Blood Demon didn't take this matter to heart, but after fighting with Yan Kai for a while, he suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the wound. "Isn't it too late to notice now?" Yan Kai grinned and took advantage of the Blood Demon's unpreparedness to shoot his spear towards the Blood Demon's chest. The Blood Demon was uneasy, and with the previous example, he didn't dare to block this spear. Not only did he not dare to block, but he also didn't want to continue fighting. He just wanted to find a place to heal. He had a feeling that if he didn't heal soon, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, in the face of this dragon-like spear, the Blood Demon's body flickered and he began to rotate. The boundless blood sea also rotated and quickly converged. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea disappeared and the Blood Demon fled. Yan Kai's spear had missed, and although he was a little annoyed, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, with the help of Lan Sun and the others, he was able to kill 1.5 Blood Demons, so how could he kill another? However, as soon as the Blood Demon left, the Shadow Demon's situation became a little awkward. Originally, he could hide in the Blood Sea and use the power of the Blood Demon to deal with Li Wu-yi, but now that the Blood Sea was gone, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yan Kai galloping towards him. The Shadow Demon knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. At this point, the Shadow Demon's intention to retreat was born, and he no longer had any fighting spirit. Just as he was about to follow the Blood Demon, Yan Kai rushed into the sky and met him head-on. In midair, the blue dragon's spear flashed and disappeared. Yan Kai quickly formed a seal with both hands and with a solemn expression, he sent a palm strike towards the Shadow Demon while chanting, "Flowing time, great Emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment, and his thoughts also stopped at this moment. The whole world receded like a tide, and all that was left in his eyes was Yan Kai's palm strike. If it was the Yan Kai of the past, he might not be able to display such great power when using the flowing time great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. But in the ancient battlefield, he had witnessed the majestic appearance of the flowing time great Emperor displaying this divine technique countless times. Although he did not dare to say that he had grasped the essence of it, it was already incomparable to the past. When the Shadow Demon came back to its senses, it discovered that its chest had caved in. Li Wui pressed his large hand against its chest with a calm expression on his face, causing the power of the law of space to wreak havoc within its body. In that moment of absent-mindedness, he did not notice when Li Wui had made his move. The Shadow Demon spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression horrified. Yan Kai summoned the black dragon spear once more, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens as he viciously thrust his spear forward. The tip of the dragon Fang's spear struck the Shadow Demon's body, and with a loud bang, the Shadow Demon exploded, turning into a cloud of black mist that scattered in all directions. Li Wui frowned and pointed his finger at his surroundings a few times. A muffled groan could be heard coming from the void, followed by silence. Li Wui sighed slightly. He still managed to escape. With his and Yan Kai's combined strength, they had a perfect opportunity, but in the end, it was all for naught. It wasn't that he and Yan Kai weren't strong enough, it was just that it was incredibly difficult to kill a half-saint. It was because of this that the humans and demons had fought for several days without losing a single half-saint. It was also because of this that Yan Kai's killing of a stone demon half-saint had caused such a huge commotion. The Shadow Demon was skilled at escaping, so it wasn't surprising that it was able to escape at a critical moment. If it had been a stone demon, power demon, or bone demon instead, it was likely that it would have died here. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That's a pity. Then, he changed the topic. But that guy is most likely heavily injured. It'll take him at least a year or so to recover. Li Wei nodded and looked around. Let's prepare to leave this place. These things may be useful to everyone. Yan Kai took out a large number of one-realm beads and handed them to Li Wei. Li Wei was overjoyed when he saw this and nodded. You came back just in time. Originally, he was still a little worried. After all, the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, and there were too many people. Even if they evacuated, there would be many casualties. However, with the help of these one-realm pearls, they could minimize the losses to the greatest extent. The flag of the Jia army fluttered as orders were passed down one after another. The 14 armies of the Star Boundary retreated in unison and gathered in a valley within the Star Soul Palace. Although there were many of them, they were organized. When the demon race saw this, they naturally pursued relentlessly. The situation in the vanguard army was even more tragic than it had been a few days ago. Without the persistence of the Star Realm beads, the Demon Land's expansion seemed to have accelerated significantly, quickly encroaching on the territory of Star Soul Palace. On top of a spiritual peak, 3 graceful figures were standing in a circle around the 3 girls. From the sky to the ground, the demons had gathered in an airtight encirclement. Pairs of ferocious eyes roamed around the 3 girls, flashing with light from time to time. After several days of fierce fighting, although the 3 young women were of high birth and had strong foundations, they could not hold on any longer. Their emperor chi had been depleted countless times and they were now relying on pills to replenish their energy. In order to create an opportunity for their companions to retreat, the 3 young women were entangled with enemies 100 times their number. At this moment, they were isolated and helpless, like a tiny reef in a black tide. Green vines burst out from the ground, and rolled back and forth like flood dragons. Anyone who got close to these vines would be strangled to death on the spot. The surrounding devils didn't dare to act rashly in the presence of such a deterrent force. They could only wait for the semi-sage experts to deal with this situation. Princess, I'm here to help you. With a shout, a man rushed out from the side, the long sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light as he cut down the demon race. The man was originally handsome, but at this moment, he was in a sorry state. There were countless wounds on his body and blood blurred his eyes and body. His face was as pale as paper, but he was holding on by sheer willpower. One of the 3 girls in front of him had grown up with him. Ever since he was young, he had been determined to take her as his wife. He wanted to take care of her and protect her from any harm. However, this battle woke him up from a dream. Unknowingly, the gap between him and her had become so big. He could not intervene in the battle she was in at all, so he could only kill the demon race not far away and do his part. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he naturally spared no effort to rush here. Xiao Chen, don't come over! Lan Sun turned her head and saw Xiao Chen stumbling over and could not help but shout. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's pale face. Seeing her anxious expression, it turned out that she was still very concerned about him. While distracted, the already precarious situation became even more critical. Seeing a flaming skeleton head biting towards him, Xiao Chen's face changed as he knew his life was over. Ha! Lan Sun sighed and pointed her finger, causing an earth dragon to roll out from the ground and rush straight to Xiao Chen's feet. When it broke out of the ground, a green vine wrapped around the skeleton head and crushed it to pieces. However, this momentary delay caused the situation of the 3 young women to become dangerous. Without the protection of the Universe Tower spirit, the line of defense the 3 young women had managed to create collapsed as a dozen Demon King-led hundreds of demon race members approached. Xiao Qi Yuner! Lan Sun turned her head to look at her companions around her with a look of guilt in her eyes. I've implicated you. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and shook her head. It's useless to say more, just kill. Lin Yuner, on the other hand, said naively. Uncle will come to save us. As soon as these words fell, everything around them seemed to come to a standstill, and the demon race members also froze in midair. Lan Sun and the others looked at all this in surprise, only to see a cold light flash and a tall figure appear in front of them. With a sizzling sound, the stagnant world was restored again as the dozen demon kings and hundreds of demon race members burst apart at this moment, leaving behind hundreds of bloody flowers in the air, a beautiful sight to behold. "See, I told you Uncle would come!" Lin Yuna looked at Yang Kai, who suddenly appeared excitedly, as if she had already expected this. Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi were slightly stunned. Yang Kai held the blue dragon spear in one hand and Xiao Chen's collar in the other, as he glanced at the three women and gently nodded. "It's time to go." Whistling to the side, a golden light flashed and chasing wind rumbled over from the distance, stopping in front of Yang Kai in an instant, raising its front hooves and neighing. "Get on!" Yang Kai called out. While Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi were still in a daze, Lin Yun'er had already leapt onto Zhui Feng's back, bending down to pull her two sisters up. Although there were three of them, Zhui Feng was an ancient variant beast, so it was not crowded even with three people sitting side by side. "Brother Xiao, do you still have strength?" Yang Kai put Xiao Chen down and asked. Xiao Chen looked at him blankly before nodding. "Let's run and meet up with everyone." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. "Brother, what about you?" Lan Sun sat on Chasing Wind's back and asked with her head down. "Not enough, let's go kill some more." Yang Kai grinned at her and patted Zhui Feng's buttocks. Zhui Feng's four hooves flashed like lightning. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen, who was still standing in place, and sighed slightly, knowing that he was probably exhausted. Just as he was about to put him into the mysterious bead world, he saw Chasing Wind return and snort discontentedly at Xiao Chen, as if blaming him for not keeping up with him. Opening its big mouth, Chasing Wind bit down on Xiao Chen's clothes and picked him up before running towards the meeting point again. The surrounding scenery flashed by as fast as lightning, and the sounds of fighting seemed to have disappeared along with it. Xiao Chen was indifferent to being bitten by Zhui Feng. Even his gaze was somewhat sluggish. His hands were spread out in front of him as he stared foolishly. He had always thought of himself as a proud son of heaven, and in fact, this was the case. He was born in an overlord sect like Star Soul Palace, and his father was Star Soul Palace's elder Xiao Yuyang. Since childhood, he had an excellent cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. Among the younger generation, Xiao Chen was also one of the representatives of the Southern Territory. Chapter 37-38. But this glory only lasted until the Emperor Realm, when the Shattered Star Sea opened. The best of the younger generation of the Star Boundary broke through to the Emperor Realm, and Xiao Chen was no exception. Even then, he still firmly believed that the future of the Star Boundary would be filled with glory. But now, it seemed that the glory was just the last light, just like the afterglow of the setting sun. Today, among the younger generation, those who were related to the great emperors had all broken through to the second-order Emperor Realm, such as Hyoji, Lin Yun'er, Mo Xiaoqi, Li Shiqing, and Gao Zhan. Lan Sun was even more amazing. After refining the Universe Tower, she used the power of the Universe Tower and Star Soul Palace to break through to the Third-Order Emperor Realm. But he was still stuck in the First-Order Emperor Realm, unable to make any progress. It would be fine if that was all, but these people all had extraordinary relationships with the great emperors. Some were the children of the great emperors, while others were the disciples of the great emperors. With the personal guidance of the great emperors, it was not a big deal for them to progress faster than him. His talent was still not inferior to anyone, and all he lacked was a unique advantage. This only stimulated his drive to catch up. But what about Yang Kai? He had no relationship with any of the great emperors. When Xiao Chen first met him, his cultivation was much lower than his own, but now, he had reached a level where Xiao Chen could only look up to him. Xiao Chen tried his best but still couldn't get close to the princess. Instead, she was distracted to protect him, while Yang Kai easily slaughtered the enemies around him. Looking down at his hands, Xiao Chen felt so powerless for the first time. He longed for power, longed to become stronger. The Star Boundary army retreated towards the valley in an orderly manner. The One Realm bead had also been distributed. many of the commanders of the One Realm Bead received the soldiers who had retreated to the valley into the One Realm Bead. Everything was in order. But how could the demon race watch as the astral world army retreated without doing anything? Outside the valley, countless demon race swarmed over, determined to keep the astral world's army of millions here. At the entrance of the valley, many people from the Emperor realm were defending with all their might in order to buy more time for the army behind them to prepare. After all, it wasn't easy to use the One Realm Bead to recruit people. It required a large amount of divine sense. At this moment, all the fake emperors and half-saint from the astral realm were fighting against the half-saint from the demon territory. They didn't want the demon race's experts to interfere with the matters in the valley. Therefore, the heavy burden of the astral realm's army's evacuation fell on the shoulders of many people from the Emperor realm. Wen Zishan, Gao Shueting, Qiu Ran, Qinqian Ma Qing, Chen Wenhao, Wu Chang, and many others from the Emperor realm used their bodies to form an impenetrable defense at the entrance of the valley, resisting the invasion of the demon race army. Fortunately, there weren't too many demon race that could swarm over them. Otherwise, with millions of demon race members on the battlefield, they wouldn't be able to resist. However, the current situation was precarious. After several days of fierce fighting, no one from the Emperor realm was at their peak. If they weren't careful, even the demon general could kill them. From time to time, some people were injured, but they didn't even have the time to heal their wounds. They gritted their teeth and persevered despite the bleeding. The brilliance of many secret techniques and secret treasures constantly flashed, illuminating the front of the valley with flowing colors. Amidst the hissing, Windchaser rampaged, cutting off the demon race army's frenzied attacks countless times. It was all thanks to Windchaser, otherwise Wen Zishan and the others wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Without the intervention of a half-saint or a fake emperor, the existence of wind-chasing beast was simply unrivaled. It could only charge from the beginning to the end of the valley over and over again before turning back and continuing to charge. Every time it collided, it would leave behind countless corpses of demon clan along the way. The slaughter seemed to have made it extremely excited, and that rhythmic hissing sound did not stop for even a moment. On the ground, the blood of the demon clan was as thick as a paste, and its 4 flaming hooves stepped on it, causing it to evaporate into a nauseating smell. However, there was only one Windchaser. As more and more soldiers were loaded into the One Realm Bead and teleported away through the valley's spatial laws, there were fewer and fewer people in the Astral Realm army who could resist the enemy. Little Shueting, take the people and leave first. Wen Zishan swung his sword and cleared a large area in front of him. He turned his head and shouted at Gao Shueting. I'm not leaving! Gao Shueting stood beside him, and the radiant sun mirror hung above her head. From the mirror, a scorching light shot out and hit the demon race with a sizzling sound. Wen Zishan was furious. You've been disobedient since you were young. Now that you've grown up, you've become even more disobedient. When will you listen to me again? Gao Shueting didn't even look at him. Her face was pale as she pushed the power of the radiant sun mirror to its limit and said indifferently, If you think I'm disobedient, then don't pick me up back then. I'm going to die from anger because of you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a puff as Wen Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Shueting was shocked and hurried forward to support his body. Her red lips trembled. How are you? I'm afraid I can't. Wen Zishan's expression was weak. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile, but he couldn't. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed as he said weakly, Be good and leave quickly. Gao Shueting shook her head. Her beautiful hair flew and her eyes were red as she said, Don't drive me away this time. I'll listen to you in the future. Really? Don't lie to me. Gao Shueting hugged his body tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. She sniffled and said firmly, Don't die, I won't lie to you. Wen Zishan blinked. His originally dim eyes suddenly recovered a lot of light. He smiled and said, Remember what you said, don't go back on your word. He suddenly stood up and swung his sword to the side. In the void, as the sword light slashed through, a shadow demon king's body was cut in half. blood and internal organs spilled out. The shadow demon looked down at its lower body and was stunned. Wen Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. If I knew you were hiding in the dark, I wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out. As he spoke, he swung his sword and turned the two halves of the shadow demon's body into dust. The dejected expression on his face was swept away and he was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt two scorching gazes behind him that seemed to want to burn him. Wen Zishan shrunk his neck and shouted to his left and right. Hold on! Even if we die, we can't let these demon bastards take a step forward. The elders of the Emperor Realm of Azure Sun Temple immediately responded. Yes. Only Murong Xiao glanced at Gao Shueting with sorrow. She saw that Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were still filled with tears, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The fierce sun mirror that was originally hanging above her head burst into a dazzling light at this moment. A flame spurted out from the mirror and blasted forward, brushing past Wen Zishan's head and burning dozens of demon race into flames. Wen Zishan swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to touch his hair. He felt a pinch of ash, and the smell of burned hair came to his nose. Brother Wen, there's movement ahead! Ma Qing suddenly shouted in a low voice and looked in a certain direction with a solemn expression. Wen Zishan couldn't care less and listened carefully. Sure enough, there was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the demon race's army. Looking over, he saw a cloud of smoke rushing straight towards them. Wherever it passed, the demon race's army was split apart like a stream of water. It's one of us! Wen Zishan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Ma Qing was stunned. There are still people who haven't retreated? Yang Kai hasn't returned. In a few words, Wen Zishan had already determined the identity of the person who came and was overjoyed. Yang Kai's cultivation was now extraordinary and his combat strength was great. If he could help, the pressure on guarding the entrance of the valley would be greatly reduced. Wen Zishan was right. The person who rushed from the rear of the demon race was indeed Yang Kai, but he was not alone. He was charging at the front, his azure dragon spear cutting a bloody path, followed by dozens of people. These were the Star Realm soldiers who had not been able to evacuate in time and were separated from the battlefield. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and covered the entire Star Soul Palace, finding everyone's location and going to them one by one to help them, which was why he had come back so late. Most of the people had been taken into the sealed world bead, leaving the Emperor Realm behind to provide support. Although there were only a few dozen people, under the leadership of Yang Kai, they were like a mighty flood of steel, crushing the demon race's army with a rumble. Facing an enemy 10,000 times their number, they had not suffered a single casualty. The dozens of people from the Emperor Realm were full of admiration and finally understood why Yang Kai could become a corps commander when everyone else was an Emperor Realm master. This kind of strength was simply not something the Emperor Realm could possess. The dense demon race army was penetrated by Yang Kai's people, and when the front was suddenly empty, they had already killed their way out and arrived in front of the mountain valley. When everyone saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Many of the masters who had stayed at the entrance of the mountain valley nodded to Yang Kai, their eyes full of gratitude. The dozens of people from the Emperor Realm who were brought back by Yang Kai were all their companions and fellow disciples. They had thought that they would definitely die on the battlefield, but now they had returned unscathed. Naturally, it was all thanks to Yang Kai, so how could they not be grateful? With the momentum to kill an army of millions, Yang Kai turned around and swept his gaze across the front. The demon race army that had gathered like a tide involuntarily took a few steps back, as if frightened by his murderous intent. Is there anyone else? Wen Zishan wiped the blood from his face and asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head and said, This is the last batch. Wen Zishan's heart relaxed. That's good. He called out to everyone. Those who are exhausted and injured, evacuate first. We will follow later. Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, All of you leave, I will stay. Ma Qing was stunned. You alone? Yang Kai grinned. One person is enough. Wen Zishan's expression was solemn. Boy! Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. Master Li and the others are still entangled with the half-saint in the demon territory. If you don't evacuate, they won't be able to leave. Only if you evacuate first will they be able to escape safely. Wen Zishan hesitated. But if you are alone? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since I am staying, I am naturally confident. Also, once you evacuate, if I can't beat you, I can leave at any time. Hearing him say this, Wen Zishan also felt that it was true. Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, so he could naturally escape at any time if he couldn't beat them. The others wouldn't have this convenience, so he didn't waste any time and nodded. Then be careful. Chapter 37-39. They were all resolute people. Since they had made up their minds, they naturally wouldn't delay. With Wen Zishan at the head, the 14 armies of the Emperor realm retreated towards the valley. When they passed by Yang Kai, they all called out to him to be careful and take care, expressing their respect. In the blink of an eye, everyone in front of the mountain valley had left, leaving only Kai Yang alone. However, he still had a smile on his face. With his spear by his side, he faced the demon race's army of millions alone without any change in expression. The army at the front was in an uproar. Countless members of the demon race glared at Yang Kai. Although this human in front of them had indeed displayed extraordinary combat strength before, even killing a half-saint on the spot, he still dared to be so arrogant at this moment. Wasn't he being too arrogant? At the front of the army, dozens of high-rank demon kings had sinister expressions. Their divine senses surged, and after a simple exchange, they suddenly charged forward. Demon yuan rolled, and the power of demon artifacts bloomed. Before the demon king at the front could even get close, the light of demon artifacts behind him had already enveloped Yang Kai. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still alone. So what if he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-saint? In front of the demon race's army of millions, even a half-saint would have to retreat. With a rumble, countless attacks landed on Yang Kai's body, instantly drowning him. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge, and was directly hit by the power of those demon artifacts. The members of the demon race were overjoyed. The demon kings charging towards Yang Kai were also shocked. Yang Kai being so arrogant, and not putting them in his eyes was something they were happy to see. After being hit by so many attacks, even if this guy was lucky enough to not die, he would inevitably be heavily injured. Before they could finish their thoughts, they saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly fade. The countless attacks actually passed through his body and hit behind him, but they didn't cause him any damage at all. The demon kings couldn't help but widen their eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure once again solidified. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon's spear, thrusting it forward without any fancy moves. This spear was ordinary and mediocre. Its speed wasn't too fast either, allowing everyone to see it clearly. However, when this spear was thrust out, the faces of the several dozen high-ranked demon kings simultaneously turned aghast. All of them had the misconception that the spear was stabbing towards them. The might of the spear ignored the barrier of space. A miserable shriek rang out, sounding extremely mournful. When the demon king came back to his senses, he immediately discovered that Yang Kai's spear had already caught a figure. That figure was pierced through by the spear, the tip of the spear coming out from his back. His whole body was hanging on the spear, struggling endlessly, but how could he break free? A bone-chilling feeling spread throughout his body. The figure hanging on the spear was actually one of his companions. There were several dozen high-ranked demon king, but not a single one of them clearly saw how he had been hit. However, there was no time to ponder over it. In this instant, the numerous demon kings had already pounced in front of Yang Kai. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Demon king after demon king activated their demon chi, sand demon burrowed into the ground, shadow demon moved stealthily, stone demons smashed their fists or summoned their demon artifacts. Bone demons raised their hands, their 5 fingers flying out, transforming into 5 eerie skulls. Corpse demons opened their mouths and spat out dense corpse poison. Flame demons controlled the burning heaven flames and attacked Yang Kai from all directions. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Apart from the several dozen demon race surrounding Yang Kai, no one could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. They could only see figures flying about, sparks flying everywhere, and dazzling like flowers. From time to time, a demon king would let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying backwards, a huge hole appearing on its body. This shocking offensive only lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. When that circle of spear images that caused the world to change color burst out, all the demon kings either took the initiative to retreat or were sent flying. In an instant, the world was empty. In front of the valley, Yang Kai was bathed in blood. His already ragged clothes became even more tattered, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes, covered by his long hair, shone with a dark red light. He knelt on the ground with one knee, and the spear in his hand was mostly stabbed into the ground. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk fresh blood seeped out from the ground, as if there was a pool of blood deep underground. Yang Kai raised his spear and dragged out a hidden sand demon from the ground. His spear pierced through the sand demon's heart and back. When it was dragged out, the sand demon's face revealed a pained expression. His demon chi surged, and with a shake of his spear, the sand demon exploded into pieces. Before the pieces fell to the ground, they turned into gravel. A chill ran through their bodies, and all the members of the demon race who saw this scene kept quiet out of fear. The high-ranked demon kings looked at each other, their faces sinking. Several dozen high-ranked demon kings swarmed forward. What kind of powerful lineup was this? Yet they were still unable to kill Yang Kai. Even if he was injured, so what? In that short exchange of 10 breaths of time, at least 3 high-ranked demon kings had died, and 7 or 8 had been injured. The guy in front of them was actually able to block the fierce attacks of several dozen high-ranked demon kings by himself. If it was a half-saint, it wouldn't be strange at all. But Yang Kai was just a high-ranked demon king. This kind of thing was a bit unimaginable. When they hadn't fought Yang Kai head-on, they hadn't noticed anything, but when they really fought him, they realized how terrifying that spear was. Not only was that spear incomparably sharp, it was also filled with a great majesty. It could move one's mind, making it impossible for them to display their full strength. With a light whoosh, everyone's heart jumped in fright. A streak of light flashed, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's chest. This light sound seemed to be a signal. Immediately after this sound, whoosh 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 sounds could be heard without end. In a split second, arrows flickering with cold light and carrying the aura of death shot towards Yang Kai. The feather demon race was proficient in yards, but not in close combat. Therefore, in the previous attack, there was no trace of a feather demon. After a great battle, one's mind would be relaxed. This was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai had just shaken the sand demon hanging on his spear into pieces when the first arrow arrived in front of him. Its speed was so fast that even Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time. The moment the cold reached his body, Yang Kai stimulated his demon chi, and the flesh on his chest contracted. With a muffled thud, the 1 zhang long arrow penetrated 3 inches into his flesh. Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps by the huge force before he could stabilize himself. His spear danced, knocking away the rest of the arrows. The group of demon kings were dumbstruck. They looked at Yang Kai in a daze, crying out in alarm in their hearts. He didn't die even after that? The arrow that hit Yang Kai's chest didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but the red ribbon on the tail of the arrow clearly showed the identity of its owner. The one who shot this arrow was the strongest among the feather demons besides the demon saint and half-saint. Even a stone demon with a powerful innate defense would be penetrated by this arrow. Just how strong was this human's body? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He reached out and grabbed the arrow that was still faintly fighting in his chest. He pulled it out fiercely and lowered his head to look at it. Sure enough, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If it was him 3 years ago, even if he had a half-dragon body, he might not have been able to block this arrow. But in the ancient battlefield, dozens of years were like a day. After being tempered by the two forces, the growth of his body was no longer the same as before. Not to mention, his half-dragon body had already grown from 300 zhang to 100 zhang. The growth of his half-dragon body also meant that the origin of the dragon race was stimulated. Naturally, his body would become even more powerful. Even so, that arrow still broke through his defense. If it had penetrated 2 inches more, he might have been in danger. If a high-grade demon king level feather demon could do this, then what about a half-saint level feather demon? Fuyu? With a clench of his fist, the arrow that was comparable to a demonic treasure broke into 2. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His scarlet eyes were like those of a wild beast. Through the barrier of the void, he stared at a figure more than 10 li away. Then, he grinned maliciously. Facing this pair of terrifying eyes, the expression of the feather demon who had launched a sneak attack changed greatly. Without hesitation, he swayed his body and landed in the middle of the demon race army, trying to blend in and hide his tracks. A gust of wind came from behind. It scraped against his back, causing him to feel pain. It seemed that even a layer of his flesh had been removed. Looking back, he saw that Yang Kai, who was originally more than 10 li away, had already appeared at the place where he was originally standing. She already knew that to an enemy who was proficient in the law of space, a distance of more than 10 li was equivalent to being face to face. Therefore, as soon as she sensed that something was wrong, she fled. Now, it seemed that it was fortunate that she reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have pointed to disaster. Oh! Seeing that the feather demon had unexpectedly dodged his attack, Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. His feet didn't move, but his figure followed like a shadow. He chased after the feather demon and rushed into the middle of the demon race army. In an instant, as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, the army of millions was in chaos. Countless members of the demon race were sent flying into the air, their bodies exploding one after another. That feather demon only felt a murderous intent locking onto him from behind. How could he dare to look back? He only knew that he absolutely couldn't stop, otherwise, only death would await him. He didn't care about the casualties of the ordinary demon race. Wherever there were more people, he would go, hoping to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. Bastard! In front of the valley, a high-ranked demon king who had been injured by Yang Kai flew into a rage. He wasn't angry at the feather demon. After all, the feather demon was also a high-ranked demon king. He was angry that Yang Kai didn't care about the demon race and actually had the guts to rush into the army. As he cursed, he was about to turn around and fight again. However, a power demon pressed down on his shoulder. The power demon slowly shook his head and said, "This person is proficient in the law of space. You saw his strength just now. I'm afraid we can't do anything to him unless a half-saint master intervenes." There was something he didn't say in his heart. Perhaps even a half-saint might not be able to do anything. Instead of wasting our energy on him, why don't we chase after the remaining enemies? When the demon kings heard this, they all nodded. First of all, this power demon's words were indeed reasonable. Yang Kai had escaped from a demon saint. Although this old demon army was large, if he really wanted to escape, no one could do anything to him. Second of all, the battle just now had made them wary of Yang Kai. They would rather face Wen Zishan and the others and the 14 armies of the Star Boundary than fight with Yang Kai again. Chapter 3740. If they were to fight against that human, they would really die. With fear in their hearts and sufficient reasons, how could the high-ranked demon king in front of the valley hesitate? Even though they knew that the demon saint master was secretly watching them, they still immediately issued the order. The demon race army that had been stagnant finally pressed towards the valley. A resounding dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down. The demon race army that had just arrived at the entrance of the valley felt their bodies sink, and it was difficult for them to move. This is... In the void, Zhu Yan, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes. He looked excitedly at the figure that was falling from the sky, falling towards the entrance of the valley. Fu Xiu's beautiful eyes also bloomed with extraordinary splendor. She felt that under that dragon roar, the origin of the dragon race in her body actually resonated with it, making people involuntarily have the thought of rushing forward regardless of everything and fighting side by side with him. Under the gaze of the two great elders of the dragon race, the figure that was falling from the sky suddenly expanded. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 70 zhang, and even 100 zhang. Amidst the crackling sounds, his entire body was covered with golden dragon scales, the dragon horns on his forehead swelled up high, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and the dragon tail behind him swept in all directions. Hu allowed! It was as if a small mountain was crashing down. When the dragon's body fell from the sky, the huge shadow in the sky blocked the line of sight of all the devils, causing them to see nothing but darkness. They couldn't see the slightest bit of light. You all! With a boom, his feet landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Rocks from the mountains on both sides fell down, and cracks appeared on the solid ground with his feet as the origin. Countless demon race soldiers fell into the abyss. It's over! The 300-meter-long giant spear swept across. Regardless of whether it was a demon king or a demon commander, anyone who came into contact with it would either die or be injured. The demon race army that had just arrived at the valley was suddenly swept clean. The members of the demon race turned pale with fright. Those who charged at the front had already died a violent death. Only those demon kings who were quick to react had luckily escaped. At this moment, they had retreated far away and raised their heads to look at the huge monster blocking their way. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. If the demon kings were like this, then there was no need to talk about the weaker demon race. Their eyes were trembling, and their guts were torn apart. He stood alone in front of the valley, but it was as if there were a million lions behind him. He was so intimidating that the demon race's army couldn't advance even an inch. One of his large hands was holding onto a small figure, who was struggling with all his might but was unable to break free from the iron claws. Looking at the appearance and characteristics, it was the Feather Demon King, who had launched a sneak attack on him. In just a few breaths of time, he had actually been caught by him from the thousands of soldiers and horses. The Feather Demon turned his head, revealing a pleading expression, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly exert force in his hand. Kacha, as if a walnut had been crushed, the Feather Demon's body emitted a crisp sound, which made one's hair stand on end. Blood dripped down from the gaps between the dragon claws. When Yang Kai opened his hand again, the Feather Demon didn't even have the slightest bit of human form left. It had already turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The light in its eyes quickly disappeared, and its vitality dissipated. It fell from Yang Kai's palm to the ground. Huff, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out a scorching dragon breath, and he grinned at the numerous members of the demon race. He grabbed the tail of the azure dragon's spear and raised it high. Seeing this scene, the hearts of every member of the demon race jumped. The complexions of the demon kings changed greatly, and they quickly shouted, "Retreat!" As the words fell, the numerous demon kings retreated with all their might. But even if they could run away, how could the demon army that was swarming over escape? Previously, when they swarmed forward, each one ran faster than the other, but now, when they wanted to retreat, there were many obstacles, and behind them were their own people. The army was in chaos, and they couldn't get into formation. The azure dragon's spear brought out a straight cold light, and heavily smashed into the ground. Hong, where the spear landed, the earth collapsed, and countless members of the demon race were directly smashed into nothingness by this spear. The violent shockwaves swept in all directions, and the demon race on both sides fell like straws. A terrifying shockwave came, and the fallen demon race were all sent flying into the sky, exploding into pieces. The power of this spear smashed open a death zone more than 10 kilometers long and several kilometers wide in the middle of the demon race army. None of the demon race soldiers in this range survived. Yang Kai didn't raise the spear, and tightly held the end of the spear, the body of the spear close to the ground, and swept it again. After a round trip, with him as the center, the entire fan-shaped area in front of him was deathly silent. The sound of gulping could be heard incessantly, and many members of the demon race kept swallowing their saliva. With such a terrifying monster, who could fight against it without a half-saint? Even if they had an army of millions, could they stop the slaughter of such a monster? However, before Yang Kai could be complacent, Zhu Yan's cry of alarm sounded in his ears. "Yang Kai, be careful!" At the same time, a chill spread throughout his body, making him feel cold all over. Yang Kai even smelled the scent of death coming towards him. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy, and his mind miraculously fell into a kind of ethereal state. He straightened his body, withdrew the spear, and thrust it straight into the void. Driven by instinct, Yang Kai was still in a state of thoughtlessness, but when he thrust the spear, he felt an incomparable carefree feeling, as if all the essence, energy, and spirit in his body were released with this spear. He only felt that this was the most powerful attack he had ever used in his life, and it actually had a kind of meaning that was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if there was a half-saint in front of him, this spear could take his life. At the tip of the black dragon's spear, a black light suddenly appeared, and within the black light, the power of the law of space fluctuated. When the black light first appeared, it was only the size of a broad bean, but as Yang Kai thrust the spear out, the black light quickly expanded, and suddenly turned into a black mass of more than 10 meters in radius. A cry of surprise came from the void in front of Yang Kai, followed by a fist appearing out of thin air and hurtling towards the black dragon's spear. Compared to the black mass of more than 10 meters in radius, this fist was insignificant, but this was the fist of the demon saint, and in this world, no one dared to underestimate the power of this fist. When the fist came into contact with the black ball, strangely, there was no sound at all. The black ball suddenly shrank, turning into a black dot, and disappeared in a flash. The fist shook again and again, and then a heroic figure appeared. Hong. It was not until this moment that a dull, thunderous sound rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, deafening and causing their blood to boil. Yang Kai's 300-meter-long dragon body fell backwards, smashing into the ground with a bang, almost filling the entire valley entrance. When he fell, his dragon body rapidly shrank, turning back into his human form. His face was pale and bloodless, and golden blood was gushing out of his mouth and nose. His aura was also as weak as gossamer. In the void, Shueli, who had been knocked back by Yang Kai's spear, arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash, and slammed his palm down without hesitation. With his status as a demon saint, he would normally disdain to attack a high-ranked demon king, let alone launch a sneak attack. However, when he observed the battle earlier, he had already sensed Yang Kai's terrifying potential. Now that Yang Kai was only a high-ranked demon king, and he already had such power, what would happen if he was allowed to continue growing? This was why he had disregarded his status and brazenly attacked. However, what he did not expect was that Yang Kai was actually still alive after the power of his punch. He sighed inwardly at how tough this brat's fate was, so naturally, he would not hesitate to kill him. 2 dragon roars rang out, and 2 killing intents locked onto Shueli. A strong wind came from behind him, and Shueli, who had slammed his palm towards Yang Kai, furrowed his brows imperceptibly. If this palm landed, Yang Kai would most likely die, but he would definitely not have it easy either. The strength of the 2 great dragon race elders was also extraordinary. Since he had already made his move, how could Zhu Yan and Fu Shun just stand by and watch? When he made his move, the 2 elders had already activated the dragon race's origin source, transforming into their dragon true forms and attacking. Huobu and Fu Yu's reactions were not slow either. The former's body flickered with a dangerous aura as he pounced towards the 2 elders of the dragon race, while the latter pulled back her bowstring and shot an arrow at Zhu Yan's dragon body. However, Zhu Yan acted as if he did not feel anything as he swung his dragon claws towards Shueli. In the end, that palm did not land. To the demon saint, although Yang Kai's potential was terrifying, he still needed a long flowing time Great Emperor to grow to a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. To put oneself in danger just to kill such a person was naturally a loss. His figure flashed, and Shui Li disappeared from where he was, turning into a bloody light and escaping to the side. Zhu Yan's claw struck empty air, creating 5 cracks in the void. Fu Shun took the opportunity to open his dragon mouth and directly swallow Yang Kai. At the same time, Fu Yu's arrow arrived. Zhu Yan could not avoid it. Previously, he only wanted to save Yang Kai, so he did not care about the attack from behind. Now that Yang Kai was saved, it was too late for him to defend himself. In a hurry, he swung his dragon tail and slapped the arrow that was shooting towards him. Due to the force, the arrow changed its direction slightly and brushed past Zhu Yan's chest, bringing with it a large piece of flesh. Jade green blood splattered everywhere. Even the defense of the dragon race could not withstand the sharpness of that arrow. Huobu pounced over with a sinister smile. His originally rolling body expanded even more at this moment, but despite his bloated body, his body was indescribably nimble as he directly flashed to where Zhu Yan was injured. Boom! Huobu's entire body exploded. Zhu Yan's nearly 600 feet long dragon body was sent flying by the shockwave as he let out a painful roar from his dragon mouth. In the midst of the explosion, Huobu's body reformed. He was born in the Red Devil clan, and exploding to kill the enemy was his instinct. However, unlike ordinary Red Devils, this move of his was not suicidal, but allowed him to be reborn from the ashes. It was also because of this innate divine technique that he was able to survive the explosions time and time again, cultivating step by step to the demon saint realm. For countless years, the Red Devil clan had always been the weakest clan in the entire demon territory, but Huobu was an anomaly among this clan. The giant dragon claw slammed down, and Huobu's body had just reformed, so how could he avoid it? Turning his head to look, he saw Fu Yu, who had transformed into an ice crystal dragon, with cold eyes and a dragon roar that shook the sky. Chapter 37:41. Huobu turned pale with fright. He never thought that a moment of impulse would put him in danger. If he had known this would happen, he would never have rushed forward. The law of ice was rampant, seemingly freezing the flames in his body. Huobu tried his best to dodge, but the dragon's claws still slashed through his body. In an instant, several long wounds appeared on his body. The concept of ice wreaked havoc on his wounds, but not a single drop of blood flowed out from his flesh. Huobu let out a strange cry. Without waiting for Fu Tianyi's second attack, his rolling body turned into a red light and shot into the distance. He actually ran away. Trash! Fu Yu gritted her teeth when she saw this, wishing she could shoot this guy to death. Now that Zhu Yan was injured by his sneak attack, and Fu Tianyi had misgivings about Yang Kai, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the 2 great elders of the dragon race. Even if they had to pay a price, it was still acceptable. But Huobu was actually running away in a panic. Sure enough, a brat was not worth a scheme. With Yang Kai as the trigger, the 3 demon saint great elders of the demon race, who had been watching from the sidelines, hastily made their move. In a flash of light, Zhu Yan was injured, and Huobu fled. Dragon roars sounded again. In the sky, the azure dragon and the ice dragon's enormous bodies entwined with each other, as if they were one. The 2 giant dragon heads were raised high, overlooking the world. The 2 great elders of the dragon race were originally husband and wife. After countless years of being together, they had long been connected to each other, and had their own set of joint attack techniques. Zhu Yan or Fu Tianyi alone had strength comparable to the great emperors, and when they attacked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If not for this set of joint attack techniques, how could they have been a match for the 3 demon saint great elders in the past few years? They had fought each other more than once, so when they saw the 2 great elders of the dragon race take such a stance, both Shui Li and Fu Yu sighed in their hearts. They knew that they had lost their best chance. Even if they fought with their lives on the line, they would not be able to do anything to them. At most, both sides would be injured. Under the connection of their auras, the cold power that spread out from Fu Tianyi's body sealed the wound on Zhu Yan's chest. The Azure Dragon's forte was recovery, and there was an inextinguishable vitality in its body. Therefore, even if it looked like he was injured, it would not be a problem for a while. Fortunately, Fu Yu's arrow was shot at Zhu Yan. If the target was Fu Tin, it would be troublesome. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Figures flew through the air and stood beside the two great elders of the dragon race. They were the false emperors who had been entangling the half-saint of demon race. Led by Li Wei, nearly 20 false emperors and half-saint of the star realm broke away from their opponents, and came to the front of the valley. They had been paying attention to the movements of the star realm army, and felt that the time had come. Naturally, there was no need to fight with the experts of the demon race. Without their suppression, the half-saint of the demon race regained their freedom and came to Xue Li and Fu Yu's side. Looking at each other from a distance, their auras collided silently, causing the void to fluctuate endlessly. It was as if it could not withstand the pressure, and could collapse at any time. Xue Li clasped his hands behind his back, his scarlet eyes glowing with a cold light. He said in a sinister voice, "Sooner or later, I will make you all die a horrible death." Fu Yu snorted coldly. "It won't be too late to talk big when that day comes." After saying this, he slowly retreated to the back of the valley with Zhu Yan. Li Wei and the others scattered to the left and right to protect them. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that the demon race did not make any movements even after everyone had retreated to the spatial array. They were just quietly watching. They knew that there was no point in continuing the battle at this point. Both sides were almost equal in strength, so no one could do anything to the other. However, to the Star Realm, this battle was a complete defeat. It was not that they were weaker, but that the demon land had already eroded the entire Star Soul Palace, and was still expanding outwards. This holy land that had protected the martial arts of the Southern Territory for many years, this divine palace that symbolized the peak of martial arts in the Southern Territory, had finally been seized by the demon race. At the spatial array, there was a flash of light and everyone disappeared. Xue Li stared coldly until everyone from the Star Realm retreated. Only then did he say, "We have to speed up." Fu Yu put away her divine bow and said, "It's about time." "How much longer?" Xue Li turned to look at her. "Based on the news we've received, 3 months at most." 3 months! The corners of Xue Li's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. "Then we'll let them enjoy these 3 months." His mind was floating, as if he was in the middle of a vast ocean. All kinds of ideas flashed through his mind, and strange pieces of information appeared. They were things he had never understood before, but now, for no reason at all, he had inexplicably comprehended them. After an unknown amount of time, when a ray of light appeared in this muddle-headed state, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. "Husband!" A soft cry rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw several faces looking at him. Their beautiful faces were filled with nervousness and concern. His little senior sister's eyes were a little red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried. "Husband!" Su Yen called out softly again. Although she tried her best to suppress it, her voice still trembled slightly. During the days that Yang Kai was unconscious, they had been by his side. Now that they saw that Yang Kai had woken up, they finally felt relieved. Great Elder Zhu Yan had said that as long as Yang Kai could wake up, then there would be no problems. However, if he remained unconscious forever, then it would be a little troublesome. After all, Yang Kai's injuries this time were related to the demon saint. It was completely different from before, and no one knew what would happen to him. Revealing a smile, Kai Yang reached out his hand to rub her face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yen seemed a bit reserved, but she still suppressed the shyness in her heart, and reached out to hold Kai Yang's hand, allowing him to rub her face. "Why are you still crying?" Yang Kai reached out his other hand and grabbed Xian Ning Chang's soft hair. "I'm fine." It would have been better if he didn't say so. Once he did, little senior sister's tears gushed out again. She lay on the bed, her shoulders shaking as she tried to suppress her sobs. Affected by her, Luo, Shuiyu, and even Zhu Qing's eyes turned red. They quietly turned their heads and secretly shed tears. Yang Kai comforted them one by one, but it was to no avail. Just as he was feeling helpless, a cold voice came from behind. "What are you crying for? He's not dead yet. Get out!" If it was someone else who said this, Su Yan and the others would definitely not listen, but it was Fu Si who said this, so how could they dare to disobey? This second elder had always been known for her coldness. Only in front of Yang Xiao would she show a trace of gentleness. Disobeying her would not end well. After exhorting Yang Kai a few words, the girls reluctantly left. Yang Kai climbed up from the bed. Zhu Yan, who followed Fu Xian, quickly said, "If you're not feeling well, just lie down. Don't move around." As he spoke, he coughed lightly. It was obvious that his injuries had not healed. Previously, he was shot by Fu Yu and injured by Huabu's self-destruction. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were not light. Yang Kai said, "I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I feel fine." It was indeed fine. Although he had just woken up, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, his body was filled with strength. He did not know what was going on. Zhu Yan was stunned and looked over with Fu Si. Seeing that Yang Kai was indeed not abnormal, they could not help but click their tongues in wonder. How could an ordinary high-ranked demon king survive after being targeted by a demon saint? However, Yang Kai had forcefully exchanged a blow with Shueli. Although the situation was a bit difficult, it was fortunate that he did not die. Who would have thought that there would be no after-effects? This was somewhat inconceivable. What made the two elders even more concerned was that Yang Kai's eyes had become much deeper. There seemed to be a restrained divine light, making people unable to see through them. "Is there something you two need?" Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. If there was not something, how could Zhu Yan not heal and instead wait for him to wake up? "There is indeed something I need to ask you." Zhu Yan nodded. "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. There was tea on the table. Yang Kai took out a teacup and poured it for them, pushing it in front of them. He also filled a cup for himself. As he sipped, he recalled the feeling of blocking Shueli's punch with his spear. While he was unconscious, that scene had appeared countless times, allowing him to faintly comprehend many things. Fu Si said bluntly, "The reason I came to find you this time is mainly to ask about your spear." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grasped the blue dragon's spear in his hand. He handed it to Fu Si and said with a smile, "Second elder, please take a look." An ancient and desolate dragon breath rushed towards him, as if a giant dragon had walked out of a scroll of history and arrived in front of him. The dragon race's origin in Fu Si's body actually jumped uncontrollably. He could not help but be startled as he hurriedly reached out to receive it. Zhu Yan also moved his head over and examined the black dragon's spear with Fu Tin. Outside the hall, Su Yan and the others walked out one by one. A group of people immediately surrounded them and asked about Yang Kai's situation. Su Yan told everyone that Yang Kai had woken up and the two dragon race elders were talking to him. Only then did everyone relax. Shan Qingluo saw a beautiful figure in the crowd and smiled. She walked to her side and gently poked her. "Elder sister, husband is fine." Ji Yao panicked and nodded. "And I heard it." Shan Qingluo sighed leisurely. "When husband was unconscious, he kept muttering the names of us sisters. It really hurts." Ji Yao forced out a smile. "Junior brother has you all in his heart. Even if he is unconscious, he will naturally think of you." Luo tilted his head and looked at her. "Elder sister is right." She raised a finger and pointed it at her red lips. She had a cute and innocent look on her face, but she was also very charming. "But elder sister, Lord husband also called your name." Ji Yao's tender body trembled and a blush appeared on her face. She asked in a panic, "Did he?" "Yes." Shan Qingluo blinked her big eyes and looked at her innocently. "What's going on? Elder sister, do you owe husband money?" "No, no such thing." Ji Yao's face turned even redder. She suddenly felt like her adultery had been seen through and was at a loss. Shan Qing Luo thoughtfully said, "Oh, then husband must be confused." Ji Yao forced a smile and said, "It's good that Brother Yang is awake. Honored Master is still waiting for me to report back. I'll take my leave first." Looking at Ji Yao's fleeing figure, Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She really was a thin-skinned person. Chapter 3742. Star Soul Palace. Demonic qi filled the air. The sacred land of martial arts in the Southern Territory had now become a demon land. In a large hall, a half-saint and a dozen or so demon kings sat cross-legged. Their faces were filled with resistance. These half-saint demon kings had all been injured in the battle a few days ago. Without exception, they were all injured by Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, their injuries were not serious. The half-saint's injury could even be said to be negligible. It was the blood demon half-saint who had a cut on his arm by Yang Kai. However, in the past few days, this blood demon half-saint discovered that his wound could not heal no matter what he did. A strange energy was corroding his flesh and blood. Not only did the originally small wound not heal, it even expanded. What made him feel even more hopeless was that the more he tried to suppress it, the more it backfired. Xueli stood in front of him with his eyes slightly lowered. A large hand was placed on his shoulder, and the vigorous aura of a demon saint overflowed. Suddenly, Xueli's expression brightened. He raised his large hand into a claw and sucked at the blood demon half-saint's wound. An arrow of blood shot out from the wound and was absorbed into his palm. When the blood arrow entered his hand, it seemed to have a life of its own. It turned into a blood-colored snake and burrowed into Xueli's palm. Xueli's expression froze. He was surprised, but he was not shocked or afraid. He urged his devil essence to wrap around the blood snake and held it in his palm. To the side, Fu Yu looked at Xueli in surprise. Although Xueli's expression did not reveal anything, she knew that this action had consumed a lot of Xueli's energy. There was even a faint trace of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. It was just healing someone, but it could make Xueli feel tired. What was it? Fu Yu's expression could not help but become serious. She looked at Xueli and asked, "What's going on?" Xueli stared deeply at the blood snake in his hand. He allowed it to writhe in his palm, but did not dare to touch it directly. His pupils shrank slightly as he said seriously, "True intent." "True intent?" Fu Yu was stunned, seeming to have heard something unbelievable. Even her voice involuntarily rose a little. "That brat actually comprehended true intent? Did you make a mistake?" Xueli looked at her leisurely. He did not speak, but his meaning was clear. Fu Yu also knew that Xueli wouldn't make a mistake on something like this. She sucked in a cold breath. No wonder. Thinking back to when Yang Kai had first appeared and fought against the stone demon half-saint, the stone demon half-saint was still killed on the spot. Although there were 3 girls helping him at that time, the 3 girls didn't play much of a role. The one who truly decided the outcome of that battle was Yang Kai himself. Previously, he was still thinking that the stone demon half-saint was only good-looking but useless. He had a half-saint cultivation, but in the end, he actually died at the hands of a demon king. He truly deserved to die. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the stone demon half-saint. It wasn't that the stone demon half-saint was weak, but that the brat had actually comprehended true intent. This kind of power was something that even the demon saint feared and yearned for. Even Xueli didn't dare to recklessly touch it, let alone a half-saint. How could one not die after being corroded by true intent? I missed a good opportunity. A cold light flashed through Xueli's eyes, adding a trace of annoyance. If he had known that Yang Kai had comprehended true intent, he would have killed him at all costs. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The wriggling blood snake in his hand shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although this was only a weak strand of true intent, it was not something he could easily refine. With his strength, he could only extract this strand of true intent from the injured blood demon at most. Furthermore, he could feel that this strand of Yang Kai's true intent was still very weak, but it had opened a new door. If Yan Kai was allowed to continue growing, he might have the strength to kill them in the future. That brat is only a demon king. How could he comprehend true intent? Fu Yu's face was ashen. She, a demon saint, couldn't do it, but Yan Kai had done it. Although she was angry, she was also envious. If he could comprehend this kind of power, then the first demon saint wouldn't be Huang Wuji, but her, feather demon Fu Yu. Shueli narrowed his eyes slightly. He disappeared for 3 years and seemed to have entered the demon territory. Before that, he didn't have this kind of power. It seems that he must have encountered some kind of opportunity in the demon territory. Demon territory? Fu Yu was shocked. If it was an opportunity in the demon territory, they should be the ones to obtain it. How could a human benefit so easily? She immediately felt extremely indignant. Master, save me! A cry came from the side, interrupting the conversation between the two demon saints. One of the demon kings could no longer endure the pain of the true intent of the martial way tormenting his body, and opened his mouth to ask for help. He watched as Shueli's actions caused the blood demon half-saint's originally painful expression to calm down. The demon saint master clearly had the ability to eliminate his pain. That strange power was wreaking havoc in his wounds, causing them to worsen without any signs of improvement. No matter how high his cultivation was or how strong his body was, it was useless. Shueli walked in front of the demon king and patted his shoulder. The strength was very light, as if he was just comforting him. However, when this palm landed, the demon king immediately turned into a puddle of thick blood. The stench of blood instantly filled the hall. The remaining demon kings who were waiting to be treated were dumbfounded. They never thought that Shueli would not only not save them, but also kill them. However, before they could understand what was going on, they all revealed expressions of pain. They all felt the blood in their bodies boil. The demon kings were shocked and cried out, Master! Shueli was indifferent. He only looked at them coldly. He was the blood demon and a demon saint. He was a peak expert who could control blood. With a single thought, the blood in the demon king's bodies was under his control. Fu Yu watched coldly from the side. She had no intention of stopping him because she knew that Shueli would not waste his energy on these demon kings. From what she saw just now, it would take a great deal of Shueli's energy to expel the true intent of the martial way from a clansman's body. A half-saint was worth saving, but a demon king was not. The cries of pain gradually turned into screams. Then, a series of muffled sounds rang out. All of the injured demon kings exploded into a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist did not dissipate, nor did any blood spill out. Instead, it condensed into a giant ball of blood in front of Shueli. If this was in the past, a blood ball like this would be a great supplement for Shueli. However, now that he knew the true intent of the martial way was hidden within, why would Shueli bother himself? With a wave of his hand, the blood ball flew out of the hall and landed somewhere unknown. Where's Huebo? Shueli wiped his hands. His hands were slender and long, like a woman's hands. They were clean and untainted. It would have been fine if Huebo had not been mentioned, but when Huebo was mentioned, Fu Yu became very angry. She said with a murderous expression, Who knows? He disappeared 3 days ago. He's probably hiding somewhere to heal. You can't do anything right. Shueli was obviously angry at Huebo as well. The two of them had a grudge since many years ago, and had always disliked each other. Now, his desire to kill Huebo was even more pitiful. He pondered for a moment and said, Find him and have him kill Yan Kai. Fu Yu said, It's not hard to find him, but it's probably not very possible to order him around. You know his guts? Shueli sneered. I can't order him around, but can that person also not order him around? A hint of fanaticism suddenly flashed through Fu Yu's eyes. She nodded slightly. I understand. If that's the case, he won't dare to disobey. However, if he goes alone and is killed by those 2 old dragons, our advantage will be gone. The corner of Shueli's mouth curled up. It doesn't matter. Kenyi is about to recover. Then I won't have to worry. Fu pursed her lips into a charming smile. When the second war of the two realms had begun, Qin had used himself as a bridge to connect the two realms and forcefully open a passage between the two realms. He had lured the demon saint and the demon race's army into the star realm, and had paid a great price. In the end, he had been heavily injured. He had been hiding in the dark to heal his wounds and had never shown himself. The star realm was already at a disadvantage in terms of top fighting strength. They were completely relying on the two great elders of the dragon race to support the situation. If Qin came out of seclusion, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another for the star realm. Outside the universe? In the side room, Fu Yu's eyes widened. She, who was usually cold and stern, suddenly revealed such a shocked expression. It was hilarious. Towering giants? Zhu Yan also had a shocked expression. The two great elders of the dragon race had long lifespans. Although they had spent most of their time on Dragon Island and didn't care about worldly affairs, this race was a noble creature that had existed since the beginning of the world. In terms of the race's accumulation and background, no other race could compare to them. On Dragon Island, there were many ancient books that recorded secrets unknown to others. The two elders had flipped through them when they had nothing to do for so many years. Not to mention that they both possessed the dragon race's origin, carrying the memories and experiences of their ancestors. It could be said that in the entire star realm, even the great emperors were inferior to them in terms of experience. However, after hearing Yang Kai's words, they were still quite shocked. You really went outside the universe? Fu Yu asked anxiously. I can't guarantee it, but there's an extremely high possibility. Yang Kai recalled his previous experience, and felt that there was no other reasonable explanation for the vast star field other than the universe. He had jumped out from the void crack in the demon territory. The demon territory was originally a universe, but after Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour it, this universe disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it was unintentionally connected to the outside world. What's outside the universe like? Fu Yu asked excitedly. Yang Kai scratched his head and didn't know how to describe it. Recalling everything he had seen, he sighed with emotion. Vast and boundless, outside the cage. Fu Yu immediately revealed a yearning expression. The two of you also know about the outside world? Yang Kai looked at them and asked. From Fu Yu's words just now, he could tell that they knew there was always someone better than them. Fu Yu and Zhu Yan looked at each other. The former nodded and said, There were only a few words recorded in the ancient books of the dragon race. However, the description was very vague, so we didn't dare to be sure. Chapter 37:43. He had a cold for a few days, his head was dizzy, snot and tears flowed out together. When it was serious, he couldn't even open his eyes. It was rumored that the first generation of dragons came from outside the universe and left behind the flame of life of their race in this world. However, this kind of thing happened too long ago, so long ago that even Zhu Yan and Fu Sui couldn't confirm the truth. However, hearing Yang Kai's words at this moment, they had some confidence in the matter recorded in the ancestral records. What about that giant? Zhu Yan stroked the black dragon's spear. Was this spear gifted by that giant? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. Recalling that giant called Ada, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Now that he thought about it, he was still shocked by what he saw that day. His 100-Zhang dragon body was already a huge monster, but in front of that charmingly naive Ada, he was as insignificant as an insect. He didn't know what kind of race it was to be able to give birth to such a huge body. Fortunately, Ada didn't have any evil intentions, otherwise Yang Kai wouldn't have returned alive. The two elders glanced at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed the black dragon's spear. The spear covered in dragon scales suddenly flashed with light. The dragon breath in the spear seemed like a sleeping dragon slowly waking up, causing the dragon race origin in Zhu Yan and Fu Sui's body to throb. Zhu Yan coughed lightly again. Great Elder's injury. Yang Kai looked at his abdomen, there was a faint trace of blood. Although it's nothing serious, it will take some time to recuperate. Zhu Yan waved his hand, indicating that his injury was nothing serious. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Maybe I can help the Great Elder recover as soon as possible, or even, let the two of you increase your strength." As soon as these words came out, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui looked at him in astonishment. The two of them had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and their strength had reached their current level. It was extremely difficult for them to make any further progress. The dragon race's strength did not depend on cultivation alone. Instead, it required them to stimulate the origin energy in their bodies. The more complete the fusion of the origin energy, the more powerful they would be. Ordinary dragon blood flower was already useless to them. Only the highest quality dragon blood flower could fuse with their origin a little. However, the highest quality dragon blood flower could only be found by chance. Even with the power of the Dragon Island, they could only cultivate a few dragon blood flowers in a few thousand years. Last time, all of them were swept away by Yang Kai. If he couldn't rely on the dragon blood flower, his bitter cultivation would be useless. He could only wait for time to settle down. Now that they suddenly heard Yang Kai say such words, their first reaction was disbelief, but when they thought of the 300-meter-long dragon body Yang Kai had revealed in Star Soul Palace 3 days ago, Zhu Yan and Fu Tan couldn't help but feel their hearts burn with passion. They still remembered that the last time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique, his dragon body was only 300 meters long. It was inconceivable that he could grow to 300 meters in just a dozen years. Since Yang Kai could do it, they might be able to as well. They suddenly realized that Yang Kai had the origin energy of the golden divine dragon in his body. With the fusion of the origin energy, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance and memories of the dragon race's ancestors. Perhaps he had seen some profound secrets from it. "How confident are you?" Fu Tan suppressed the excitement in his heart, but his shining eyes revealed everything. "That will depend on your endurance." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhu Yan chuckled and said, "If there is really such a good thing, this old man will let you experience the endurance of the dragon race." He and Fu Tan were fighting against 3 demon saint. Although they could barely maintain the situation over the past few years, they had suffered many losses. There were many times when the husband and wife duo relied on their joint attack technique to make Shueli and the others hesitate to attack and temporarily avoid their attacks. If they could really increase their strength while healing, then they wouldn't have to endure this. When the time came, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage when fighting 2 against 3. Even if they couldn't take back the initiative in this battle, they wouldn't be so passive at the very least. "All right, there is no time to lose. Let me prepare a little before we depart." Yang Kai put away the black dragon's spear and stood up. "Where are we going?" Zhu Yan looked at him suspiciously. "Dragon Island." At this critical juncture, Yang Kai and the 2 elders of the dragon race had to make a trip to Dragon Island, and a conservative estimate was that it would take at least a month. Such a confidential matter naturally couldn't be casually announced. No one could guarantee that there weren't any remnants of the demon sky path among the many armies in the star boundary. If the news was leaked, the demon saint would definitely take action when the 2 elders of the dragon race returned to Dragon Island. At that time, no one would be able to stop the attacks of Shueli and the others. From beginning to end, only Li Wei knew about this matter. It was announced to the public that Yang Kai and Great Elder Zhu Yan were in seclusion to heal their injuries. Fortunately, there was a space array, so they could come and go without a trace. After a simple handover, Yang Kai, Zhu Yan, and Fu Tan embarked on the road back to Dragon Island. A day later, the 3 of them entered the small world of Dragon Island and headed straight for Dragon Palace without stopping. At this moment, Zhu Yan and Fu Tan finally understood Yang Kai's plan. In the spacious and cold dragon hall, many huge dragons coiled around the pillars. In the darkness, many pairs of dragon eyes looked down. The figures of the huge dragons were faintly discernible, and they were filled with awe-inspiring dragon might. "You want to borrow the power of the dragon's soul?" Zhu Yan turned to look at Yang Kai. "Is there any other way besides this?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. This secret technique was only recently comprehended. It wasn't taught by anyone, but it was comprehended from the golden divine dragon's origin power in his body. The origin power seemed to carry this secret technique, but Yang Kai hadn't fused with it enough before, so he couldn't pry into its mysteries. Now that he had cultivated in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years, his dragon form had grown to 100 feet long, and his fusion with the origin power was much stronger than before. The information contained in the origin power was no longer obscure. There were 2 forbidden areas on Dragon Island. One was Dragon Palace, the other was Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb was the burial ground of the dragons. Basically, all the dragon race would be buried there after death. That was the tomb of the dragon race for countless years, burying the skeletons of many dragons. Only the great elders of the dragon race were an exception. The great elders were the strongest of the dragon race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding and continuing the inheritance of the dragon race. After the great elders of each generation died, their dragon bodies would enter the dragon tomb, but their dragon souls would remain in Dragon Palace, silently guarding Dragon Island. In Dragon Palace, there were now more than a dozen heroic souls of the great elders of the dragon race. These dragon souls still retained their majestic appearance when they were alive, but their consciousness was no longer there, only a trace of instinct left. They could be considered dead. Even if they were dead, they were still the heroic souls of their ancestors, and couldn't be blasphemed. Yang Kai said, "Star Boundary needs the 2 of you now. If the 2 of you can't protect yourselves, how can you protect Star Boundary? If something happens to Star Boundary, there will be no eggs left unscathed. Now we have no choice but to do this. I believe that the spirits of the great elders in heaven will not blame us. Instead, they will be very gratified." Zhu Yan frowned, a hesitant look on his face. Although he knew that Yang Kai was right, it was inevitable that he would hesitate at this point. Instead, it was Fu Si who was more open-minded and advised via voice transmission. "Little Kid Yang is right. You're already injured now. If you don't hurry up and heal your injuries, then the situation we have to deal with will probably be even more difficult once those devil bastards are free. Shower is still young. If there's no pure land in this world, then how will Shower grow up?" Having lived together for countless years, Fu Tin naturally understood Zhu Yan the most. With Yang Xiao, this great weapon of mass destruction, Zhu Yan finally let out a long sigh. "Forget it. If the spirits of the ancestors in heaven blame us, this old man will take responsibility." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "This is for the sake of the world. How can the seniors blame you? Moreover, this is also the wish of the seniors." Finished speaking, his expression turned solemn and a loud dragon roar sounded. Golden light flashed in the hall, and the cold dragon hall was instantly filled with golden brilliance, adding a trace of warmth. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai transformed into a 1,000-feet-long giant dragon, exuding an unparalleled dragon might. Complex dragon language was spat out from his mouth, echoing in the hall, as if it had caused some kind of resonance. The dragon souls coiled around the surrounding pillars raised their heads and roared. Huge figures swooped down and coiled around Yang Kai, wriggling slowly under their feet. The 2 great elders were dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Yang Kai possessed the power of the golden divine dragon source, they were still shocked to see this scene. The dragon race was proud and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. When had they ever bowed their heads to other creatures? But now, the dragon souls of the great elders of the dragon race were like subjects prostrating at the feet of their king. The complex dragon language became even more hurried, like a violent storm. And as Yang Kai chanted, a strange sound came from the depths of the dragon hall. The 2 great elders of the dragon race revealed a shocked expression and turned their heads to look in that direction. What they saw was that in the deepest part of the dragon hall, there was a piece of ground slowly floating up. Zhu Yan couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Although the dragon hall was a forbidden area on Dragon Island, he had entered and exited here many times, but only today did he know that there was another mystery in the dragon hall. Something that even Zhu Yan didn't know. Needless to say, Fu Tin couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" Zhu Yan shook his head. Rumble, as the ground floated up, the entire dragon hall shook, as if it could collapse at any time. Finally, at a certain moment, the strange sound stopped, and the shaking dragon hall also stabilized. And in the vision of the two elders there was something like a pool in the depths of the dragon hall. The pool seemed to be connected with the dragon hall. It was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. At a glance, it was obvious that it was an ancient object of the flowing time great emperor. Extremely complicated patterns were engraved on it. Zhu Yan and Fu Tin recognized at a glance that those complicated patterns were the dragon language, but with the two of them, they couldn't figure out the profound meaning contained in them. Do you think that the dragon souls of the great elders of the past were left here just to protect Dragon Island? Yang Kai's buzzing voice echoed in the hall. They were guarding against the decline of the dragon race. How many years of waiting, how many years of silence, just for today's rise. While speaking, Yang Kai pointed his hand and shouted, "Go!" As soon as he said this, the many dragon souls coiling around him seemed to have received some kind of guidance. They raised their heads and roared, soared their bodies, and rushed towards the pool. The dragon souls plunged into the pool one after another, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. And in the originally empty pool, some thick amber liquid gradually appeared. Chapter 37:44. And, as expected, he had a fever and would probably need at least a week to fully recover. What a tragedy. The pool was not very large, only around 100 feet in radius at most. However, the dragon souls that were several hundred feet in length and even over 1,000 feet in length all disappeared into the pool, and the amount of viscous amber-colored liquid in the pool also gradually increased. When the last dragon soul that was hundreds of feet long entered the pool, the liquid in the pool was almost full. Dragon Transformation Pool! This is the Dragon Transformation Pool! Zhu Yan was so excited that his face turned red as he muttered in a low voice. Even his body was trembling slightly. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the dragon race was different from the Dragon Transformation Pool in the outside world. It was rumored in the outside world that there was a mystical place in this world that could allow strange beasts with dragon bloodlines to transform into dragons, allowing them to leap over the dragon gate. This so-called mystical place was called the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, in the ancestral records of the dragon race, the real Dragon Transformation Pool was not like that at all, but what he saw in front of him. Zhu Yan did not know what this pool hidden in the depths of the Dragon Palace was, but after seeing the dragon souls of the past great elders fusing into it, and transforming into pure dragon marrow, how could he not remember? It was rumored that the dragon god had once created the Dragon Transformation Pool. As long as the Dragon Transformation Pool was not destroyed, the dragon race would not be extinguished. The importance of the Dragon Transformation Pool to the dragon race was self-evident. Zhu Yan did not understand what this sentence meant before, but now he finally understood. With this Dragon Transformation Pool, how could the dragon race be annihilated? Perhaps it would decline, but as long as there was enough accumulation, there would be a time for it to rise again. If we don't enter now, then when? Yang Kai turned to look at the two elders of the dragon race. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi looked at each other and flew out together. In midair, dragon roars shook the sky. An azure dragon and an ice dragon revealed their true forms and rushed straight for the Dragon Transformation Pool. The two great elders both had 10th order dragon veins, and their true forms were around 500 to 600 meters long. Although they were not as large as Yang Kai and the first-generation Dragon Clan elders' 1,000-meter-long dragon bodies, they were still behemoths. However, the pools seemed to have the effect of storing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. When the huge dragon entered it, it immediately disappeared. Soon after, a muffled groan came from the Dragon Transformation Pool, as if it had suffered some great pain. Yang Kai strode towards the Dragon Transformation Pond, and when he got close, he looked down and saw two giant dragons that had shrunk countless times in size swimming in the pond. Every time they wriggled, ripples would appear on the surface of the thick dragon marrow liquid, and dragon roars constantly rang out. Zhu Yan and Fu Jin were obviously not having a good time. If one wanted to obtain more power, it was naturally impossible to do so without a price. Although the dragon marrow liquid in the Dragon Transformation Pool was very magical, if one couldn't withstand the torture of washing one's muscles and marrow, how could one become stronger? Yang Kai sat cross-legged beside the dragon transformation pool and grinned at the two dragons in the pool. Both of you can enjoy it. That malicious smile made Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai made hand seals with his claws, and the complicated dragon language sounded again. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi didn't have time to think too much. An even louder dragon roar came from the pool, and the two dragons continued to roll. Countless small wounds appeared on their sturdy bodies, and the dragon marrow liquid flowed into their bodies from the wounds, stimulating the origin power in their bodies. High Heaven Palace, on top of a spirit peak, a graceful figure stood on a stone platform, looking towards the south. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her beautiful face, adding a trace of loneliness and sadness. As the wind blew, her black hair fluttered, and as she breathed in the slightly cold air, a chill ran down her spine. At Lan Xun's feet, a palm-sized little person pulled at her trousers and climbed up. It took a lot of effort for him to climb to her shoulder. Panting, he sat down on Lan Xun's shoulder and looked into the distance with her. "Am I useless?" Lan Xun suddenly asked, her eyes slightly red. Her father was dead, and the foundation he left behind was now gone. Her lofty dream of reviving the glory of Star Soul Palace had now become a fool's dream. With no direction in the future, she didn't know what to do. The little person couldn't speak, and after a while, Lan Xun shed tears. The little person was a little flustered, raising her two small hands to catch the tears that were bigger than her fists, her face flushed red with anxiety. Lan Xun suddenly raised her hand to wipe her eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed her tumbling emotions. Light footsteps came from behind her, and Xiao Chen's weak voice came. "Princess, you came here again." Lan Xun turned her back to him and whispered, "The scenery of High Heaven Palace is good." Xiao Chen came to her side, stood side by side with her, looked around for a while, and said with a smile, "It's still a little worse than the Divine Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Princess, please forgive me, I didn't mean." Lan Xun smiled and waved her hand. "It doesn't matter, the demon race is huge, the outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. The one who laughs last is the winner." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's good that Princess thinks so. We will take back the Divine Palace one day." "Yes, we will take it back." Lan Xun agreed casually. She didn't want to take it back, but now that Star Soul Palace had become a demon land, even if they took it back, what could they do? Without dispelling the demon intent in that land, who could survive there for a long time? Ah! The little one gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, as if cheering for Lan Xun. Lan Xun smiled and reached out to touch the little one's face. Fortunately, this little one had been with her these days, otherwise she didn't know if she could have persevered. With her, there was hope for everything. Xiao Chen turned his head and stared at the little one. Even though he knew that she was just the universe pagoda spirit, he still felt that it was incredible. The little one seemed to be unable to bear the gaze of others. Being stared at by Xiao Chen like this, her face turned red and she was at a loss. Her little body twisted and turned into a mimosa plant, and then disappeared into Lan Xun's body. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the side of Lan Xun's face, and the thick melancholy almost covered her cheeks. Why did the little girl of the past have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that made most people feel despair? The carefree princess of the Southern Territory in the past had a determination on her pretty face that many people didn't have before. Many years ago, in Star Soul Palace, a little boy met a little girl for the first time. The boy said loudly, "Follow me from now on, I will protect you." The little girl giggled. "I will become stronger, I can really protect you." The little boy's expression was very serious. Xiao Chen felt a little distressed. He wanted to take her into his arms and shelter her from the wind and rain, so that she could put down the heavy burden on her shoulders. "The sun has set, I will go back first." "Brother, you also go back early to rest, your injuries are not healed yet." Lan Xun smiled at Xiao Chen and turned to leave. The hand that Xiao Chen had just raised fell down sadly. Looking at the darkness that was gradually swallowing the light, he clenched his hands into fists. I must become stronger. I must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I share her burdens and solve her problems, so that I won't feel so powerless. Eastern Territory, savage, desolate, ancient land. The 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race commanded the 3 monster race legions. Most of the soldiers under them were monster race or had monster race blood. There were very few real humans. The stone mongoose race and wood spirit race that originally lived in the savage, desolate, ancient land were also under the command of Luan Feng and the others. In the many battles against the demon race, the stone mongoose race played a huge role. Each of the 9 stone mongoose race killed countless enemies, and the little wood spirits of the wood spirit race's healing ability was valued by Luan Feng and the others. Who knew how many soldiers were saved by them? Now, to the 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race, whether it was the stone mongoose race or the wood spirit race, they were all treasures, especially the wood spirit race. They would not allow them to be in danger. They were usually the priority targets of protection. Because of this, although the previous battles were tragic, the stone mongoose race and the wood spirit race did not suffer any casualties. At this moment, in Feng Luo Palace, Luan Feng, Fan Yi, and Sung Go were all present. A monster general was kneeling in front of the palace, saying something. When he finished, Luan Feng suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The monster general quickly said, "Reporting to Saint Venerable, this subordinate definitely did not see wrong. This subordinate has been keeping an eye on the Blood Gate all these years. Previously, there was indeed some strange movement at the Blood Gate. Although it was not obvious, this subordinate dares to guarantee that it is true. Tell me in detail." The monster general did not dare to delay and quickly described what he saw. All these years, he had been ordered to guard the place where the blood door was located and monitor the movements. No one knew the situation there better than him. Since the blood door disappeared, it had been almost 30 years, and it had always been abnormally peaceful. Who would have thought that some time ago, there would suddenly be a strange power coming from the place where the blood door was located? He had sensed it, and verified it several times. After confirming that it was not his illusion, he hurriedly came to report. However, this was all he knew. He did not know anything more. After listening, Luan Feng glanced at Fan Yi and saw that Fan Yi was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and there was no need for communication. Fan Yi stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." In any case, any strange movement at the Blood Gate was a big deal for the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in the savage wild ancient land: "Enter the Blood Gate, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit." The Blood Gate was a sacred place for all the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. That was because there was a celestial execution palace there, and the celestial execution palace was sealed with the origin energy of countless ancient divine spirits. The monster race of the savage wild ancient land had more or less inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine spirits. These bloodlines were hidden in their flesh and blood and could not be awakened. However, if they could obtain the divine spirit source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, they could perfectly merge with it and become a divine spirit, restoring the glory of their ancestors. This saying had been passed down for countless generations, but no one had been able to enter the Blood Gate for so many years. That was until a few decades ago, when a little girl named Zhang Ruoshi entered the Blood Gate with a little stone mongoose. Since then, the Blood Gate had disappeared. Thinking back to that day, Zhang Ruoshi was clearly just an origin returning realm cultivator and could not withstand a single blow from Luan Feng and the others. However, when Yang Kai was forced into a desperate situation, she suddenly erupted, awakening her bloodline and summoning the heavenly punishment sword to kill Shihua. She then reached out and took Shihua's source strength. A dignified divine spirit, one of the 4 great monster race holy masters in the savage wild ancient land, was powerless in front of her. Chapter 37:45. Even now, the Luan Feng and the others still shuddered when they thought about it. It was rumored that the power of heaven's punishment was extremely effective against divine spirits, and was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. They were originally skeptical about this rumor, but after seeing Zhang Ruoxi take away the stone fire essence with her own eyes, how could they remain skeptical? Now that the situation in the star boundary was critical, and the blood door was acting strangely, they really didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse for the monster race in the ancient wild land. Although Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were very close in the past, so many years had passed and her bloodline had awakened. If she came out of the blood door now, no one could say for sure what kind of attitude she would have towards divine spirits. If she were to kill all the divine spirits in the world like she did in ancient times, the Luan Feng and the others would be the first to die. The three monster race Saint Seniors moved extremely quickly and arrived at the place where the blood door had disappeared in less than 2 hours after leaving Feng Luo Palace. Before they even got close, the Luan Feng frowned. Looking down from the sky, she saw countless monster beasts running through the jungle and mountains below, all of them gathering in one direction. Most of these monster beasts weren't very strong and hadn't gained sentience yet, so they would only follow their instincts after being affected. The direction they were heading towards was where the blood door was. It seemed that there was indeed some movement at the blood door, otherwise, why would these monster beasts act like this? When they arrived at the mountain where the blood door was located, they saw even more monster beasts gathered here, and many monster beasts were rushing over. Sure enough, there's movement. Sung Dog frowned and stared at the mountain peak. He vaguely felt that there was indeed a trace of energy escaping from the mountain peak. This trace of energy was insignificant, but it was enough to make the monster beasts gathered here fight for it. As a result, a bloody battle broke out, and the weaker monster beasts were killed one after another, dyeing the entire mountain peak red with blood. But it doesn't look like it will open for the time being. Fan Hua looked pensive. The blood door was still nowhere to be seen. Only beams of strange energy diffused from another space. It was a sign that the blood door was about to reopen. No one knew how long it would take for it to fully open. There will be a day when it opens, Luan Feng said worriedly. We have to inform Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain Zhang Ruoxi, it would be Yang Kai. Decades ago, Zhang Ruoxi had killed Shihua with her feeble strength and had been cultivating in the blood sect for many years. Who knew what kind of strength she would have when she came out? Luan Feng was also afraid that Zhang Ruoxi would kill her as soon as she came out. It would be best if Yang Kai could watch from the side when Zhang Ruoxi came out. Then send someone to the High Heaven Palace. Fan Wu nodded. I heard that the demon race attacked Star Soul Palace more than half a month ago. On the day of the battle, he returned from demon territory. Now that there was a space array that connected the 4 territories, it was convenient to exchange information between them. There was no reason for the Eastern Territory to be unaware of what had happened more than 10 days ago. The Luan Feng shook her head and said, This matter is of great importance. I will go there personally. No matter what, I must have him come here to oversee this place. Fan Wu pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right. Luan Feng immediately set off and rushed to the High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help regretting that she had destroyed Phoenix Net Palace's space array. Now, if she wanted to go anywhere else, she would have to go to the Stone Mongoose clan's former residence. Only there was a space array that could cross territory arranged by Yang Kai later. By the time Luan Feng arrived at the High Heaven Palace, half a day had passed. Seeing Hua Qingxi, she explained the purpose of her visit and learned that Yang Kai was in seclusion to heal and couldn't be disturbed. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for more than 10 days, she still couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. In desperation, she could only ask Hua Qingxi to pass on a message to him to immediately go to the ancient wild lands after he came out. Hua Qingxi naturally agreed. In the depths of the Dragon Palace, in the Dragon Transformation Pool, the roars of the Azure Dragon and the Ice Dragon never stopped for a moment. Even the 2 elders of the dragon race had completely lost their voice after a month of pain. There was still half a foot of dragon marrow liquid left in the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Kai had been chanting the dragon language until now. The complex patterns engraved around the dragon transformation pool were constantly flashing and releasing a strange power, helping Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi absorb the dragon marrow liquid. The time it took to consume the dragon marrow liquid was much later than expected. Until 1.5 months later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped chanting, a trace of deep exhaustion appearing on his face. The dragon form that he had maintained for so long also dissipated at this moment, and he once again returned to his human form. In the dragon transformation pool, there was no sound. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi seemed to have died, even their auras were extremely weak. At a certain moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the weak auras of the two elders of the dragon race suddenly soared. Two rays of light, one azure and one white, shot out from the dragon transformation pool. Once free, the azure dragon's body suddenly expanded, and its body that was originally about 600 feet suddenly turned into a giant of 100 feet. Although the white dragon's body was smaller, the difference was not by much. Dragon pressure filled the dragon palace, and the two huge dragon heads entangled with each other. The dragon roar was filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, then threw a recovery spirit pill into his mouth and smiled. The two dragons seemed to have felt his gaze and rushed over, and when they got close, they both turned into their human forms and revealed their true appearances. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Congratulations to the two of you." He then looked at Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder has become much younger." Although Zhu Yan was not considered an old man, his appearance was almost equivalent to an ordinary person about 50 to 60 years old. However, after 1.5 months in the dragon transformation pool, Zhu Yan's current appearance was only about 30 to 40 years old. He was in the prime of his life, and his original white hair had turned black. Fu Tianyi's change was not very big, but he was obviously a few years younger. The two elders looked at each other, and actually half knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Greetings to Dragon God Master! Many thanks to Dragon God Master!" To be able to open the dragon transformation pool and make the heroic souls of the past elders willingly enter the pool to transform into dragon marrow liquid, such means could only be done by the legendary dragon god, and the dragon transformation pool was created by the dragon god himself. The power of the golden divine dragon was also the power of the dragon god. According to legend, he was the one who continued the bloodline of the dragon race. Without him, there would be no dragon race in this world. Because of this, he was also called the ancestral dragon by the dragon race. It was absolutely impossible for the proud dragon race to lower their heads to a human. In the past, because of Fu Xian, the martial beast had a falling out with the dragon race, but the dragon race had never backed down. However, the current Yang Kai was no longer a simple human to the dragon race, but the inheritor of the dragon god's power. Even the two elders of the dragon race did not dare to be disrespectful. Glancing at them, Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a smile, "There is no need for the two of you to be like this. This is the legacy of the past elders of the dragon race, and it is appropriate for you to use it now. I am not the dragon god, I was just lucky enough to obtain the power of the dragon god." With the stimulation of the golden divine dragon's power of origin in his body, the many messages contained in the dragon god's power of origin gradually awakened, so Yang Kai was not too surprised by Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu's attitude at this moment. He chuckled. "What's more, I am Xiao's adoptive father, and you are Xiao's biological parents, so you are not outsiders." Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu stood up and looked at each other. Zhu Yan smiled and said, "That's true." In their hearts they were relieved. Facing the inheritor of the dragon god, they did not dare to be disrespectful, but Yang Kai had not grown up yet. If they were asked to always be respectful to Yang Kai in the future, they would not be able to bear it. But now, it was for the best. "This matter is over, but we don't know what will happen in the outside world. Don't delay, let's go out quickly." Yang Kai stood up and walked out. Although he was still weak, he had taken a spirit pill and was quickly recovering. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu followed. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Yan said, "Since you already know that it is the dragon god's power of origin, then the other one, Su Yan? Yang Kai paused and turned back with a smile. When we go back this time, I will help her awaken the Phoenix ancestor's power of origin. It really is her. Fu Xiu revealed a look of understanding. He had suspected it before, but after all, he was not sure. Now that he heard it from Yang Kai, he knew that his guess was right. How much do you know about the Dragon God and the Phoenix ancestor? Yang Kai asked. Although the golden divine dragon source in his body had been greatly awakened, allowing him to learn many things that he did not know before, he still knew nothing about the origins of the Dragon God and the Phoenix ancestor. What puzzled him even more was how these two died back then, and in a low-level world like the central capital. Yang Kai and Su Yan's dragon and phoenix inheritances were first obtained in that world, and then they were completed in Tong Xian Realm's Dragon Valley and Phoenix Nest. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "We don't know about this, there is no record of it in the ancestral records." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It doesn't matter, there will be a day when we figure it out." The Phoenix ancestor's power in his body had not been fully awakened yet, and when it was, everything should be clear. Right now, what he had to deal with was the demon race. After leaving Dragon Island, Yang Kai parted ways with Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. The two dragon race elders had been suppressed by the demon saint for years, so they had been suppressing their anger for a long time with nowhere to vent. Now that they had Yang Kai's help, their strength had greatly increased, so they naturally wanted to take revenge and test their own strength. A battle of this level was not something that Yang Kai could intervene in. After congratulating them on their victory, Yang Kai stepped into the space array. After Yang Kai left, the two dragon race elders turned to look in a certain direction before transforming into their dragon forms and flying off. They were not afraid that they would not be able to find Xueli and the others. Now that the 10 great demon caves were guarded by the demon towers, they were connected to each other. As long as they caused a ruckus in any of the demon caves, Xueli and the others would naturally come. Xueli probably would not have thought that Zhu Yan would recover from his injuries in such a short time. On the other hand, Wabu, who had suffered a blow from Fu Tin more than a month ago, was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate at this moment. 2 against 2, and after their strength had greatly increased, Zhu Yan and Fu Tin secretly decided to give Xueli and Fu Yu a big surprise. Chapter 3746. After returning to the High Heaven Palace through the space array, Hua Qingxi came to report the matter of the ancient wild lands. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately set off for the Eastern Territory. The current situation in the star boundary was not very good. Although the two great elders of the dragon race had greatly increased their strength after being purified by the dragon transformation pool, overall, the entire star boundary was still in a precarious situation. If there was one more master at this time, the situation might be very different. Yang Kai could not estimate how strong Zhang Ruoxi was now, but she had awakened the Tianxing bloodline and had been in seclusion for so many years. If she really came out, her strength would definitely not be too weak. What's more, she had brought Xiao Xiao in. The Stone Mongoose clan was also the descendant of an ancient divine spirit, and that divine spirit was a famous existence. Yang Kai was looking forward to the changes in Xiao Xiao and Zhang Ruoxi. When he arrived, he met with Luan Feng and the others. After asking a little, he found out that there was only a slight anomaly here and the blood door had not really appeared. Yang Kai could somewhat understand the feelings of Luan Feng and the others. After all, in ancient times, Tianxing had beheaded many divine spirits. Even after so many years, the supreme deterrence still existed. The fear and dread that originated from the bloodlines still existed. They were more or less on guard against the descendant of Tianxing who was about to come out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Luan Feng and the others were a little relieved. No matter what, he had to stay here and not leave before Zhang Ruoxi came out. Fortunately, Yang Kai had nothing to do now. The GZ army was handed over to Hyoji, and the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi. The battle with the demon race would not be resolved in a short time, so he agreed. He also wanted to welcome Zhang Ruoxi when she came out of seclusion. Come to think of it, several decades had passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl that he had brought out of the Zhang family had now become an existence that even the holy spirits were very concerned about. His ears still seemed to be ringing with the crisp sound of her greeting, as well as the warmth of her red lips just before they parted. He sent a message to the High Heaven Palace, informing Hua Qingxi that he would be staying in the savage, desolate ancient land for a period of time. If there was anything important, she should inform him immediately. One day later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a mountain peak a dozen li away from the blood door, facing it. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as light footsteps landed on the ground. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at the woman who had landed beside him. Her expression was cold, and she was dressed in a pure white dress. She was like a lotus flower, untainted by dust. He smiled and said, "Senior sister." Su Yan gazed towards a spot a dozen kilometers away. "Is that the blood door?" Yang Kai nodded and said, But there's only a trace of it now. It hasn't completely opened yet, and I don't know when it will open. There are so many monster beasts. Were they attracted by that aura?" Su Yan looked at the monster beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The monster beasts in the savage, desolate ancient land are basically descendants of ancient exotic beasts. Although they haven't awakened their sentience, their instincts tell them that there is something over there that can make them stronger." Su Yan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. "Is that girl named Zhang Ruoxi inside? I heard that she is a descendant of Tian Xing?" Su Yan didn't know much about Zhang Ruoxi and had never seen her before. She had only heard Yang Kai mention her once. "Yes." Yang Kai sighed, recalling the scene when Zhang Ruoxi killed Shihua. Who would have thought that such a delicate girl would have such a powerful bloodline hidden in her body? Su Yan turned her head and looked at him. "I also heard that Tian Xing is the nemesis of all divine spirits. In ancient times, it killed all the divine spirits in the world. I also have a divine spirit essence in my body. If she comes out of seclusion, will she kill me?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "How could that be? Ancient times are ancient times, and now is the present. Although that girl has Tian Xing's bloodline, she is a different person from the Tian Xing of that era. Just like how he inherited the dragon god's essence, he was still Yang Kai. Who knows?" Su Yan didn't comment. "Maybe she will see me with you and kill me in a fit of anger." Yang Kai looked at her in amazement and said in disbelief, "Senior sister, are you jealous?" Su Yan's white face blushed as she tilted her head and said, "Of course not, don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned silently and reached out to take Su Yan's little hand, pulling her into his arms as she cried out in surprise. Su Yan's face turned even redder, and she twisted her body slightly. "Don't mess around, oh!" Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened and her strength to resist gradually disappeared. She sighed in her heart and slowly closed her eyes. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't go too far and soon let go of her and gently hugged her. This rare tenderness and tranquility made Su Yan completely relax. She rested her head on Yang Kai's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat, curling up like a kitten. There were no words, no passionate movements, just a peaceful embrace, but at this moment she had the whole world. After a while, Su Yan opened her eyes and said with a look of nostalgia, "I should go back and cultivate." She had received a message from Yang Kai and rushed here. She didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't want to do anything to her. Although she was reluctant to part with him, in this chaotic world, this moment of tenderness was already a great gift. How could she dare ask for more? Yang Kai sighed and said, "You don't have to work so hard, I'll take care of everything." Over the years, the women around him had all been desperately cultivating in order to catch up with his pace. They didn't say anything, but how could Yang Kai not see it? This was especially true for Su Yan. As Yang Kai's first woman, she had put in more effort than anyone else. Su Yan quietly leaned on Yang Kai's shoulder and said softly, "Your pace is too fast, the sisters can't share your burdens, but at least they won't be a burden to you." Yang Kai wanted to say something more, but Su Yen raised a finger and blocked his mouth. This is what everyone wants, you can't stop it, and we're all cultivators, how can we not cultivate properly? Yang Kai grabbed her finger and sighed slightly. Alright, but you have to keep an eye on them, don't let them be too impatient. On the road of the martial Tao, haste makes waste, it's not good to leave behind any hidden dangers. I know. You too. And Su Yen got up. I really have to go. Yang Kai just held her hand and looked at her with a smile. Those tender and sweet eyes almost made Su Yen melt. Struggling in the depths of her heart, she almost begged. Let me go, if you feel lonely, I can ask them to accompany you. After saying this, she smiled again. But I don't think they will. Shan Qing Luo and the others had all gone into retreat. At this time, no one would come. A short separation, only for a long time in the future. Women had always been greedy. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled mischievously. For this matter, it's useless for them to come. Su Yen was a little flustered, looking left and right, a difficult expression appearing on her face. What do you want? Although there was no one here, there were monster beasts everywhere. Perhaps one day, some of these monster beasts would gain sentience and take human form. At that time they would recall what they saw today. In the bedroom, she could open her heart and mind to cooperate and let Yang Kai do whatever he wanted, but in here, she absolutely couldn't. She couldn't understand why this man was entangled with her today. It was a little troublesome, but more than that, it was sweet. Yang Kai smiled mischievously. Senior sister, you misunderstood, I called you here today for an important matter. Su Yen frowned, looking at him with a face full of distrust. Yang Kai pulled her over and sat her down in front of him, whispering softly. Guard your mind, clear your mind, no matter what happens in your heart. For Su Yen, who cultivated an ice attribute secret art, this kind of thing was no more difficult than eating or drinking. Almost instinctively, she formed a seal and quickly entered an ethereal state. No matter what happens, don't be too surprised. Yang Kai said as he raised a finger and touched Su Yan's forehead. His movements were slow and gentle, and it looked like he was caressing her. However, when he touched her, a resounding dragon roar resounded between the heavens and earth as a golden dragon rushed out from Yang Kai's body and poured into Su Yan's body. In an instant, Su Yan's beautiful eyes widened and her body seemed to be struck by lightning, her pupils dilating rapidly as the whole world turned upside down. With a crash, the sound of wings unfurling rang out. Behind Su Yen, a beautiful and flawless ice phoenix, whose entire body seemed to be cast from white jade, suddenly appeared and let out a shrill cry. This cry was clear and resonant, piercing through the clouds and resounding throughout the world. Inside Feng Luo Palace, the Luan Feng was rubbing her head, a look of unease on her face. Fan Ke and Sang Gu were also present. Although they had called Yang Kai over, the three saint seniors of the monster race were still a little worried and were currently discussing what to do if the descendant of Tianxing was born and refused to acknowledge him. However, before they could reach a conclusion, the clear and melodious phoenix cry reached their ears. The Luan Feng suddenly stood up and looked around in surprise, feeling the source strength in her body begin to stir uncontrollably. What happened? Fan Ke's expression also changed upon seeing this and asked nervously. Something that could make the Luan Feng act like this was definitely not a trivial matter. His heart clenched as he asked in amazement. Tianxing has appeared? If Tianxing had appeared, why hadn't he sensed it? Sanggu's face was a little pale as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me, didn't you hear it? The Luan Feng looked at the two in amazement. Hear what? A phoenix cry. Fan Ke and Sanggu breathed a sigh of relief before exchanging a glance with each other and shaking their heads. What phoenix cry? Clearly. The Luan Feng frowned. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that the phoenix cry earlier was not heard by her ears, but rather, it came from her own body. It was the sound of her origin in her soul. Chapter 37:47. That was the resonance of the source strength, so how could Fan Hua and Seng Dog hear it? What happened? Fan Hua looked at the Luan Feng with a dignified expression. The latter didn't answer, and instead flashed out of the hall and fixed her gaze in a certain direction. A trace of excitement involuntarily flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the Eastern Territory, on Spirit Beast Island, Jiufeng, wearing a fiery red dress, was meditating. Last time, in the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace battle, she was injured by a half-saint of the demon race. Although the injury wasn't serious, it couldn't be ignored. Fortunately, she was a holy spirit and had a strong physique, so it wasn't difficult for her to recover. When the clear phoenix cry resounded in the depths of her soul, Jiufeng opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of the Eastern Territory's savage, desolate ancient place, tilting her head and revealing a suspicious expression. In the Northern Territory, in the High Heaven Palace, in the Earth's pit several 100,000 feet below the ground, magma tumbled as huge bubbles floated up and burst, making popping sounds. A beautiful fire phoenix was swallowing the power of earth fire in this magma, stimulating its own phoenix true fire and developing the source strength of the Phoenix clan in its body. Suddenly, the huge fire phoenix's figure twisted and transformed into a small person standing above the magma. Lu Yen listened carefully and her delicate brows quickly furrowed. When the phoenix cry resounded in the eastern region's barbaric desolation ancient lands, all existences with the Phoenix clan's bloodline in the entire star boundary resonated with it. The purer the bloodline, the deeper the feeling. The origin energy within their body actually fluctuated with a kind of jubilant aura, causing people to be puzzled as they didn't know what was going on. In the savage, desolate ancient place, the Luan Feng galloped forward, followed by the confused Fan Hua and Seng Dog. When the Luan Feng flew near the blood door, it immediately saw a strange scene. On a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away from the blood door, a huge phantom was suspended in the air. Its entire body was pure white and flawless, as if it was carved from jade. Outside the illusory figure, birds of various sizes circled around the mountain, constantly flying. These birds were all demonic beasts from the savage, desolate ancient land. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were as big as houses, and the small ones were as small as sparrows. Many of them were natural enemies, but at this moment, they were coexisting in harmony. There were also countless birds gathering from all parts of the savage, desolate ancient place. Not long after, the periphery of the mountain was surrounded by tens of thousands of birds, surrounding the huge phoenix figure like stars surrounding the moon. All kinds of strange cries could be heard, but within those cries there was not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, there was a sense of joy. This is... Fan Hua looked at it in astonishment. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix! The Luan Feng's white face inexplicably flushed with excitement. If the dragon race claimed to be the leader of all creatures, then the Phoenix clan was recognized as the leader of all birds. Although she, the Luan Feng, also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan and was extremely powerful, enough to make all the monster clans in the savage, desolate ancient place submit to her, she absolutely couldn't make so many monster beasts, who hadn't even developed intelligence, surround her and worship her. Somehow, she felt that something big was about to happen in the Phoenix clan today. Something big enough to attract the attention of the entire Phoenix clan. Dots of light suddenly flickered like fireflies, and multicolored fluorescent lights appeared out of nowhere, filling everyone's vision. These multicolored lights were formed by the purest world energy. The dazzling colors illuminated the entire savage, desolate ancient place, making it look like a divine realm. The fluorescent lights danced and gathered towards the phoenix in the sky. Gradually, the pure white figure was covered in a layer of 7-colored light. At first, this 7-colored light was not obvious, but as the fluorescent lights continued to fill the phoenix, the 7-colored light became more and more intense. The Luan Feng stared blankly at all of this and muttered, "When the world's first phoenix was born, the 7-colored divine light enveloped the world. What?" Song Dog didn't hear clearly and turned to look at her. The Luan Feng slowly shook her head, showing no intention of explaining, but her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with fanaticism, causing Sung Dog to be surprised. The 7-colored divine light became more and more dazzling, and even the Luan Feng and the others couldn't help narrowing their eyes. As the world energy gathered, The pure white phoenix in the sky gradually transformed into a 7-colored divine phoenix. The surrounding birds flew faster and faster, and their cries became louder and louder. As time passed, Yang Kai maintained his posture with his finger on Su Yan's forehead, not moving at all. The power of the golden divine dragon source in his body had been pushed to its limit, and Su Yan's pretty face, who was sitting in front of him, also wore a variety of expressions. The 7-colored divine phoenix wings behind her spread out lightly, giving her a noble and elegant appearance. It seemed that the only thing left in the world was the 7-colored light, and in front of such a beautiful existence, everything couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. After an unknown amount of time, a resounding dragon roar and a clear phoenix cry rang out, and the birds that had gathered around the mountain suddenly scattered in an orderly manner. Atop the mountain, 2 huge figures shot up into the sky, one a golden dragon and the other a 7-colored divine phoenix. The dragon and phoenix entwined with each other, their auras intertwining as they shot up into the sky, instantly tearing a hole in the clouds. At first glance, it seemed as if even the sky had been broken. Thunder rumbled as rain began to fall from the sky. These drops of rain were filled with the pure world energy of heaven and earth, and as they fell, all the plants in the ancient lands were covered in a layer of vitality visible to the naked eye. Tsungu reached out and caught a few drops of rain and sucked them into his mouth, raising his brow as he muttered, "It's sweet." Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, within the clouds, 2 huge figures were faintly discernible, as if they were playing, but no one dared to look directly at them. Kacha, as the lightning fell, the 2 huge figures swooped down, and the majestic pressure that descended from the sky caused even Fanke and the others to pale. The 2 huge figures landed on the mountain peak more than a dozen kilometers away from the blood-red door, and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time and exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She was originally a woman of the heavens and earth, and now that she had awakened Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was giving off an awe-inspiring and inviolable air of nobility. Any ordinary person who laid eyes on her would feel like they were blaspheming her. "Lord husband," Su Yan called out softly. "Digest it well." Yang Kai patted the back of her hand. "I'll stand guard for you." Su Yan nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and immersed herself. The Phoenix Ancestor's source in her body was extraordinary, on the same level as Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source, but because their cultivation was not high enough, they had not been able to stimulate too much of it. Yang Kai had cultivated diligently in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years and had greatly developed the dragon race source. Now that he was using his own source to stimulate Su Yan's Phoenix Ancestor's source, he could naturally help her. Whether it was the Dragon God source or Phoenix Ancestor's source, the many secret techniques and cultivation methods contained within them were extremely precious treasures. Only when the source was stimulated to a certain extent would these things gradually become known to the 2 of them. The growth of most divine spirits was like this, requiring the accumulation of time. Therefore, for divine spirits, as long as their source was not destroyed, their inheritance would never be severed. Compared to other races, although divine spirits were few in number, they had a great advantage in this regard. Not far away, Luan Feng looked around, seemingly having many questions to ask, but hesitating and not daring to step forward. Yang Kai got up and took a step forward, arriving beside Luan Feng. "Yang Kai, the source in Su Yan's body, yes." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai gave an affirmative answer. Luan Feng was startled for a moment before immediately showing a smile. Sure enough. When she saw the 7-colored divine phoenix, she had some speculations in her heart, but she wasn't certain. Having said that, Su Yan had the source of the Phoenix clan in her body, something she had known for a long time. She had even felt it when she first met Su Yan, and at that time, she had faintly felt that Su Yan was very close to her, giving her an impulse to approach her. At that time, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she suddenly understood. This was the source of the Phoenix ancestor, and she also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan in her body, so how could she not feel it when they were close? Luan Feng also remembered that the little girl named Lu Yan seemed to be very obedient in front of Su Yan. Logically speaking, Lu Yan was almost equivalent to a divine spirit, and her strength was even higher than Su Yan's. The Phoenix clan was proud and arrogant, so there was no reason for them to be so obedient. Luan Feng had previously thought that Lu Yan had only behaved like that because of Yang Kai's face. But now it seemed that Lu Yan had the same feeling as her, and couldn't help but want to get close to the person with the source of the Phoenix clan. Luan Feng never expected that the source of the Phoenix clan would awaken under such circumstances. As a result, there was hope for the revival of the Phoenix clan. In ancient times, dragons and phoenixes were revered, but until today, the dragon race still occupied Dragon Island and had their own gathering place. On the other hand, the Phoenix clan had withered and was divided into different groups, far less prosperous and united than the dragon race. Even though the dragon race on Dragon Island was few in number, there were at least a dozen dragons. But looking at the entire star boundary, only Shi and Jiu Feng of Spirit Beast Island had purer bloodlines. Later, Lu Yan was added, so they couldn't compare to the dragon race at all. But now it was different. The person who had awakened the source of the Phoenix ancestor would definitely shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Phoenix clan. But before that, they still had to solve the hidden danger of the demon race. If even the entire star boundary was occupied by the demon race, then there was no need to talk about reviving the Phoenix clan. It would be lucky if they weren't exterminated. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes turned cold as she clenched her fists and stared in Su Yan's direction. She secretly made up her mind to protect her no matter what. Even if the star boundary was destroyed, even if she died, as long as she was still alive, there was hope for the future of the Phoenix clan. She believed that the one on Spirit Beast Island would have the same thoughts as her. Chapter 3748. In the wild, desolate ancient land, there was a slight change in the blood door, and the awakening of the progenitor Phoenix's origin power in Su Yan's body. In this chaotic world, there was bound to be a sign of great prosperity. As the saying goes, a hero's true colors are revealed in the turbulence of the sea. The blood door was related to Yang Kai. The awakening of Su Yan's progenitor Phoenix bloodline was related to Yang Kai, and the explosive increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race was also related to Yang Kai. Just as Su Yan was concentrating on digesting the information contained in the progenitor Phoenix's origin power, a shocking battle broke out in the Southern Territory. The fall of Star Soul Palace meant that the entire Southern Territory had been lost. This was no less than a humiliation to any cultivator of the star boundary. The two great elders of the dragon race felt it especially deeply. Therefore, as soon as they left Dragon Island, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui went straight to Star Soul Palace. When Xueli and Fu Yu saw these two uninvited guests, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It had been a few years since the second war between the two realms broke out, and it had always been the demon race that held the initiative. The demon saint could fight and leave whenever they wanted, while the star boundary could only passively endure, unable to seize the slightest initiative. For the past few years, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had been led around by the nose by Xueli and the others. When had they ever taken the initiative to attack? Therefore, when the two great elders of the dragon race arrived at Star Soul Palace, Xueli and Fu Yu did not receive any news at all. They thought that Zhu Yan was recuperating. Without any nonsense or greetings, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui immediately attacked. When the two giant dragons that were hundreds of meters long appeared, Xueli felt his scalp go numb. He and Fu Yu both realized that they were in big trouble this time. After an earth-shattering battle, the two great elders of the dragon race, whose strength had skyrocketed, could finally hold their heads high. For the first time, they beat the two demon saint into a pulp. The aftermath of the battle swept through the demon race's camp, causing the demon race to suffer countless casualties. Xueli couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It hadn't even been 2 months, yet the bodies of these two old dragons had changed so much that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the couple's joint attack technique, the two demon saint were suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. Fu Yu had no choice but to send an urgent message to Huibu. After the last battle at Star Soul Palace, Huibu escaped after being injured and hid in the dark to heal himself, but it only took Fu Yu half a month to find him. She had planned to wait for him to recover a little before letting him find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. But now, how could she care about Yang Kai? The two old dragons of Dragon Island needed to be dealt with urgently. Even though Huibu was unwilling, he had no choice but to come to their aid. He also knew that if anything happened to Xueli and Fu Yu, he would not have any good days ahead of him. With the combined strength of the three great demon saints, they were finally able to contain the ferocious momentum of the two elders of the dragon race. With the help of many half-saints, the battle lasted for a full 10 days before it finally came to an end. The two dragons retreated, but Xueli's scarlet eyes turned even redder as he looked at the messy demon race's camp. Xueli had only rested for a few days when he received a message from the Eastern Territory that the two great elders of the dragon race had appeared in a certain devil's den. Not daring to delay, he immediately went to stop them with Fu Yu and Huibu, but even with the connection of the Demon Pagoda, they were still a bit late. In the Eastern Territory's Devil's Den, 2 half-saint died because of this. In the following month, the 2 great elders of the dragon race traveled all over the 4 territory of the Star Boundary. They arrived at one Devil's Den after another without warning, slaughtering the powerhouses of the demon race without any fear. Xueli, Fu Yu, and Huibu came to their aid several times, but they were still unable to save the huge losses. The current situation was instantly reversed because of the sudden increase in the strength of the 2 great elders of the dragon race. The Star Boundary completely controlled the initiative. When the news spread, the 55 armies were all excited. But a demon saint was a demon saint, so how could it be led by the nose by the 2 great elders of the dragon race? 10 days ago, when Zhu Yan and Fu Sui came to a large devil's den in the Western Territory to slaughter the demon race, there were no traces of the 3 demon saint coming to their aid. This made Zhu Yan and Fu Sui feel uneasy. The news quickly spread through the space spirit bead. When the 2 great elders of the dragon race made their move, the 3 demon saint actually went straight to the place where the armies of the Star Boundary were gathered. They had the attitude of, if you kill my clansmen, I'll slaughter your army. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui were shocked and immediately went to their aid. But in the end, they were still a step too late. When the 2 dragons arrived at the scene, they saw that the barracks of the Astral World army were filled with whales. The 2 legion commanders had also died in battle, and the 3 great devil saints of the demon race had long disappeared. Looking at the hellish scene, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had gloomy expressions. The demon saint could ignore the casualties of the demon race army, but they could not ignore the safety of the Star Boundary army. The actions of the 3 demon saint were undoubtedly telling them that they could kill, and so could they. It was just a matter of who gave up first. After this battle, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui did not dare to act rashly. Once the news of them appearing somewhere spread, Xueli and the others would definitely take action. If they hid in the dark, Xueli and the others would still be wary and not dare to act rashly. A short period of peace passed by in the blink of an eye. In the southern region Star Soul Palace, Xueli's expression suddenly changed as he sat cross-legged in a secret chamber. He opened his eyes and tilted his head to listen to something. His expression was extremely focused, and there was even a faint trace of respect in his scarlet eyes. A moment later, Xueli grinned sinisterly. His figure flashed, and he turned into a bloody light and rushed out, arriving beside Fu Yu in a flash. "Is something the matter?" Fu Yu looked at him. Xueli chuckled. "It has begun!" Fu Yu was startled for a moment, then became overjoyed. It has finally begun. The 2 stood side by side on a mountain peak and looked at the vast world of the Star Boundary. Xueli slowly stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the sky, as if he was holding the entire world in his fist. He laughed softly. "They're finished." Fu Yu, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed a little. She reached out to stroke her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "That's right, they're about to be finished. It's a pity that they don't even know it. Eastern Territory, wild desolate ancient land. Yang Kai, who had been guarding beside Su Yan, suddenly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he turned his head and looked around. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate at that moment, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. This feeling came out of nowhere, and without any warning. Yang Kai's first reaction was that a strong enemy was hiding nearby and wanted to harm him. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he found nothing. With his current divine sense cultivation, even if a demon saint was hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not find any trace of it. If the demon saint was like this, then there was no need to mention anyone else. Since he did not find anything, it meant that there were no enemies nearby. But what was with this palpitating feeling in his heart? In just a few dozen breaths, not only did this feeling of palpitating not weaken, it became even more intense. Even his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He felt more and more that something was about to happen, but he could not find the source of it at all. Just as he was about to carefully investigate again, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in his mind. The sound was extremely loud and resonated directly from the depths of his soul, instantly shaking Yang Kai's mind and making him dizzy. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai fell backwards. A jade-white hand reached out and supported Yang Kai, Su Yan calling out in alarm. "Husband!" Although she had been absorbing and digesting the things contained in Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was not completely unaware of the outside world, so as soon as something happened to Yang Kai, she noticed. With a whoosh, the Wan Feng also flew over. When she saw Yang Kai bleeding from his 7 orifices and his pale face, she was shocked. What happened?" Because of the Ancestor Phoenix's source, she had not left for the past few days, waiting for Su Yan to wake up so she could have a good talk with her, so she had witnessed Yang Kai's abnormality with her own eyes. "I don't know." Su Yan's heart was in chaos, but she forced herself to calm down, grabbing Yang Kai's hand and probing it with her divine sense and Emperor Qi. But before she could examine it clearly, she felt a shocking power erupt from Yang Kai's body and repel her divine sense. Su Yan could not help but groan and stagger back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly straightened his body, his eyes widening as 2 streaks of blood flowed out from them. His eyes were unfocused and filled with indifference, and an aura that made people not dare to look at him directly burst out from his body as he muttered. "Heavenly fate change, profound heavens appear." Every word he uttered was like a thunderclap that exploded between the heavens and earth, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. "What?" Su Yan was stunned and reached out to grab Yang Kai. His current state was obviously a bit abnormal, as if he had lost his mind. "Don't touch him!" the Luan Feng shouted, grabbing Su Yan's outstretched hand and slowly shaking her head. "Something's wrong." "What's wrong with him?" Su Yan's little face was filled with anxiety and worry, even her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know." The Luan Feng shook her head, also confused, wondering if Yang Kai had become the demon race. But recently, Yang Kai had not done anything, all he had done was sit in front of Su Yan and protect her, so how could he possibly become the demon race? Moreover, he had already been contaminated by the demonic qi, so how could he possibly become the demon race? But after Kai Yang said those words, he suddenly fell back down, his eyes slowly closing. That sensational aura, along with his eyelids closing, disappeared in a flash. It seemed that everything had returned to normal, but whether it was Su Yan or the Luan Feng, both of them knew that this seemingly normal situation was actually the biggest anomaly. "He should be fine," the Luan Feng said hesitantly. Su Yan quickly broke free from her grip and rushed over to Yang Kai, helping him to lean against her body as she reached out to wipe the blood from Yang Kai's face, her eyes reddening slightly. She did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, causing such a strange change to occur just now, but in her heart, there was only one voice echoing, "Please don't let anything happen to him." Chapter 3749. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he immediately saw Su Yan's concerned and nervous expression and asked in a daze, "Senior sister?" He didn't seem to have any recollection of what had just happened. Su Yen quickly inquired about Yang Kai's well-being, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him did she relax. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his heart still heavy. Seeing this, Su Yen asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a feeling that the great emperors are in a bad situation." He didn't even know where the great emperors were, but he could vaguely sense their current state, as if there was a faint connection between them. This connection allowed him to faintly sense the current state of the great emperors. "Don't you remember what happened just now?" Luan Feng asked. Yang Kai looked up at her and slowly shook his head. Luan Feng frowned slightly and explained what she had just seen and heard. "The heavenly mystery changed and the mysterious heavens appeared?" Yang Kai wore a blank expression. "Did I say that?" Su Yen and Luan Feng nodded together, indicating that he was right. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know when he had said those words, and now that Luan Feng had mentioned them, he didn't understand what they meant. Just as he was contemplating, though, the world suddenly trembled and a loud humming sound came from the depths of the clouds. Yang Kai was startled and quickly looked up, but he couldn't see anything. The humming sound was like the roar of the heavens and lasted for a full incense stick before disappearing. Luan Feng was also puzzled. What happened just now? Who could say for sure? At this moment, a space force fluctuation suddenly appeared, and a jade slip appeared in front of Yang Kai. From the jade slip, Yang Kai could sense Li Wui's aura, clearly coming from Li Wui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, immersing his divine sense into it, and after a brief examination, his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Luan Feng asked. "The demon land is expanding," Yang Kai quickly said. The Luan Feng frowned. "The demon land has been expanding. Ever since the 108 demon land appeared in the star boundary, the filthy land had been constantly expanding outwards. It seemed to be extremely contagious as it constantly nibbled away at the surrounding land. This was especially true for the demon land where the 10 great devil dens were located. The reason why the Star Soul Palace had fallen was not because the Star Boundary's army was inferior to the demon race, but rather because the entire Star Soul Palace had been corroded by the demon land and had become a part of the demon land. In the demon land, the demon race was like a fish in water, while the Star Boundary cultivator was restrained in every way. Naturally, they were not a match for the demon race. Moreover, the Star Soul Palace had already been invaded by the demon land, so defending it to the death was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. It's different this time. The speed of expansion is much faster than in the past. How fast? The Luan Feng's expression froze. "I don't know, we'll know once we go and take a look." The news came from Li Wui. It was said that the great devil dens in the eastern, southern, and western territories were all showing signs of expansion, so he was asked to investigate the situation in the northern territory. Saying so, Li Wui pushed his space principles and wrapped Su Yen and Luan Feng before disappearing. In a flash, hundreds of thousands of kilometers passed under their feet. After a stick of incense worth of time, the trio arrived near a great devil den looking down from high up in the sky. Yang Kai's complexion was extremely pale. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the great devil den was expanding at an unstoppable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered several dozen kilometers. This kind of expansion speed was simply appalling. Luan Feng couldn't help covering her mouth with her delicate hands, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. There was no need to compare. Although the size of the great devil den was constantly expanding in the past, the rate at which it was expanding wasn't too fast, but now, this rate had increased by more than 100 times. At this rate, it was likely that within a year or so, the entire star boundary would be transformed into a demon land. When that time came, how could there be any place for the hundreds of millions of living beings in the star boundary? All of them would likely be eroded by the demon chi and turned into monsters. As far as the eye could see, on the ground and in the sky, countless birds and beasts were scrambling to escape. They were naturally sensitive to danger, and when the devil land expanded, their instincts made them choose to stay away from the source of danger. But how could their speed be faster than the expanding demon land? The darkness spreading behind them instantly swallowed them up, and under the erosion of the demon chi, these normally obedient and docile birds and beasts immediately became bloodshot and began fighting desperately. It wasn't just the birds and beasts. In the wilderness, there were also many humans fleeing for their lives. Although the Second War of the Two Realms had broken out several years ago, and the demon race had wreaked havoc in the 4 territories of the star boundary, any cultivator with a bit of courage and sense of responsibility would join the army and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But inevitably, there were still some people who wanted to take a chance and hide in the wilderness, hoping that the star boundary's army could drive out the demon race and restore their homeland. Such people were not in the minority. It could even be said that there were many of them. The star boundary was vast, and there were hundreds of millions of living beings, so how many people were there in the 55 armies? Compared to the total number of people in the star boundary, the 55 armies didn't even have a fraction of the total number. Although they weren't strong enough and the various armies wouldn't accept them, it wasn't necessarily that there weren't any powerhouses among them. And at this moment, these people finally had nowhere to hide. The demon land was spreading and eroding their hiding places, forcing them to flee into the distance. How could they escape? The demon land was expanding too fast. Yan Kai saw with his own eyes a First-Order Emperor Realm Master being overtaken by the expanding demon land behind him. He had no choice but to circulate his Emperor Chi to resist the demon intent that was constantly eroding his body. With his First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he might be able to resist for a while without losing his mind, but as long as he didn't escape from the demon land, he would become a demon sooner or later. Yan Kai retreated again and again with Su Yan and the Luan Feng. He couldn't help but recall what Emotion once said. The demon territory wasn't called the demon territory at first, but the unmatched realm. Originally, the living beings who lived there were all humans, just like the star boundary. But after the unmatched realm's spirit was swallowed by him, it became the demon territory, and the humans who lived there also turned into the demon race. He didn't know what it was like when the unmatched realm's spirit was swallowed. But now, he was witnessing the star boundary being swallowed up. In other words, what he was seeing now was the process of the star boundary's spirit being swallowed up, and the great demon god healing himself. The spirit was swallowed up, and the star boundary turned into the demon land. Didn't this mean that the great demon god's healing had reached a critical juncture? Yan Kai shuddered. Last time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fought the Great Emperors against the great demon god, but in the end, they were destroyed. This time, who could resist the banner of the star boundary? The great emperors had already disappeared, and now, only the 2 elders from the dragon race could rely on them. But they were suppressed by Shueli and the other 2 demon saint, so they couldn't make a move easily. What's more, even if they made a move, would it really work? Unknowingly, the star boundary had reached a moment of life and death. And this time, the demon race would definitely not give the star boundary a chance to breathe. I have to return to the northern territory, Yan Kai quickly said. The great demon cave in the eastern territory had undergone such a change, so he didn't know what was going on in the northern territory. He had to quickly inquire about it. If the northern territory was the same, then he had to find a way out for the High Heaven Palace and his army as soon as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Yan Kai said to Luan Feng, "If things don't work out, you should evacuate as soon as possible." Luan Feng smiled bitterly. "Where can we go?" Yan Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Although the star boundary was large, if the overall situation was like this, where could there be a pure land? The only thing he could be sure of was that the world humming that lasted for an incense stick's worth of time was definitely related to the sudden expansion of the demon land. However, at the moment, he still couldn't determine why the demon land was suddenly expanding so crazily. After bidding farewell to Luan Feng, Yan Kai brought Su Yan back to the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi had sent messages to him several times, so when he saw that Yan Kai had finally returned, he immediately came forward to greet him. Yan Kai raised his hand and said, "I know. General Manager, Please ask the commanders to wait in the conference hall while I inquire about the situation. Yes. Hua Qingxi complied and left. Last time, when the Star Soul Palace fell, more than a dozen armies from the Southern Territory withdrew, half of them retreating to the Northern Territory and were settled in the High Heaven Palace, while the other half went to the Eastern Territory. Originally, the High Heaven Palace couldn't accommodate so many people, but now with the One Realm bead refined by Yang Kai, it saved a lot of trouble. Many soldiers usually rested in the One Realm bead, and although the environment there was equivalent to a Death Star, they didn't need to obtain anything from the surrounding environment. If they needed to heal or cultivate, they could directly use source crystals and spirit pills. After giving a simple order, Yang Kai set off again. Outside Surging Waves City, Yang Kai appeared and looked down with a dignified expression. Just like the scene he saw in the Eastern Territory, the demon den below was rapidly expanding. In a short period of time, its area had more than doubled, and its momentum was not stopping. In the demon land, the demon race's army was crowded. It seemed that a demon king had discovered Yang Kai's tracks and was pointing in his direction from the demon land. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the demon land and shot straight towards Yang Kai. The pressure of a half-saint was clearly visible. Before the figure approached, the half-saint called out in a low voice, "Yang Kai?" Not only was there a hint of pleasant surprise in his voice, but there was also a strong sense of fear. He was pleasantly surprised that Yang Kai had come here alone. If he could deal with him, he would definitely gain the recognition of the demon saint, but he was afraid of Yang Kai's unusual strength. In the Battle of Star Soul Palace, the news that Yang Kai had killed a stone demon half-saint had long been known to the entire demon race. Xueli and the others had sternly warned all the half-saint not to underestimate Yang Kai if they encountered him again. Don't underestimate him just because he was only a high-ranked demon king. This guy was comparable to a half-saint. No member of the demon race dared to ignore the warning of a demon saint. Therefore, the moment this half-step saint recognized Yang Kai's identity, he suddenly stopped and raised his hand to summon a demonic artifact that looked like a firewood axe from a distance of several thousand meters. Chapter 3750. The axe was only the size of an ordinary axe, but when it was brought out, it suddenly expanded. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from the axe and turned into a giant axe shadow that chopped down at Yang Kai. The power of this axe was enough to split a mountain in half. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He grasped the black dragon spear in the air with one hand and casually swung the spear at the axe shadow. There seemed to be a dragon's roar amidst the humming sound. With a loud bang, Yang Kai and the half-saint couldn't help but take a few steps back. The half-saint who came to greet him widened his eyes in shock. Even though he had been warned by Xueli and the others that Yang Kai couldn't be underestimated, he still found it hard to believe that Yang Kai had countered his attack with a single spear strike. This guy really did have the strength of a half-saint. His gaze involuntarily fell on the black dragon spear, and his pupils slightly trembled. Xueli and the others had warned him about this long spear with a strange origin. It was said that this long spear was extremely powerful, and now it seemed that this rumor was true. Yang Kai, with the cultivation of a high-ranked demon king, wasn't at a disadvantage after taking his attack head-on. Perhaps it was because of the power of this long spear that Yang Kai relied on. Not only did Yang Kai's strength not make him cower, but it also stimulated the arrogance and bloodthirst in his heart. He shouted, "Again!" The axe was raised high, and the demonic aura in his body surged. It poured into the demonic treasure and chopped down again. "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. He had come here to investigate the situation, so how could he have the time to engage in a meaningless battle with this half-saint? His figure flashed as he pounced at the half-saint. He shook the black dragon spear, causing spear shadows to fill the sky as he stabbed at the half-saint. He completely ignored the axe shadow that was chopping down at him. The half-saint turned pale with fright. Yang Kai's desperate attack from the beginning made him feel a little helpless. If he didn't dodge, both sides would be injured. Not to mention whether or not he could kill Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really stabbed him with his spear, he definitely wouldn't have a good end. It was said that this fellow had comprehended a type of profundity called martial Tao true intent. Once one was injured by him, the martial Tao true intent would corrode one's flesh and blood, causing one to suffer a fate worse than death. Even half-saints were helpless against it, and only devil saints had the ability to expel it. In the previous battle at Star Soul Palace, a blood demon was injured by this martial Tao true intent. In the end, it was Master Xueli who resolved it and saved his life. As for the demon kings injured by Yang Kai, it was said that they were all abandoned by Master Xueli and killed on the spot. This was because even if Xueli could dispel the martial Tao true intent, it would take a lot of energy. Wasting a demon saint's energy on a few demon kings was obviously not worth it, so they were all killed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the half-saint of demon race made a prompt decision to withdraw. At the same time, he called back his demonic treasure axe and waved it in front of him, turning it into a protective shield. With a series of clanking sounds, two figures rushed into the demon land, one after the other. The half-saint of demon race's face became more and more shocked. The power transmitted from the long spear in front of him made him feel like he couldn't resist. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Was this a power that a human could possess? It was said that this Yang Kai could transform into a dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Now it seemed that it was true. How could the one fighting with him be an ordinary human? It was clearly a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It was natural for it to have such power. What made him even more frightened was the strange aura transmitted from the black dragon's spear. Even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't distinguish what this aura was. This aura was mysterious and profound, as if it contained a great mystery that made it impossible for people to grasp. He vaguely guessed that it was the martial Tao true intent that the demon saint spoke of. He became even more frightened. He made up his mind that he absolutely couldn't be injured by this martial Tao true intent. Last time, the demon saint master was willing to dissolve the martial Tao true intent from the blood demon half-saint because the situation wasn't too bad. Now that the strength of the two elders of the dragon race had skyrocketed, the three demon saint master needed to maintain their peak state at all times to deal with powerful enemies. If they were injured this time, they probably wouldn't be so lucky as to have the demon saint resolve it. At that time, whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Because of this fear, the half-saint of demon race couldn't fully display his strength. He was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Yang Kai and was forced to retreat 1,000 miles. From the depths of the demon cave, several figures rushed out one after another, each of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. Obviously, they had seen their companion's sorry state and came to support him. However, before they could approach, they heard a roar. Golden light shone brightly as Yang Kai's figure skyrocketed. A tall and sturdy figure stood between heaven and earth. Even the black dragon's spear had transformed into a 1,000 feet long object. Astounding pressure rumbled as it swept out, and it caused those half-saints that pounced over to feel suffocated and couldn't help but stop moving. The 1,000 feet long body brandished the 1,000 feet long spear and swept it over, causing heaven and earth to tremble. None of the several half-saint dared to face the spear head-on. Seeing the spear sweep over, their complexions changed greatly, and they retreated. The half-saint fighting with Yang Kai couldn't avoid it, and could only desperately urge the power of his demonic treasure to transform into a giant axe to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. His figure flew back and he vomited blood in midair. The radiance of the demonic treasure axe in his hand dimmed. Obviously, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. After he regained his footing, his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. If Yang Kai was really a half-saint, it would be fine. After all, he was defeated because his skills were inferior. However, Yang Kai's cultivation was only that of a high-ranked demon king. This made him seem incompetent. In any case, he was a half-saint. When had he ever been so sullen? Fortunately, although his internal organs had been shaken and he had suffered some injuries, it was only a minor matter. He hadn't been injured by the rumored true intent of the martial Tao. He turned his head and looked at his several companions. Only then did his unsightly complexion calm down a lot. At this moment, his several companions also had a look of fear on their faces. None of them dared to rashly step forward. This lessened the embarrassment of his injuries. Yang Kai held his spear. His body was like a small mountain. He coldly swept his gaze over them. His pair of light golden dragon eyes made people not dare to look directly at him. His muffled voice resounded. "If you want to fight, then come. If you don't want to fight, then scram." When the several half-saint heard this, their noses almost became crooked from anger. This was the demon den, the place where the demon race's army was stationed. Yang Kai had barged into this place alone and actually dared to speak such arrogant words. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was a fake emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. They would definitely swarm him and let him know the consequences of speaking big words. However, he was Yang Kai. Not to mention that he had just displayed strength comparable to a half-saint, he was proficient in the law of space. Who could stop him? If they fought with him, they would have to be careful not to be injured by his true intent of the martial Tao. They didn't care about ordinary injuries, but no one dared to taste the kind of injuries that even a demon saint would find troublesome. Right now, only the few demon saint could keep him in check. However, at this critical moment, how could the demon saint easily make a move? Therefore, even though their faces were ashen, the several half-saints still stood in place and coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't provoke them anymore. He had only come here to investigate the situation. The situation in the demon den in the Northern Territory was exactly the same as the situation in the Eastern Territory. However, he was still confused as to why such a huge change had occurred. Since he couldn't see clearly from outside the demon den, then he had to become the demon race's den deep inside. If not, why would Yang Kai take the risk alone? According to his intelligence, Xueli and the others were still in the Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. They seemed to be treating that place as their headquarters. It was unknown if they were deliberately humiliating the Star Realm. Although they could arrive here very quickly, Yang Kai would immediately escape if there was even the slightest abnormality. Naturally, he wouldn't give Xueli and the others a chance to attack. The Azure Dragon's spear stood beside him like a giant pillar. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's intentions, a dragon roar came from the body of the spear. The figure of an azure dragon appeared above the spear and coiled around the spear. Its huge dragon head was raised high, overlooking the world and monitoring its surroundings. Yang Kai closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. His divine sense spread out like a tide. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing in the demon land. Inside the demon den, demonic intent was everywhere. If one's divine sense left the body, it was very likely that it would be corroded by demonic intent and leave behind hidden dangers. However, he was different from ordinary people. All of his strength had been transformed into demonic yuan. How could he be afraid of the demonic intent in the demon den? Yang Kai's target was very clear. It was the demon tower that stood in the middle of the demon denver. Since the demon tower could connect to each other and create an effect similar to a spatial formation that could cross territory, allowing the demon race to travel back and forth quickly, it was natural that he could also use his divine sense to travel back and forth. With the help of the demon tower, Yang Kai could sweep away the fog in front of him and see the entire situation from a new height. From there, he could pry into the root cause of the demon land's expansion. He didn't have any intention of hiding his actions. The nearby half-saint who were watching covetously naturally noticed it. One of the bone devils turned his skull and glanced at the demon tower. The dark green ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped a few times. His teeth opened and closed as he spoke in a metallic voice. What a smart guy! He actually thought of this method. Hey, should we stop him? If this continues, I'm afraid he's going to discover something. How do we stop him? Another half-saint sneered. Do we go up and fight him? That's not impossible. The half-saint who spoke showed an eager expression. After all, he's alone. If we can't stop him, then what's the point? We also have to be careful of being injured by him. You also know what the true meaning of martial path is. Since the demon saint has already made a move, the astral plane will definitely find out the reason. What difference does it make if it happens a little earlier or a little later? This guy should be left to the demon saint to deal with. That's right. I've already ordered people to send a message to the three master. If the master wants to stop this, he will definitely come. If they don't come, then we don't need to do anything. After a simple exchange, the several half-saint quickly reached a consensus to wait and see. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that the true meaning of martial path was too difficult to deal with. No one was willing to take the lead and bear the risk of their lives. Without someone taking the lead, they naturally couldn't unite. Moreover, since the demon saint was the one making the decision, why should they take the risk? Chapter 37:51. With his divine sense leaping back and forth, Yang Kai soon noticed something that the naked eye could not see. The 10 demon races' demon dens were connected to each other using the demon pagodas as their foundation, allowing the demon race's army to quickly shuttle back and forth. Moreover, these 10 demon pagodas seemed to be closely connected to each other. If one wanted to destroy one of these demon pagodas, one would have to destroy all 10 at the same time. Although these demon pagodas were tall, they were incomparably sturdy. No wonder even the 2 dragon race elders were helpless against them. Although the strength of the 2 elders of the dragon clan had increased by a large margin, if they were to really let loose and attack, they might be able to destroy the devil pagoda. However, the devil saints were not dead people. Once Xu Yan and Fu Tin did so, they would definitely immediately rush over to rescue them. After careful exploration, Yang Kai soon discovered that not only were the 10 demon pagodas connected to each other, but there were also other densely packed auras. Counting carefully, there were 108 of them. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the 108 demon dens in the star boundary. At that time, 108 demon dens had appeared in the star boundary, but apart from the 10 demon dens, the demon race and the remaining 98 demon dens had either been eliminated by the star boundary's army or abandoned. However, the demon dens and the eroded demon land were still preserved, and the star boundary's world principles were unable to repair them. This number had long made many masters in the star boundary secretly vigilant. After all, the number 108 coincided with the number of heavenly cycles, making them wonder if the demon race was plotting something. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a conspiracy. Now, the demon race had used some unknown method to secretly lay down an inexplicable spirit array using these 108 demon dens as the foundation. When this spirit array was activated, it had the effect of invading the star boundary. The demon race had already planned this move when the Second War of the Two Worlds broke out, and it had only broken out today. It could be said that they had planned this far ahead. In Yang Kai's spying, the 108 demon dens in the star boundary were now madly expanding at an astonishing speed. Every moment, large tracts of the star boundary's land would be transformed into demon land. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was that since the foundation of this spirit array had been laid down a few years ago, why did the demon race wait until today to activate it? What was missing that caused the demon race to endure for so many years? His divine sense probed further. Suddenly, a series of astonishing scenes of the demon race flashed through Yang Kai's mind and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's eyes widened. Reaching out to grab the black dragon spear, he flew up without any warning. The long spear was straight, bringing with it a supreme might, as it flew straight towards the towering Devil Tower. The surrounding half-saint of demon race were startled. They did not expect that Yang Kai would suddenly attack. When they finally reacted, their faces paled. The bone demon half-saint even shouted, "Stop him!" As soon as the bone demon finished speaking, the half-saint attacked together, bombarding Yang Kai with a variety of demon artifacts and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai's figure was as huge as a small mountain, he was strangely agile. He flickered and dodged several terrifying attacks, arriving in front of the demon tower in the blink of an eye. Under the horrified gazes of the half-saint, Yang Kai gathered his essence, energy, and divine sense and fiercely thrust forward. Above the tip of the spear, a huge black sphere with a radius of several dozen meters appeared. Inside the black sphere, the space principles were tyrannical and chaotic, like the aura of the void. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the towering demon tower released a shockwave, and the black sphere rapidly shrank. Heaven and earth violently collapsed towards the black sphere. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk a teeth-numbing sound came from the demon tower. A ferocious attack struck Yang Kai's shoulder. A huge force was transmitted, and Yang Kai's huge body flew out. While he was in midair, his eyes were still wide open as he stared at the demon tower. The huge black sphere shrank into a small black dot and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a huge circular gap appeared where the demon tower was hit, almost cutting the entire demon tower in half. After receiving such a heavy blow, the demonic pagoda became extremely unstable. It swayed a few times, and with a creaking sound, it tilted and fell to the ground. The half-saint were horrified, and their bodies and minds trembled. They did not expect that Yang Kai's attack would be so fierce. Just one attack was enough to cause such a change in the demon tower. And the demon tower was the key to the demon race. If the demon tower was destroyed, how could the demon saint spare them? Yang Kai frowned. Seeing the demon tower fall, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he felt that something was wrong. Although his current strength was strong, he was only comparable to a half-saint. He had used 120% of his full strength with his spear, otherwise, he would not have been unable to dodge the enemy's attack just now. But could such an attack really destroy the demonic pagoda? As far as he knew, the two elders of the dragon race did have ideas about the demon tower. They had also attacked it before, but even if the two elders joined forces, they could not do anything to the demon tower in a short time. Yang Kai knew that he was definitely not a match for Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. If they could not do anything, how could he do it? However, the demonic tower was indeed on the verge of collapse from his bombardment. Under his watch, the tilted demonic tower only lasted for a dozen breaths before it collapsed with a loud bang. The earth trembled, and dust rose everywhere. Several half-saints' hands and feet were cold, and their faces were as pale as paper. On the other side, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, probing the surroundings. After a short while, he coldly gritted his teeth. The expansion of the demon dens did not stop because of the demon tower's destruction. The 108 demon dens were still closely connected, and there was not even the slightest change. Now, it seemed that once this inexplicable great formation arranged by the demon race was activated, the existence of the demon tower was no longer important. No wonder he could destroy the demon tower with one blow. It was not that he was stronger than the two dragon race elders, but that the demon tower itself was no longer necessary. All the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed. They only needed to wait for the demon land to expand and completely devour the star boundary. At that time, the star boundary would become the paradise of the demon race, and become the second demon territory. And the star boundary would follow in the footsteps of the unparalleled realm. He coughed lightly, and there was a fishy taste in his throat. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. After taking a blow from a half-saint, even with his dragon body, it was not good. At this moment, the ashen-faced half-saint seemed to have discovered something. They communicated with each other with their divine sense for a while, and their originally pale faces gradually regained their color. They looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. Yang Kai coldly stared at them, clenched the black dragon spear, and turned around to leave. He had already achieved his goal, and there was no need to stay. He might not be afraid of any half-saint in a one-on-one fight, but if it was one against many, he was still not strong enough. He hurriedly returned to the High Heaven Palace, and did not have time to heal. He went straight to the conference hall. In front of the conference hall, a familiar figure was waiting. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "General Master! I heard that you went to investigate the situation of the demon dens? What did you find?" Li Wui asked anxiously. He had also received the report from Hua Qingxi, so he had rushed over. If there was anyone in the star boundary who could obtain the most accurate information about the demon race, it was Yan Kai. He was anxious and did not have the mood to wait for a reply, so he simply came to ask him face to face. "A little, let's talk inside." Yan Kai responded and entered the conference hall with Li Wuyi. Inside the conference hall, Hua Qingxi had already gathered all the higher-ups of the Star Boundary Army and served them tea while waiting for Yan Kai to return. However, at this critical juncture of the Star Boundary's survival, who would be in the mood to drink tea? They were all looking outside anxiously, and when they saw Yan Kai appear, they all stood up. "Palace Master, are you injured?" Hua Qingxi noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Yan Kai's mouth and his slightly pale face. "It's fine." Yan Kai waved his hand and asked everyone to take a seat. After that, he reported the information he had gathered. In the conference hall, everyone's expression turned ugly after hearing this. Wuyin Army Commander Fu Renjie gritted his teeth and said, "I knew that there were abnormalities in the 108 demon dens, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The demon race is really playing a big game of chess. Invading the star boundary, they really have a big appetite." Someone snorted. "I just don't know if they can swallow it." Yiwu Army Commander Shintu Xing sneered. "Do they really think that the Star Boundary Army is just for decoration?" Jiahai Army Commander Pan Gingnian frowned and said, "Now that the demon land is expanding, if we don't stop it, the Star Boundary will fall. At that time, no matter how many people the Star Boundary Army has, or how strong they are, it will be useless." Shintu Xing turned to look at him. "Master Pan, why do you have to boost the morale of others and destroy our own?" Pan Gingnian said lightly. "It's just the truth." Shintu Xing was about to say something, but Yan Kai interrupted him. "Although I don't want to admit it, the demon race does have the ability to swallow the star boundary." The group of people looked at him. Yan Kai stood up and scanned the crowd, saying loudly, "Have you all heard of the Great Demon God?" "Great Demon God? What's that? A powerhouse from the demon race? Which demon race is so daring to use such a title?" The group of pseudo-emperor level army commanders exclaimed. Obviously, they had never heard of the Great Demon God. Even Li Wuyi looked at Yan Kai in surprise. It could not be said that the pseudo-emperors of the Star Boundary were ignorant and inexperienced. If Yan Kai had not entered the dream world by chance, and went back to the ancient war between humans and demons, he would not have known of the Great Demon God. This existence was a taboo even in the demon territory. When he first entered the territory that became the demon race, Yan Kai wanted to pry some information about the Great Demon God from Yuru Meng, but Yuru Meng immediately stopped him and avoided him. Now, it seemed that Yuru Meng should know a little about the Great Demon God. After all, she was a demon saint. With her strength at that level, she could come into contact with some secrets that others did not know. However, she definitely did not know too much. Otherwise, she would not have reminded Yan Kai. Just as they were discussing the crisis that the Star Boundary was facing, Yan Kai suddenly mentioned the Great Demon God. Everyone was confused, but they were not in a hurry to ask. Since Yan Kai mentioned the Great Demon God at this time, then the Great Demon God must be related to the current situation. Chapter 3752. Just as she was about to listen to Yan Kai explain who this Great Demon God was, Yan Kai suddenly changed the subject. Many years ago, the demon domain wasn't called the demon domain, but rather the unmatched realm. The people who lived there weren't from the demon race. The unmatched realm was similar to my Star Boundary in that it was ruled by humans. The unmatched realm was vast, and the heavenly spirit Qi was beautiful. It wasn't inferior to the star realm in the slightest. However, one day, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and his name was Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng fought with an enemy and suffered heavy injuries. He hid in the unmatched realm to recuperate, absorbing the heavenly spirit Qi of the unmatched realm. Countless years passed, and the heavenly spirit Qi of the unmatched realm disappeared. The entire unmatched realm was corrupted by the demonic Qi, turning into the demon land, the demon territory. The living beings living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into the demon race, which has continued to this day. Emo Xing was the great demon god. However, at the critical moment when Emo Xing was recuperating, another expert entered the devil domain. The two of them engaged in a heaven-shaking battle. The devil domain collapsed, turning into countless continents. Emo Xing's physical body was destroyed, and the soul of the person who fought with him was also destroyed. Today, the demon race is invading the star realm to absorb the heavenly spirit chi, giving Emo Xing a chance to come back to life. If the demon race succeeds, the star realm will become the second unmatched realm, becoming the same as the demon territory. His clear voice reverberated in the hall, and the group of experts were dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a thing before. What great demon god! What unmatched realm! How did Yang Kai know about it? As if he saw through their doubts, Yang Kai continued. 3 years ago, when I was devouring the continents in the demon territory, there was an ancient battlefield hidden in one of the continents. That ancient battlefield was the place where Emo Xing's body was destroyed. In that ancient battlefield, I saw the scene of Emo Xing fighting with another expert. After that, one of Emo Xing's avatars came to find me, and he told me all this personally. Emo Xing's avatars? The great demon god? A series of exclamations rang out. Li Wui frowned. Didn't you say that Emo Xing's body was destroyed? Yang Kai looked at him. His body was indeed destroyed, but his soul was intact. As long as the conditions are met, he can make a comeback, and the heavenly spirit chi of the star realm is what he needs. Everyone. Demon race's territory. I'm afraid everyone didn't know that when I entered the territory to become the demon race, and race demon was the race was. Demon race. 3 years ago, the demon race's army suddenly went berserk and started killing each other. I'm sure you all haven't forgotten. At that time, we didn't know the reason, but after I asked some demon kings, we found out that a voice sounded in their minds. Under the influence of that voice, they gradually became delirious and only knew how to kill. The demon race under Half-Saint couldn't resist that voice at all. At that time, the demon saint was confronting the great emperors, so it wasn't a demon saint's doing. Now that I think about it, the demon saint may not have the ability to influence the minds of so many demon race. I'm afraid only that guy called Emo Xing could do it. The entire demon territory was created by him, and the demon race was born because of him. He is the origin of all demons, so it's reasonable to say that he had some means to influence the minds of the demon race. Tens of millions of demon race soldiers died because of this. Their deaths had the same effect as the demon race killed in the demon territory. The demonic nature in their bodies was released as nutrients to stabilize the existence of the demon land. So after so many years, the laws of heaven and earth of the star boundary were unable to repair the places where the demon nests existed. Until today, when the demon race's secret arrangements were complete, they launched a large-scale attack on our star boundary. In the hall, everyone was drenched in cold sweat as they listened. They looked at each other. Although they didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's explanation, after carefully considering the cause and effect, they found that there were no flaws in this explanation. Shin Tuxing said bitterly, Lord Yang, according to what you said, that great demon god, that Emo Xing's strength, above the demon saint. Gasps rang out. Although everyone had guessed the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, seeing Yang Kai admit it, they still found it hard to accept. The demon saint was already in existence they had to look up to, but the demon race actually had someone whose strength was above the demon saint. Although his physical body was destroyed since his soul was not, there was still a chance for him to be reborn. Once such an existence was reborn, who in the star boundary could stop him? They would most likely follow in the footsteps of the unmatched realm and become the next demon territory. A trace of worry flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes. Now that the demon nests were rapidly expanding, everyone in the star boundary was already in a state of panic. Now that Yang Kai suddenly threw out such shocking news, it was very likely that it would affect their morale. But on second thought, the situation had already reached this point. Even if Yang Kai didn't say anything, how good could their morale be? At the very least, it would let everyone know who the enemy they had to face was. Perhaps it was because of this consideration that he revealed all of these secrets. There is no need to worry too much. Although the great demon god's strength is far above the demon saint's, his physical body has been destroyed after all. Even if there are some clones stirring up trouble, I'm afraid they don't possess even 1% of their peak strength. Otherwise, they would have shown themselves long ago instead of hiding. In that mysterious small world, if Emo Xing's clone hadn't been so confident that he could steal Yang Kai's mysterious small world, he wouldn't have come out on his own. Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to learn such information. Pan Gengyan asked. Lord Yang, dare I ask who the one who destroyed Emo Xing's body was? Although the great demonic god was powerful, there was still a precedent of him being killed. Everyone was extremely curious about the powerhouse who had killed him. Yang Kai glanced at him and pondered for a moment before replying. I'm sure all of you are familiar with that person's honorific title. The one who destroyed Emo Xing's body back then was the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The group of masters suddenly raised their eyebrows and showed looks of pride. Emo Xing's strength was above the demon saints, so if the Flowing Time Great Emperor could destroy his body, didn't that mean the cultivation of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was almost the same as the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? Someone frowned and said, Lord Yang, you just said that after that battle, Emo Xing's body was destroyed and the one who fought him was destroyed, could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said, Yes, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors died at the hands of others. Another round of gasps rang out. In the long history of Star Boundary, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors were almost legendary. Since ancient times, Star Boundary had produced many great emperors, but there were only a few who were still famous today. Liu Kang could be considered one of them, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could also be considered one. Although everyone knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was definitely no longer alive, no one knew how he died. They all thought that he had passed away in the Flowing Time Temple. Only now did they know that the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors were killed in battle. Li Wei said thoughtfully, Now it seems that the disappearance of the Great Emperors is also related to Emo Xing. Originally, there were still some doubts as to why the Great Emperors would disappear for no reason. Although the same number of demon saints had disappeared, such a big move was not something that could be done by ordinary means. It was only natural that there were traces of Emo Xing's involvement behind this. Yang Kai said, I was just about to talk to you about this. I went to the demon cave to investigate the situation and saw the great emperors. Many people stood up, and some even knocked over the tea on the table. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, It's not what you think. The great emperors are not in Star Boundary, nor are they in demon territory. Their whereabouts are very vague, and I only saw a few images. I can't pinpoint their exact location. Previously, when his mind was immersed in the demon cave and his divine sense was expanding, vague images suddenly flashed through his mind, and in those images, there were many great emperors. How is the situation with the great emperors now? Li Wei asked. With the current situation in Star Boundary, if the great emperors could return, it would be much better. Relying only on the two elders of the dragon race was a bit too weak. Even though their strength had increased, it was still not enough. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Not very good. The current changes in Star Boundary are also related to them. They seem to have been suppressed by the demon saint in a strange place, where a large array has been set up. The demon saint is refining the will of heaven and earth on the great emperors. The demon race had tried this kind of thing more than 20 years ago. The target of their attempt was the great emperors of Bright Moon who had already died. The great emperors of Bright Moon were trapped in the eternal heaven continent. The demon saint had sacrificed all the living beings of the eternal heaven continent, and even set up the 12 Citadel Great Demon Array in order to refine Bright Moon and let the demon territory devour the will of heaven and earth on his body. If the demon race had succeeded back then, Star Boundary's will of heaven and earth would have been forever lacking a piece. At that time, the impact would have been difficult to estimate. It might have caused Star Boundary's heavenly doubt to be incomplete, the world's will of heaven and earth to be broken, and the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth to shrink. Meanwhile, the demon territory would have the opportunity to produce another demon saint. However, the demon race failed on the verge of success. In the end, Bright Moon fulfilled Yang Kai's wish before his death and transferred his will of heaven and earth to Yang Kai. After many years, a similar thing happened once again, and this time, the scale was even greater than that of the past. The 7 great emperors were trapped in that indescribable space and array. It was as if they were in a furnace, and the will of heaven and earth on their bodies was constantly being refined. The demon race's methods had been secretly set up a few years ago. The reason why they waited until today to activate it was because they needed to prepare for the refinement. The will of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies was equivalent to the star boundary's self-defense mechanism. Without refining those wills, the demon land simply couldn't expand rapidly. And now, the speed at which the demon land was expanding was almost equivalent to the speed at which the wills of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies were being refined. And once they were completely refined, the entire star boundary would be in danger. Chapter 37:53. It was precisely because of this plan that when the war between the two worlds broke out a few years ago, the demon saint immediately dragged the great emperors into that strange place. Firstly, it was to prevent them from interfering in the ensuing battle, limiting the strength of star boundary. Secondly, it was to refine the will of heaven and earth in their bodies and break through star boundary's defenses. Now that everything was ready, star boundary was indeed powerless to resist the demon race. Large areas of land were eroded and turned into demon land. A dignified atmosphere enveloped the hall. What Yang Kai said today impacted their minds, making it difficult for them to digest. "How can we stop it?" someone asked. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that the demon race's methods had been revealed, star boundary was powerless to resist. Unless the great emperors had a way to escape or resist this kind of refinement, star boundary would fall sooner or later. "Heaven's secret changes, mysterious heaven appears." A leisurely voice came from a corner of the hall. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in that direction, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Seeing that the person who spoke was Gao Zhan, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Gao, where did you hear this from?" Yang Kai hadn't had much contact with Gao Zhan. He had only spent some time with him in the crack between star boundary and demon territory more than 20 years ago. He was a direct disciple of the great emperors of heaven's revelations. Although he didn't have the ability to see through heaven's secret, see through the future, and see through the past like the great emperors, he was still a direct disciple of the great emperors. Back then, in that crack, Gao Zhan had also warned Yang Kai to be careful. Later, it turned out that his warning wasn't without reason. Yu Ru Meng disguised herself as Li Shiqing and planted a soul secret technique on Yang Kai, which led to the various entanglements between him and Yu Ru Meng. Gao Zhan had been staying in High Heaven Palace for the past few years, but because he was a direct disciple of the great emperors of heaven's revelations, he wasn't incorporated into any army and was a free man. He had also participated in this meeting but had remained silent until now. Yang Kai had never thought he would say such a thing at this time. If it had been anything else, it wouldn't have mattered, but Yang Kai had only just heard this sentence, and it had come from his mouth. Previously, in the ancient wild world, he had fainted once. According to Su Yan and Luan Feng, he had said these words before he fainted, but Yang Kai himself had no recollection of it. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, it might have been a warning from the star boundary. When the demon race's methods were used, the star boundary, which was a beautiful world, became aware of a crisis. Yang Kai had inherited the legacy of the great emperors of the Bright Moon world, so he could naturally perceive the heavenly secrets. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gao Zhan cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Master, these words were left behind by your honored master before he left. My master had divined the heavenly secrets a few years ago and predicted that the star boundary would face a crisis. He told disciples so that when the time comes, I can inform master of these words." "Inform me?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise, "Did the great emperors have anything else to say?" Gao Zhan slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Before he fainted, He had seen a glimpse of the heavenly secrets, and couldn't help but say these ambiguous words. He didn't expect that the great emperors of heaven's revelations had left behind a message a few years ago. What was the deep meaning of these words? The heavenly secrets were easy to understand. Now that all the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed, the demon land was rapidly expanding and was devouring the star boundary's spiritual energy. A great disaster was about to befall the star boundary, and the heavenly secrets were unpredictable. But what did the heavenly secrets revelations mean? The literal meaning seemed to be that something was about to be revealed, but the heavenly secrets revelations were too vague, so no matter how hard Yang Kai racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Inside the hall, everyone discussed for a while, but none of them could do anything about the current situation. Some suggested that they should immediately launch a general attack and mobilize the 55 armies to cooperate with the two great elders of the dragon race to exterminate the demon race. Others suggested that they should bide their time and see what the mysteries of the expanding demon land were first. Perhaps the great emperors would have a way to stop them. For a while, the hall was noisy, and Li Wui finally managed to calm everyone down. He then ordered the various armies to closely monitor the situation in the demon nest and prepare for war at any time. An hour later, everyone dispersed. Li Wui didn't leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master, do you have any other orders?" Li Wui stared deeply at Yang Kai, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. This confused Yang Kai. He had known Li Wui for so long, but he had never seen him show such an expression before. There was a trace of regret and envy in his eyes. "Senior?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Li Wui sighed softly and murmured, "The heavenly mystery has changed and the heavenly mystery has appeared. I wonder if this is a blessing for the star boundary or a disaster for the star boundary." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Does Master know something?" Li Wui didn't answer. He simply smiled and said, "Accompany me for a walk." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he headed out. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and then followed. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and as their figures flashed, the ground beneath their feet rapidly changed, and the scenery around them constantly changed. After flying for an hour, they finally arrived at a desolate place. This place was completely barren and uninhabited. Most places in the Northern Territory were freezing cold, and this place was no exception. White snow covered the ground, and the breath they exhaled was so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. Li Wui stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. Yang Kai also looked up, but all he saw was a gray sky and snowflakes fluttering down. He didn't know why Li Wui had suddenly brought him here, but it seemed that there was something he wanted to tell him. Moreover, Yang Kai was also very concerned about what he had just said, as if he knew the meaning behind those words. "Master!" Yang Kai called out. Just as he was about to ask for an explanation, Li Wui suddenly turned around, a murderous look on his face. His murderous intent was almost tangible as he raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai never expected Li Wui to attack him. Ever since he had known Li Wui, he had always maintained a gentle and refined appearance. Even when Yang Kai was still very weak, Li Wui had never shown him the slightest contempt. Anyone who got along with him would feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Although Li Wui was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the great emperors, he had never been arrogant about it. He always treated everyone with kindness and kindness. Over the years, the various armies of the Star Boundary had won victory after victory in the battle against the demon race under his command. It could be said that Li Wui had contributed greatly to their survival. Without him, who knew what kind of situation the Star Boundary would be in today? From Yang Kai's point of view, Li Wui was a senior who was willing to guide his juniors. He had also exchanged many insights and experiences with him regarding the cultivation of the space principles, so Yang Kai had learned many good things from Li Wui. Such a person was both a teacher and a friend. Yang Kai was extremely respectful towards him. Yang Kai had never expected that one day, Li Wui would try to kill him. Li Wui's palm strike was terrifyingly swift and fierce, the power of the space principles fluctuating wildly. This was definitely not an ordinary test. Instead, Li Wei really intended to take Yang Kai's life. Although this palm strike came without warning, Yang Kai's reaction was not slow, and he hastily raised his hand to meet it. As soon as the two palms collided, Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically as he felt the principle of space attacking him change unpredictably. Although it was the space principles he was familiar with, it gave him a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Li Wei had been immersed in the flowing time Great Emperor's space principles for a very long time, so his control over the principle of space was simply superb. Yang Kai's demonic chi surged and the principle of space changed accordingly, causing the void to tremble. Between the two of them, the world began to crumble, piece by piece. With a loud bang, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his body involuntarily shaking a few times before he was able to dissolve the principle of space that had invaded his body. Li Wei, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself again. The two of them had clashed head-on, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai shouted. He did not want to fight with Li Wei, especially this kind of unprovoked fight. "Cut the crap, today, either you die or I die." Li Wei's face was cold and fierce as he spoke, pouncing in front of Yang Kai and throwing out a punch. There was still a figure in place, but it was just an afterimage. Yang Kai raised his hands and blocked the blow, his figure retreating more than 1,000 meters. His face paled slightly as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, have you become the demon race?" Li Wei's sudden change in temperament made Yang Kai wonder if the other party had been accidentally infected by demon intent. As he spoke, Yang Kai released his divine sense towards Li Wei, as if to investigate the situation. Li Wei solemnly replied, "Do I look like I've become the demon race?" The power of space around his body fluctuated wildly, cutting off Yang Kai's divine sense from probing. Yang Kai only felt a slight pain in his head as the soul-warming lotus took effect, repairing the damage to his divine sense. On the other side, Li Wei raised his hand and pointed a finger at Yang Kai, his invisible principle of space turning into an attack visible to the naked eye, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's glabella. If this attack hit, Yang Kai's head would most likely explode in an instant. Yang Kai had long known that Li Wei was the strongest person below the great emperors, and that he stood at the peak of the half-saint realm even among false emperors, but he had never really fought with him, so he did not have a clear understanding of who the strongest person below the great emperors was. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai truly understood what it meant to be the strongest person below the great emperors. The person in front of him was completely different from the half-saint false emperor Yang Kai had fought. His fierce attacks were almost suffocating. It was only when the principle of space was about to reach him that Yang Kai barely managed to raise his hand and send out a moon blade. The two space forces collided silently, and the two space forces disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he said, "Master, please stop." At this critical juncture of Star Boundary's survival, he really did not want to fight with Li Wei here. No matter who won, it would be Star Boundary's loss. What's more, facing Li Wei, Yang Kai did not have the confidence to win. Even if he used all his means, he would only be able to survive. "Show me what you're capable of, or you will die here today." As Li Wei spoke, he suddenly clapped his hands together. Following this action, Yang Kai immediately felt his body tighten, as if he was imprisoned in place by an invisible force. Chapter 3754. The space around Yang Kai's body began to compress, and every inch of his flesh and blood was under great pressure, causing his bones to creak and groan. Yang Kai had always used space force to restrict the movements of his enemies, but facing Li Wei this time, he finally experienced what it was like to be restricted by his own space force. The space force coming from all directions was not something Yang Kai could resist with his physical body alone. If he tried to hold on any longer, he would be crushed into a meat patty sooner or later. Yang Kai roared angrily as the space principles in his hands began to fluctuate, slowly pushing them to the sides as if he was pushing an invisible door. As he moved, visible ripples spread out from his hands. The space force that was pressing down on Yang Kai immediately eased significantly. A hint of appreciation flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes as he suddenly flattened his palms and swiped them towards Yang Kai from afar. In the next instant, Yang Kai saw a void crack suddenly form around his waist, as if it had always been there and had only revealed its ferocious appearance at this moment. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but change as he thought to himself, so space principles can also be used like this. Before he had time to marvel at Li Wuyi's ingenuity, the void crack that was only a few feet long had already cut into Yang Kai's skin like an indestructible blade, causing him to feel a stinging pain. Even with the physical body that Yang Kai was so proud of, it was difficult for him to resist such an attack. The void crack was still pressing down on him, making it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. At this moment, it was already too late for him to retreat. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was surprisingly calm, not showing the slightest hint of panic as he reached out and grabbed at the void crack. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as Yang Kai grabbed hold of the void crack. The void crack that was a few feet long struggled and squirmed like a pitch-black spirit snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it attempted to attack Yang Kai. As Yang Kai clenched his hand, the void crack collapsed. Only Yang Kai, who was also proficient in the space principles, could do such a thing. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly grab hold of a void crack? Rashly touching it was destined to end in tragedy. On the other side, the admiration in Li Wuyi's eyes deepened when he saw how easily Yang Kai had neutralized his killer move. However, he hit it very well. The depths of his eyes were still cold, as if he would not rest until he killed Yang Kai. His palms, which were already flat, suddenly moved apart. The two palms slowly rotated, grinding against each other. Yang Kai's expression changed. He felt the space around him change drastically. The space around his upper body started to rotate clockwise, while the space around his lower body started to rotate counterclockwise. Although the rotation was slow, it was steady. As a result, the space around him was dislocated. Yang Kai's entire body was twisted into a very strange position. His upper body and lower body were rotating in different directions, and the bones in his body were making laborious sounds. Shocked, he once again urged the law of space to set things right. With Yang Kai as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters was in complete chaos. Countless tiny cracks flickered in and out of existence. Li Wuyi's expression also became solemn. His slowly rotating palms seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, causing them to slow down until they finally came to a stop. With a roar, the void shattered and Yang Kai's twisted body returned to normal. Li Wuyi's palms also came together again. "Master, take this!" Being attacked by Li Wuyi time and time again without holding back, Yang Kai was also enraged. No matter what Li Wuyi's intentions were, he couldn't allow himself to be beaten passively like this. Facing the number one master under the great emperors who was also proficient in the law of space, the best way was to fight instead of running away. In front of him, running away was useless, and blindly resisting would only accelerate his defeat. The best defense was to attack. Flicking his 10 fingers, Yang Kai sent a series of pitch-black moon blades towards Li Wuyi's head. The last one was incomparably huge and contained a terrifying power. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Li Wuyi's expression remained indifferent. He simply raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. His movements were elegant, as if he was brushing away dust. The power of the space laws was smoothed out, and the moon blades dissipated before they could reach Li Wuyi. Only the last moon blade was deflected to the side by Li Wuyi, brushing past his body. "Your moon blades are useless against me." Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai and said in an indifferent tone. He and Yang Kai had once discussed the law of space together and exchanged cultivation insights, so he was naturally no stranger to moon blades. What's more, he had seen Yang Kai use this killer move more than once. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he threw out a punch. "If moon blades are useless, then what about this move?" As soon as these words fell, a black sphere suddenly appeared in front of Li Wuyi. This black sphere pulsed with an aura of chaos and nothingness, identical to that of the void. Li Wui raised his brow. He could clearly feel that the power of this move was much more terrifying than the moon blades. Excited, he tried to figure out the mysteries of this move, but the divine sense he released was swallowed by the black sphere. The next moment, the black sphere suddenly shrank and turned into a small black dot. Heaven and earth began to collapse towards this black dot. Li Wui, who bore the brunt of this collapse, could not resist the force of the collapse, and his body twisted as he rapidly shrank towards the black dot. With a swoosh, the black dot flashed and disappeared, and the collapsed heaven and earth disappeared. Under the plane, there was a huge circular gap with a radius of several hundred feet. Li Wui, on the other hand, was still standing in the same spot. The power of the space precepts around his body fluctuated and finally managed to resist the terrifying power at the critical moment. When the black dot disappeared, his distorted body also returned to its original state. Li Wui finally showed a smile. Not bad, but not enough. By the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent a palm strike towards him. Yang Kai's figure retreated explosively, flashing directly into the void, leaving behind an afterimage. After the afterimage was dispersed, Li Wui took a step forward and chased into the void. On the empty plain, two figures, one in front and one behind, mysteriously disappeared and then suddenly reappeared. No matter if they disappeared or reappeared, there was no sign at all. If someone else saw this, they would probably think that they were seeing things. The flickering figures were truly elusive. They might still be here at this moment, but in the next moment, they would be hundreds or thousands of miles away. As they chased and fled, the positions of the two were constantly swapping. It was impossible to tell who was chasing and who was fleeing. What others could not see was the countless twists and turns in the void, the countless clashes. At a certain moment, with two whoosh sounds, Li Wui and Yang Kai's figures turned from illusory to solid, appearing at the same time. They were still in their original positions, still maintaining the same distance from each other, as if the two had not moved at all. Their eyes met. Yang Kai frowned while Li Wui smiled. There was a look of relief in his eyes, and the coldness and murderous intent had already dissipated. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai asked, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" At the very beginning, Li Wuyi's murderous intent was indeed overflowing, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai here and now, but as they fought, Yang Kai realized that Li Wuyi's murderous intent was more of a test. Li Wuyi's murderous intent was just to force him to use his full strength. From beginning to end, Li Wuyi had only used his space principles, but with his strength, how could he not have some powerful artifacts? If he really wanted to kill him, Li Wuyi would have used his artifacts. What Yang Kai could not figure out was, what was this test about? If there was really something, why couldn't he tell him? Li Wuyi smiled and said, "The heaven's secret has changed, and the mysterious heavens has appeared. It is time to compete for the great Tao." Yang Kai blinked at first, but then his expression froze as he asked in surprise, "Master, you mean?" Li Wuyi nodded. "Exactly what you think." Seeing him admit it, Yang Kai's blood boiled and he could not help feeling his mouth go dry. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "What does the great Tao have to do with this maxim?" Li Wuyi chuckled. "The place where the great Tao will compete is inside Mysterious Heaven's Temple." "Mysterious Heaven's Temple?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "What is that place?" "I don't know, I've only heard of it." Li Wuyi frowned, apparently unsure of what this Mysterious Heaven's Temple was, but since it was called Mysterious Heaven's Temple, it must be a mysterious place. Before this, he was still trying to guess what the maxim meant. The maxim of the mysterious heavens had confused him, but now with Li Wuyi's explanation, he finally understood. Mysterious heavens should be referring to the Mysterious Heavens Temple. Heaven's revelations, the great emperors, and this maxim he had obtained through the Heaven's Secret was referring to the impending appearance of the Mysterious Heavens Temple. Li Wuyi clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely, 100 years after the battle of emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the Mysterious Heavens Temple opened. Anyone in the star boundary who was qualified to entered to seek their own opportunities and strive for the great Tao. The opening of the mysterious Heaven's Temple at that time allowed the Beast Warrior Master, Bright Moon Master, Ice Feather Master, Flower Shadow Master, and Kin Yi to ascend to the position of Great Emperors. After a pause, Li Wui smiled and asked, "Do you know why there are 5 of them?" Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "5 great emperors died in the Battle of Emperors?" The Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea was a battle where the great emperors of the star boundary besieged and annihilated Wukong. In that battle, Wukong fought against the joint forces of 9 other great emperors by himself. Although he was also beaten to a pulp, the battle of heaven-devouring great emperors' heaven-defying tactics still allowed him to kill the Blue Lotus great emperors, Yuan Ding great emperors, Martial Flame great emperors, and Vast Sea great emperors respectively before his death. That battle was unprecedented and world-shaking. In the long history of the star boundary, there had never been a battle as fierce as that one. Yan Kai's Mountains and Rivers Bell was the life source artifact of Yuan Ding great emperors, and Lu Yan's Phoenix True Fire was inherited from Martial Flame great emperors. Chapter 3755. In the Battle of Great Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors, but he himself had also been crushed. Although his soul had escaped and hidden in the depths of the Shattered Star Sea, for the star boundary, half of the 10 great emperors had died in that battle, which was exactly 5. There was a limit to the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth. The limit was 12 in the demon territory and 10 in the star boundary. Therefore, even though there were many competitors who were qualified to become great emperors when the mysterious Tian Temple opened last time, there were still only 5 who had the last laugh. Li Wei smiled and nodded. Yes, 5 great emperors died in the Shattered Star Sea, so it is reasonable for 5 more to be born in the mysterious Tian Temple. Now, the mysterious Tian Temple is about to open again, but the situation this time will be different. There won't be so many great emperors born. I'm afraid there will only be 1. Yang Kai understood. Among the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the great emperors of the secular world were missing, and the Night Shadow great emperors had defected to the demon territory, but they were still alive after all. Only the Bright Moon great emperors had died, leaving only 1 empty spot in the bottle of heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the mysterious Tian Temple opened and the day of the great competition arrived, only 1 person could become a great emperor in the end. In this way, the competition would be very fierce. Thinking of this, Yan Kai frowned and finally understood what Li Wui's previous words meant. At this critical moment of the star boundary's survival, if the mysterious Tian Temple opened, it was unknown whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the star boundary. If someone could obtain this opportunity in the end and make up for the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, it would be extremely beneficial to the current situation of the entire star boundary. Currently, the 2 great elders of the dragon race could join forces to fight against the 3 demon saints. If there was 1 more great emperor, it would be almost equivalent to an invincible existence. But before becoming great emperors, bloody and cruel competitions were required. There were quite a number of fake emperors in the astral boundary, but they weren't few either. On the path of martial arts, who wasn't courageously striving to reach the peak? Now that such a great opportunity was placed before their eyes, who wouldn't be moved? But if everyone was tempted and ran to that mysterious heaven palace to fight for the great Tao, then where would the 55 legions of the star boundary go? Without the presence of these fake emperors, the demon race would be able to wipe out the various armies in an instant. If they entered the mysterious heaven palace to fight for the great Tao, there would definitely be internal friction. This was something the current star boundary could not bear. For the sake of the star boundary's survival, the various legion commanders and fake emperors could obey Li Wui's orders and lead their subordinates into battle. However, if it was for their own opportunities and the goal of cultivation, how much use would Li Wui's orders be? Moreover, he couldn't order the false emperors to not participate in the struggle for the great Tao. Li Wei couldn't bring himself to do something like that. Thinking about it, Yan Kai quickly figured out why Li Wei was feeling so depressed at the moment. The timing of the mysterious heaven palace's opening this time really put the star boundary in an awkward position. Their previous hot-bloodedness and excitement quickly cooled down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Yong-kai was silent for a while before asking, "Is Master certain that the mysterious heaven palace will open?" If it was just a misunderstanding, then there was no point in worrying about it at this moment. Li Wei sighed. "Among the things I know, the Master of Heaven's revelations has never been wrong. Since he left behind a prophecy a few years ago, then the mysterious heaven palace is bound to reappear." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Not to mention the Master of Heaven's revelations is divination. Given the current situation of the star boundary, the opening of the mysterious heaven palace is imperative. You bear the will of the heavens and earth, so you should be able to sense it more clearly than others. Although the star boundary is a world, this world is not dead." Yong-kai nodded solemnly. This did not mean that the star boundary was alive and had its own thoughts, but that this world was also alive. Even ordinary birds and beasts have self-defense mechanisms when they encounter a threat to their lives, let alone a world like this. But now, the astral boundary is at a critical juncture of life and death. Its self-defense urgently needs to create a great emperor to fight against the invading enemies. Yong-kai nodded. "I understand Master's meaning. Therefore, the mysterious heaven palace will definitely open soon, but no one can be sure when it will show signs." Li Wei sighed again. For so many years Yong-kai had never heard him sigh, but today, it seemed to be happening more frequently. Although the existence of the mysterious heaven palace is known to few, it is not a secret. Many fake emperors in the star boundary are aware of this matter. Yong-kai's expression changed. "In that case, in the hall just now, why was everyone's performance?" At this point, Yong-kai suddenly understood and smiled bitterly. "So that's how it is." Just now, in the hall, after Gaozhan said those words, none of the fake emperors present had any special reaction. Yong-kai had thought that they did not know about the maxim, but now it seemed that a large number of people did not know what it meant, but there were definitely some who understood. They understood but did not say it out loud, so they obviously had their own plans. The mysterious heaven palace had not shown any signs of opening yet, but the maxim of the great emperors of heaven's revelations had already caused some of the fake emperors in the star boundary, who had always lived and died together, to have second thoughts. It was easy to imagine how great of an impact this news would have on the current situation if it were to be completely exposed. And as the general commander of the 55 armies in the star boundary, Li Wei was probably under unimaginable pressure. How to adjust to the impact of the mysterious heaven palace's impending opening would be a headache for him in the near future. Gently exhaling, Yong-kai said, "If Master is at ease, I am willing to share Master's burden and lead the star boundary's army." "You?" Li Wei turned his head to look at him, and chuckled. "You're already a GZ army, leaving everything to Hyoji. If I really let you lead the 55 armies, I'm afraid they will be wiped out by the demon race in less than 3 to 5 months." Yong-kai was unconvinced. "Master, aren't you looking down on me too much? How do you know I can't do it without trying? There should still be some time before the opening of the mysterious heaven palace. Master, why don't you let me try? If I really can't do it, we can think of other ways." Li Wei said. "Let you try what?" "If I let you try, what will I do?" Yong-kai said. "Master, don't you want to strive for the great Tao?" It was with this in mind that Yong-kai made such a suggestion just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bored as to try to seize power from Li Wei and lead the 55 armies. Just as Li Wei said, he was already a GZ army's hands-off leader and let Hyoji take over the army because he was afraid of trouble. If the mysterious heaven palace opened, with Li Wei's strength, he would definitely be able to enter. And since he was the strongest person under the great emperors, he was definitely the best person to compete for the one and only spot. If he could become one of the great emperors, the current situation of the star boundary might be changed. To Yong-kai's surprise, Li Wei slowly shook his head. "I can't go, and I won't go." Yong-kai revealed a look of astonishment, but before he could say anything, Li Wei raised his hand and interrupted. "If I leave, the morale of the army will definitely be disrupted. At that time, the star boundary will really be finished, so regardless of whether the others go or not, I absolutely cannot go. Yan Kai still wanted to persuade him, but when he saw Li Wui's determined expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. Just as Li Wui said, he was the chief commander of the Star Boundary Army. If he left, the Star Boundary would be without a leader, and the various armies that had been painstakingly united would definitely fall apart. At that time, who would be able to stabilize the morale of the army? And once Li Wui took the lead, those fake emperors who still had some misgivings would probably all go to the mysterious Heaven Palace. Yan Kai smiled bitterly. Master is righteous. I hope those people can understand your painstaking efforts. He knew very well what kind of determination Li Wui needed to make such a decision. He had cultivated all his life just for this day, and now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to give it up. This was tantamount to giving up on the possibility of further improvement, which was probably worse than killing him. The mysterious Heaven Palace was not an ordinary existence. Its opening completely depended on whether the great emperors had fallen. The last time the mysterious Heaven Palace opened was tens of thousands of years ago. If one missed such an opportunity, they might have to wait for another tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Not to mention whether Li Wui could live until then. Even if he could, he probably wouldn't have the energy to compete for anything. Giving up this time was tantamount to giving up on the goal of his life, giving up on the possibility of further improvement in his martial arts. What kind of great sacrifice was this? What kind of noble sentiment was this? And what drove him to make this decision was this precarious world and the hundreds of millions of living beings struggling to survive. Yan Kai was filled with awe. Li Wui chuckled. It doesn't matter if others understand or not, as long as you understand. Yan Kai clenched his fists and quickly said, Junior understands. Li Wui nodded. It's good that you understand. Prepare well for this period of time. Don't do anything but wait for the mysterious Heaven Palace to open. Yan Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Li Wui smiled at him. You have to go to the mysterious Heaven Palace and snatch that one and only opportunity. Me? Yan Kai pointed at himself. To be honest, when Li Wui mentioned the mysterious Heaven Palace and the struggle for the Great Tao, he had also thought about it. However, he was currently only a high-rank demon king, equivalent to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. He hadn't even reached the false Emperor realm, so how could he be qualified to participate? As such, this idea only briefly flashed through his mind before he rejected it. Who would have thought that Li Wui would make such a suggestion? Don't underestimate yourself. Bright Moon Master's legacy is with you. If others were as strong as you, they would definitely not be qualified to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace. But you are different. Since you possess the world's will, the mysterious Heaven Palace will definitely not reject you. It can even be said that the world's will is your advantage in competing for this opportunity. Although your cultivation has not reached the required level, your chances of success are much higher than others. After a pause, Li Wui looked at him with a smile. Moreover, are you willing to watch this opportunity slip away from your eyes? Or do you want to wait for the next opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace? Chapter 3756. Yan Kai blurted out. Of course not. Li Wui said with satisfaction. Since that's not the case, then go ahead and do it. The pinnacle of strength is the Tao. Originally, I was worried about you. After all, no matter how many advantages you have, the lack of cultivation is still your biggest shortcoming, but after testing you out just now, I found that your attainments in the laws of space are not inferior to mine. You have the qualifications to compete for the Tao of space. The reason why he suddenly brought Yan Kai out to test him was to see how deep Yan Kai's attainments in the laws of space were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just used the Tao of space in that life and death battle just now. He would have used everything he had. After testing him out, the result both gratified and surprised Li Wui. Not to mention that Yan Kai's strength had truly grown to the level of a false emperor or half-saint, just his attainments in the laws of space were not inferior to his own. This was the biggest reason why Li Wui gave up on entering the mysterious Heaven Temple. Since Yang Kai had the qualifications, then letting Yang Kai enter the mysterious Heaven Temple would not be any worse than letting him enter it himself. There's one thing you need to pay attention to. Li Wuyi's expression was solemn. If you really enter the mysterious Heaven Temple, you are very likely to become the enemy of most people. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What about the world will? Li Wuyi nodded and said, Yes, the world will you inherited from Bright Moon Master will give you many advantages in the upcoming battle for the Tao, but it will also put you in all kinds of danger. There will definitely be people who will find an opportunity to attack you. These people include not only the half-saint of the demon race, but also the false emperor of the star boundary. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Half-saint can enter the mysterious Heaven Temple? Li Wui burst into laughter. Who says they can't go in? Ken Yi is the best example. He was able to become one of the great emperors, so the other half-saint of demon race would naturally be able to enter as well. Though this world has a self-defense mechanism, and will open the Dark Heaven Palace when danger arrives, it will not care about who is able to obtain that fated opportunity within. The Heavenly Tao is merciful, and has given us a chance to turn the tables. The Heavenly Tao is heartless, and even treats the invading demon race equally. It all depends on whether we can grasp this opportunity. Yang Kai exhaled lightly and laughed bitterly. I understand now. In other words, if I were to enter the Dark Sky Hall to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, it would be like throwing a piece of fat meat into a pack of wolves, right? Li Wei smiled and said, Although it's not quite accurate, that's the general idea. This is really exciting. Yang Kai grinned. Although he was smiling, the scorching light in his eyes seemed to be burning like flames. There had never been a precedent like this before. Only the great emperors who participated in the battle for the Grand Tao and obtained their own fated opportunities could obtain the recognition of the world, obtain the will of the world, and become the spokesperson of the world. Yang Kai's current state was unique throughout history. This was something that couldn't be helped. In the Eternal Heaven continent, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had died at his hands. The will of the world and the great emperors had no choice but to transfer to Yang Kai of its own accord. Therefore, Yang Kai had obtained the recognition of the world before he had become one of the great emperors. This was his advantage in participating in the battle for the Grand Tao. Perhaps he could more clearly discern the secrets of the world and more effectively approach his goal, but it was also a disaster. In the past, there might be people who were jealous of the legacy of the great emperors in Yang Kai's body, but it was only jealousy. Once they entered the profound Heaven Palace, this jealousy was very likely to turn into robbery. And if they wanted to snatch that will of the world, they would have to kill Yang Kai with their own hands. Li Wei patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, Don't worry, you won't fight alone. When the time comes, I will arrange for people to support you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Master. Don't run around for a while, lest you give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Go back to the High Heaven Palace and cultivate in seclusion. When the Profound Heaven Palace opens, I will inform you. Yang Kai smiled and said, Master, since you want me to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, why do you want me to hide? Before the Profound Heaven Palace opens, I can hide, but what about after it opens? Li Wei was startled and immediately laughed. Yes, I was thinking too much. All right, you can do whatever you want, but be careful, especially those who want to come into contact with you. I know. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If someone with ulterior motives tries to approach me, I won't show any mercy. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, Master, if I really enter the Profound Heaven Palace, what do I need to do? What do I need to rob? Li Wei slowly shook his head. I don't know. I only know that the Profound Heaven Palace contains the key to becoming great emperors. As for the situation inside the Profound Heaven Palace, I'm afraid no one in the star boundary knows. Li Wei frowned. Perhaps you can ask the two elders of the dragon race. They have lived for a long time and should know some information about the Profound Heaven Palace. I will ask them when I have the chance. Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said, "By the way, Master, there's one more thing I need to ask of you." "Speak." Li Wei nodded. "Once the profound heaven palace opens, I don't know how long it will take to enter. Now, in the wild, desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory, there are some abnormal movements in the Blood Gate. I suspect that the Heavenly Punishment Palace is about to open. The Heavenly Punishment Palace." Li Wei raised his brow. "Master, please pay more attention to that side. If the Heavenly Punishment Palace opens, please tell the girl who came out from it to stay calm and wait for me to come back." Li Wei nodded. "Okay." Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Towering Firmament Palace. He didn't know if it was because he had learned something or not, but when he returned to Towering Firmament Palace, Yang Kai felt that there were some gazes that were paying attention to him. This made him sneer in his heart. It seemed that Li Wei's worries were not unfounded. Only half a day had passed since that maxim was revealed, yet there were already so many abnormalities. If the news broke out completely, the situation would likely become even more serious. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai was afraid that in the near future, the star boundary would usher in a great upheaval. For the already unstable heaven and earth, this would likely be an unbearable disaster. The war between the two realms abetted strangely. On the star boundary side, perhaps because the news of the impending opening of the profound heaven palace had secretly leaked, or perhaps because Li Wei was deliberately observing, the various armies were biding their time. The demon race was more than happy to stall for time. The 108 demon dens were madly expanding outwards at all times, eroding the land of the star boundary. All they needed to do was wait for the star boundary to completely transform into a demon land, and then easily take over this huge territory. Therefore, in the past few days, the two races had not clashed, but according to the information obtained from various sources, the rate of erosion of the various demon dens had obviously increased. Combined with what Yang Kai had said before, everyone realized that the situation of the great emperors trapped in this inexplicable space was only getting worse and worse. Once the world will on these great emperors was completely refined, the entire star boundary would be powerless to reverse the situation. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly received a secret letter. The letter was handed over by someone through a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. There was no signature, not even the slightest aura, so it was impossible to tell who had sent it. There was not much information in the letter, only the name of a location. The location was in the Northern Territory, not too far from the current High Heaven Palace, only 5,000 kilometers. Holding the secret letter, Yang Kai sneered. Finally unable to hold back? The profound Heaven Palace had not shown any signs of opening yet, but they were already making a move on him? Yang Kai wanted to see who was so impatient. With a clench of his hand, the secret letter was reduced to dust. The moon hung high above the willow branches. In the middle of the night, Kai Yang quietly crawled out of his bed. On the bed, there were several delicate bodies lying in a disorderly manner. Their graceful curves were fully displayed, their snow-white skin exposed. The room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Yang Kai was about to participate in the battle for the Great Tao, snatching opportunities from a group of fake emperors and half-saints. He was not sure if he could come back alive. This time, he could only succeed, not fail, so Yang Kai could not shrink back. In the past, if he encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he could run away, but this time, he could only bravely move forward. However, he did not tell Su Yan and the others. This kind of thing would only cause them to worry. The only thing he could do was to give them the warmest memories before he set off. A small hand grabbed one of Yang Kai's fingers. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xia Ning Chang gently tugging at him with a red face. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang leaned over and kissed her forehead. "Rest well." Xia Ning Chang obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Yang Kai pushed open the door and left. Following the soft sound of the door closing, Shan Qing Luo suddenly sat up straight. Her fine black hair hung down, covering her ample bosom. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sneaking out in the middle of the night, he must have gone to meet some fox." She kicked Shui Yu next to her and said, "Stop pretending to be asleep, the man in our house is about to be taken away. Shuiyu buried her head under the pillow and said in a muffled voice, Luo, why don't you go out and see who he is going to meet? Then we sisters can join hands and kill her. Shan Qing Luo curled her lips and said, I'm not going. If anyone wants to go, it should be Big Sister and Big Sister Qing. As she said this, she looked at Su Yan and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing lowered her head and groped around on the bed. She found her underwear and put it on neatly with a red face. Not saying a word, Su Yan just pursed her lips and smiled. She reached out and pulled Shan Qing Luo into her arms. Don't worry so much, our husband knows what he is doing. Rest well, aren't you tired? Shan Qing Luo's eyes widened and her eyelashes fluttered. Big sister, I find that you are too lenient with him. She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and grabbed a handful of her bosom, exclaiming, Big sister, did you grow bigger again? With a slap, Su Yan slapped her hand away. Stop messing around. Oh. Shan Qing Luo obediently responded and found a comfortable position in Su Yan's arms and closed her beautiful eyes. After calming down for a while, the small hand once again climbed up and gently covered her breasts. Seeing that Su Yan no longer tried to stop it, a smile appeared on the face of the little hand. Chapter 3757. Eternal Wind City, a small city in the Northern Territory, was only comparable in size to Maplewood City. If it weren't for Yang Kai doing some work during the day, he wouldn't have known where Eternal Wind City was located. With his current speed, it took him less than half a cup of tea's time to cover the distance of 5,000 kilometers. Looking around, Yang Kai sighed softly. There were countless places like Eternal Wind City in the star boundary. The small city was ruined and in complete disorder. Although the demon race's army had yet to wreak havoc here, the residents of the city had already fled for their lives. The small city, which wasn't bustling in the first place, was now dead silent. This was just a microcosm of the countless places in the star boundary. The war between the two realms had spread throughout the world. After this war, even if the star boundary could win, how long would it take for this world to recover its yuan qi? Perhaps thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. But as long as there was a possibility of recovery, it was enough to make everyone in the star boundary pay with their lives to prevent the demon race from invading. On the city wall, Yang Kai had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky and the moonlight didn't leak out. He grinned. The night was dark and the wind was strong, the time to kill and set fire. Rustling sounds came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around and looked, a look of surprise on his face. The person who invited him here actually showed up so openly without the slightest intention of hiding. Could it be that he was wrong? After Yang Kai saw the face of the person who came, he frowned slightly. I was afraid you wouldn't come, but you're really bold, running outside at this time. If I invited 3 or 5 experts here and set up an inescapable net, what would you do? A beautiful voice suddenly rang out, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Not far away, a beautiful figure flew over and landed a few meters in front of Yang Kai, smiling at him. Along with the wind, a faint fragrance wafted out, intoxicating him. This was definitely a dangerous distance for the person who came. Yang Kai, who was proficient in the space principles, could make a fatal attack in an instant. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to avoid it. Senior Xing! Yang Kai was dumbfounded. That secret letter was sent by you? Standing in front of him was Xing Yuzhu of the Rakshasa sect. This was a fake emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had once experienced a battle of the great Tao, whom he had saved from the void crack. Strictly speaking, the battle of the great Tao that Xing Yuzhu had experienced was a long time ago. After all, she was from the same era as Wukong. When Yang Kai brought her out of the spatial crack, he also wanted to confirm her identity. In the end, she casually mentioned the names of Wukong, Yao Jun, Chu Tianji, Duan Hongqian, Zhang Wuhen, and the others. Before that, Yang Kai didn't dare to believe that a person could survive in the void for so long. The reason why she fell into the void, according to her, was because she was tricked by Wukong. At that time, Her strength was on par with Wukong, and they both had the potential to become great emperors. In order to eliminate a competitor, Wukong plotted to throw her into the void before the Battle of the Great Tao, until Yang Kai found her. Therefore, although she had experienced that kind of thing once, she didn't participate. It could be said that she missed it perfectly. Many years ago, after Yang Kai brought her out of the spatial crack of the Rakshasa sect, they rarely contacted each other. Later, when the war between the two worlds broke out, Yang Kai also thought of her and inquired about the Rakshasa sect. After all, he still had the title of guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. He was willing to take care of this woman as long as he could. However, after inquiring, he found out that the Rakshasa sect had disappeared without a trace more than 10 years ago. Calculating the time, it was a few years after Yang Kai helped Xingyuzhu escape. Since then, the entire Rakshasa sect, including Xingyuzhu, had disappeared without a trace. It was not until today that they met. After knowing that Xingyuzhu was looking for him, Yang Kai realized that he had thought too much before. Since she appeared so openly and said such words, it meant that she had no malice towards him. What's more, it was not that Yang Kai did not inquire about Xingyuzhu after the incident. Once, he mentioned this woman to Zhang Wuhen. When he learned that this woman was still alive, Zhang Wuhen was quite surprised. After all, after tens of thousands of years, most of his old acquaintances were no longer alive. Only a few of his old friends were still alive. Even though he had no friendship with Xingyuzhu, he still smiled when he learned that she was still alive. Zhang Wuhen only had one evaluation of this woman: she was not a bad person. Since Zhang Wuhen said so, it was enough to prove Xingyuzhu's character. Who else do you think sent it? Xingyuzhu tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Ignoring the fact that she had lived for tens of thousands of years, just by looking at her appearance and expression, one would think that she was only 28 years old. What an old monster! Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said with a chuckle, "It's precisely because I don't know who sent it that I came to take a look." After a pause, he said, "It seems that Senior knows something?" Otherwise, she would not have said that Yang Kai was very bold before. Xingyuzhu looked at him dumbfoundedly. "Since you can ask this question, it seems that you know something. Very good, it saves me the effort of explaining. How did Senior know?" Yang Kai was suspicious. The news should not have spread so quickly. Xingyuzhu stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Did you forget what I told you? I have experienced such a thing once. I am more sensitive to the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth than anyone else. I can feel that that thing is about to be born." Xian Tianhao? Yang Kai looked serious. First, he had seen a trace of the heavenly mystery, then heaven's revelations, the words of the great emperors, and now Xingyuzhu's words. It seemed that the opening of Xian Tianhao was really imperative. "Yes." Xingyuzhu nodded. She was not surprised that Yang Kai knew about the existence of Xian Tianhao. After all, although this matter was confidential, it was not unknown. Those fake great emperors who followed the great emperors all year round must have heard these things from the great emperors. It was precisely because of this that Li Wei knew about the existence of Xian Tianhao. Staring at Yang Kai, Xingyuzhu said, "Since you know so much, does that mean you want to go in?" Yang Kai nodded. "Sure enough." Xingyuzhu showed a look of understanding. "I guessed that you would go in." Although she had lived in seclusion with the Rakshasa sect for many years, she was not ignorant of the outside world, especially Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How can I miss such a grand event? But Senior, do you know the specific time when Xian Tianhao will open?" If Xingyuzhu knew the specific time, he would definitely have more advantages. "Within a month," Xingyuzhu replied. "After the last change in heaven and earth, Xian Tianhao appeared within a month. Unfortunately, I was deceived by Wukong before I could wait until then." Speaking of the grudges from tens of thousands of years ago, Xingyuzhu's tone was indifferent. Compared to those fake emperors who had long fallen in the long river of history, at least she had lived until now. When the Xian Tianhao opened again, she had another opportunity to participate. Senior, did you ask me to come here to join forces with me? Yang Kai asked. Xing Yuzhu slowly shook her head. I have to apologize to you first. When you saved me, I did say that if the opportunity was right, we could join forces. But in the current situation, I'm afraid that joining forces is not possible. Firstly, Xian Tian Hall opened too suddenly. I'm afraid that it was affected by the erosion of the demon land, and heaven and earth felt a sense of crisis. In the end, only one person can ascend to the position of great emperors. If I join forces with you, we will have to shed all pretense of cordiality in the end. Rather than that, it's better not to join forces in the beginning, lest we fall out in the end. Secondly, I don't dare to join forces with you in your current situation. I think you know the reason. Yang Kai was now a piece of fat meat in the eyes of those fake emperors and half-saint. Xing Yuzhu's head must have been kicked by a donkey to join forces with him. She was asking for trouble. When she said this, Xing Yuzhu showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. After all, she was suspected of going back on her words. Yang Kai nodded and said, I understand. He didn't mean to argue with her. Xing Yuzhu being so frank with him made him feel good. Senior, you asked me to come out because this jade slip contains information about Xian Tian Hall. Go back and take a look at it carefully. While speaking, Xing Yuzhu handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and received it with a look of joy. Does Senior know the situation in Xian Tian Hall? Xing Yuzhu shook her head. I'm not very clear. After all, I didn't go in. I just heard some things from people in the past. So, I can't judge how much of the information in this jade slip is true and how much is false. You have to consider it yourself. Even so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, Senior. Xing Yuzhu waved her hand and said, It's hard to repay the kindness of saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in the void, slowly waiting for death. Yang Kai grinned. For Senior, it's a life-saving grace, but for me, it's just a small matter. He waved the jade slip in his hand. Now, this is what I need the most. Let's call it even. Xing Yuzhu let out a long sigh. How could a life-saving grace be called even like this? After a moment of silence, she said, If you meet me in Xiantian Hall, if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Before the final battle begins, if I can help, I will not refuse. At that time, I'll have to trouble Senior a little. Yang Kai grinned. In addition, I have one more thing to ask of you. Yang Kai showed an attentive expression. Please speak, Senior. Although I didn't intentionally pass down the killing Rakshasa sect to them, they still have some ties with me. Over the years, I've been recuperating, and they've done their best to honor and worship me. I don't know if I'll be able to return after I leave this time. Moreover, the situation in the star boundary is changing, and there are a group of women who are wandering outside. If no one takes care of them, I'm afraid that sooner or later they'll die without a complete corpse. I'd like to ask you to bring them back to Towering Palace. Chapter 3758. It's a piece of cake. Yang Kai smiled and said, I have inquired about the situation of the Rakshasa sect before, but unfortunately, there was no news. Now that Senior has spoken, let them follow me back to the High Heaven Palace. Senior can rest assured that as long as the High Heaven Palace is not destroyed, they will be safe and sound. Thank you very much. Xing Yuzhu showed a grateful expression. Although she knew that Yang Kai would definitely not refuse as long as she asked, she was still a little surprised to see him agree so readily. She knew that she had not misjudged him. You should take a good rest during this period of time. If the Xiantian Palace opens, there will be a storm gathering. At that time, the enemy you will have to face will not only be the demon race. After giving a stern warning, Xing Yuzhu's figure gradually faded as if she had merged into a layer of mist. Yao Yao's voice came. Take care! Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Senior, take care. After a while, Xing Yuzhu's aura completely disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moonlight poured down. The earth was dyed with a layer of silver light. Yang Kai sighed softly and said, I just came out for a trip. Why are you following me? Also, old Xiong, your hostility is too strong. I can smell it from afar. When the words fell, a layer of ripples appeared in the void not far away from him. As the ripples spread, 3 figures gradually appeared. Brat, you can actually find out. Jiufeng, who was dressed in a fiery red robe, looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Do you really have the capital to be a fake emperor? Qiongqi frowned and said, Is my hostility very strong? Yan Yen pursed his lips and chuckled. It's not that your hostility is too strong. It's just that his perception is sharp. This soul cultivation is probably beyond the level of a fake emperor. TSK, General Military Master asked you to come? Yang Kai looked at them and rubbed his head with a headache. As soon as he left the High Heaven Palace, he noticed that there were 3 people following him. Although they hid very well, how could they escape Yang Kai's detection? In terms of the cultivation of the spirit, Yang Kai was already ahead of the 3 of them. No matter how hard they tried to hide, they would still reveal some traces. It was precisely because he sensed that it was the 3 of them that Yang Kai didn't point it out. He knew that this was probably Li Wui's order. However, Yang Kai was grateful that a veteran fake emperor and 2 powerful saint spirits had been dispatched to protect him. Yang Kai felt a little sad. Now that the survival of the astral plane is at stake, there's no harm in being careful. Nine Phoenix said. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Who was that just now? Why do I feel like I've heard something incredible? Yan Yun stared in the direction where Xing Yuzhu disappeared, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. In the information she had gathered, there was no such fake emperor. This was extremely inconceivable. The battle between the 2 worlds had spread to the entire world, and there was no longer a pure land in this world. Any cultivator with a little bit of strength would no longer hide. However, it wasn't until today that she discovered that there was actually a fake emperor in this world that she didn't know about. Moreover, the conversation between that woman and Yang Kai just now was also very interesting. It actually involved the Xiantian Palace. It seemed that that woman knew a lot about the Xiantian Palace. This was enough to make people vigilant. Although from that woman's attitude just now, she didn't have any malicious intentions towards Yang Kai. However, since she knew so many unknown secrets, she would definitely be a strong opponent in the future battle of the Great Tao. Yan Yun was already considering whether to strike first to gain the upper hand and eliminate her. As if seeing Yang Yun's intention, Yang Kai explained, Senior Xing Yuzhu is a person of the Iron Blood Master's era. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai. Are you kidding? Yang Yun said. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I talked to the Iron Blood Master, and he also confirmed it. Hiss. There was a sound of gasps. If even Zhan Wuhen confirmed it, it meant that this matter was true. However, there was actually a fake emperor who had survived from that era to the present. That was the era of the last Great Tao battle. So far, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years. How did she survive? Yang Kai briefly explained the origin of Xing Yuzhu, and also said that he accidentally found her trace and brought her out of the void crack. Yan Yun, Jiufeng, and the others listened with a sigh. That's right. That's why Senior Xing Yuzhu secretly invited me to meet here and gave me this thing. Yang Kai shook the jade slip in his hand. Check it carefully. Be careful of what she does inside, Jiufeng said seriously. Yang Kai nodded. Don't worry about that. I've already checked it. There's only some information recorded inside. He didn't have time to check the specific content. He planned to wait until he returned to the High Heaven Palace. It's best if there's nothing. Anyway, in the current situation, you can't be too careful, Yang Kai said. Are you guys going to follow me into the Xiantian Palace? Yang Yun smiled and said, I'll go in. The 2 of them can't. He pointed at Jiufeng and Qiongqi. Why? Yang Kai was puzzled. Why can't they go in? Yang Yun said. I don't know the specific reason, but there were no holy spirits who participated in the Great Tao battle in the past. Maybe the holy spirits have their own original inheritance. As long as they continue to develop their bloodline, they will reach the top one day. So the Xiantian Palace doesn't allow them to enter. So, all the holy spirits can't go in? Yang Yun nodded and said, Yes. Yang Kai touched his chin. If that's the case, then wind-chasing wolf definitely can't go in. Although it's a demonic beast in the territory of the devil, it's also a holy spirit. What about the Dharmakaya? The Dharmakaya is the body of the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose is a descendant of the holy spirits. And now there's the origin of the stone fire and its body. Thinking of this, it's estimated that the Dharmakaya can't go in. The same goes for Lu Yen, TSK. If that's the case, I have to change my plan. Yang Kai originally planned to bring several powerful helpers around him into the Xiantian Palace. He himself is not weak. With wind-chasing wolf, the Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, and Cheongqi, the demon race will definitely have a headache. But if the holy spirits can't enter the Xiantian Palace, all the helpers will be stuck outside the door. He will be the only one left. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the three people in front of him and grinned. Since we're already out, do you want to stretch your muscles? Yang Yin frowned. What do you want to do? Follow me and you'll know. Yang Kai didn't explain. He jumped up and ran in a direction. Yang Yun and the others had a helpless look on their faces. They could only hurriedly follow. An hour later, a great battle broke out in the demon cave outside Sunglong City. Yang Kai, Yang Yun, Jiufeng, and Cheongqi rushed into the demon cave. They rampaged and slaughtered countless half-saint of demon race. Many half-saint of demon race were shocked and angry. However, before they could get into formation, Yang Kai and the others who had been fighting for a while had retreated, leaving behind a mess. The half-saint guarding the demon cave gnashed their teeth and cursed. Although they killed many demon race members, it didn't benefit the overall situation at all. Not a single half-saint of the demon race was injured. Yang Yun and the others didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were. They only thought that he was under too much pressure and ran out to vent. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai immediately entered a secret room and went into seclusion to investigate the contents of the jade slip that Xingyu Zhu had given him. Although Xingyu Zhu had experienced a battle of the Great Tao, she hadn't really participated in it. She just knew more about the mysterious Heaven Palace than others. However, the information she had was limited. In this world, only the great emperors knew about the mysterious Heaven Palace. However, many great emperors were now trapped in an unknown space. Who could contact them? On the other hand, with the traitor Qin Yi, the half-saint of the demon race might have comprehensive information. It wasn't something that the fake emperors of the Star Boundary could compare to. Qin Yi had never shown his face after he was injured. No one knew where he was hiding to heal his injuries. However, Xingyu Zhu could sense that the mysterious Heaven Palace was about to open, so there was no reason that Qin Yi couldn't. The demon race was definitely preparing to participate in the Battle of the Great Tao. There wasn't much information recorded in the Jade Slip. Xingyu Zhu didn't know anything about the situation in the mysterious Heaven Palace. She only knew that many people would die in every battle of the Great Tao. Those who participated were all fake emperor-level powerhouses, but those who could walk out alive were only one-third of them. And how many of these one-third could reach the Great Tao and become great emperors? It depended on the capacity of the Battle of Heaven and Earth at that time. It could be said that in every battle of the Great Tao, most of the powerhouses who entered were just foils. The real protagonists were only a few people who were favored by the heavens. In Xingyu Zhu's Jade Slip, the mysterious Heaven Palace was a worldly mystery realm. The so-called worldly mystery realm was a world created by the heavens and earth. This world existed when the heavens and earth were born, and it would be destroyed when the heavens and earth died. The opening time was uncertain. It would only open when the heavens and earth felt that it needed to open. In the deepest part of the mysterious Heaven Palace, there was the Heaven Void Cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron was endlessly mysterious. Only by finding the Heaven Void Cauldron could one hope to become great emperors. Mysterious Heaven Palace, Heaven Void Cauldron. Yang Kai rubbed the side of his head and frowned. What should I do after finding it? Unfortunately, Xing Yuzhu didn't know what to do after finding the heaven void cauldron. Perhaps it was a treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, one could succeed. Or perhaps it was the heaven void cauldron that controlled the destiny of the world. Although there wasn't much information in the jade slip, it at least pointed the way for Yang Kai, so he wouldn't be at a loss after entering the mysterious heaven palace. In this regard alone, Xing Yuzhu had helped him a lot this time. Not to mention, Xing Yuzhu had also said in the jade slip that the mysterious heaven palace not only contained the heaven void cauldron, the key to becoming a great emperor, but also many other opportunities. After all, the mysterious heaven palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth that was created by the heaven and earth and destroyed by the heaven and earth. There were countless good things inside. For generations, those fake emperors who failed to become great emperors would generally become much stronger as long as they were able to leave the mysterious heaven palace alive. Chapter 3759. After some investigation, Yang Kai had already determined the purpose of this trip. While doing his best to strive for the great Tao, he also wanted to kill as many members of the half-saint of demon race as possible. The former was more important. Even if he was unfortunate enough to miss the only opportunity he had, he absolutely could not let it become the demon race's hands. Otherwise, the star boundary would be powerless to reverse the situation. After setting his goal and thinking clearly, Yang Kai put away the jade slip and adjusted his state of mind. This trip was full of hardships and his life was uncertain, so he naturally wanted to welcome the opening of the profound heaven temple in his best condition. That night, Xing Yuzhu secretly invited Yang Kai and told him that the profound heaven temple would open within a month. In fact, 3 days after that, a trace of the profound heaven temple had already appeared. Somewhere in the sky, a mysterious aura inexplicably fluctuated. This aura was in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Those with low cultivation might not be able to detect it, but those in the Emperor realm could clearly sense it. Under the influence of this aura, their understanding of the martial Tao seemed to have become much more thorough. What followed was an explosive increase in strength. Many demon kings in the Emperor realm, and even the demon territory who had stagnated in their cultivation, broke through the shackles that had troubled them for many years under the influence of this mysterious aura. They broke through the bottleneck and advanced to a higher realm in a very short time. At first, there were not many people, but as time passed, the aura that leaked from the unseen world became denser and denser. More and more masters were able to advance. Every day, in the star boundaries garrisons, as well as the 10 great demon dens occupied by the demon race, there were surging winds and surging clouds as the world energy baptism rumbled endlessly. Even those peak third-layer Emperor realm masters had comprehended the mysteries and hurriedly entered seclusion. If they succeeded, they would definitely advance to the false Emperor realm. In a time of great chaos, a sign of great prosperity. Like an old man with one foot in the grave, the star boundary erupted with its hidden potential at this moment of life and death, benefiting everyone, regardless of whether they were human or demon. The mysterious heaven palace had yet to open, but just a trace of its aura had such a miraculous effect. What would happen if the mysterious heaven palace was really opened and they entered the interior? This unusual phenomenon left many people confused, not knowing what was going on. The fake emperors who had a little understanding of the situation were more and more certain of their guesses, secretly preparing for it. Another 5 days later, the phantom of a great hall suddenly appeared in the void. The great hall appeared out of thin air without any warning, as if it was just a projection without a physical body. The great hall was simple in design and had a desolate aura, as if it had crossed the river of time from an extremely ancient era and appeared before the eyes of everyone in the world. Both the star boundary and the demon territory sent people to investigate, but no matter who went, no matter what method they used, they were unable to approach the illusory hall. It was not that the hall had some kind of restriction that prevented people from entering, but that there was simply no way to approach it. It clearly didn't look too far away, and perhaps they could reach it after flying for a while, but after an hour, the distance was still the same. After flying for another hour, the distance remained the same. Helpless, both sides gave up on the idea of carefully investigating. The higher-ups of each side knew that before the mysterious Heaven Palace was completely opened, no one would be able to find any useful information. When the phantom of the mysterious Heaven Palace appeared, the world energy of the entire star boundary gathered towards the Great Hall at an extremely fast speed, and even every corner of the star boundary was swept up in a frenzy of energy. As the days passed, the Great Hall became clearer and clearer, more and more solid. In contrast, the world energy of the star boundary decreased substantially. It seemed that the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace was not without a price. It required the world energy of the entire star boundary as its foundation and source chi to reveal its true form. The existence of the mysterious Heaven Palace could no longer be concealed. Although it was not a top secret before, only a few fake emperors knew about it. Most people were unaware. The information was only controlled by this small group of people, so it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. But now, the mysterious Heaven Palace had been revealed. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. No one knew when it would be opened. In the encampments of the various armies in the star boundary, the appearance of the mysterious Heaven Palace and the great Tao struggle gradually leaked out. It was even combined with the previous sentence. The mysterious Heaven Palace has appeared. People's hearts surged. Some straightforward people directly ran to ask Li Wei if this matter was true, while others secretly planned to watch the situation develop. The matter of the mysterious Heaven Palace could no longer be concealed, so Li Wei simply gathered all the fake emperors in the star boundary and revealed the matter of the mysterious Heaven Palace and the great Tao struggle. Everyone was in an uproar, and the great hall instantly became a mess. Li Wei smiled bitterly. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Now that the matter of the mysterious Heaven Palace had been revealed, the problem facing the star boundary was who could enter and who could stay behind to guard it. If everyone entered the mysterious Heaven Palace at once, then the various armies of the star boundary would immediately become scattered sand. The demon race's great formation had already been activated, and the demon den was constantly nibbling away at the star boundary's land. If there were no false emperors holding the fort, who would be able to stop the demon race's army? They probably wouldn't even be able to protect the few territories they had now. But in the face of the greatest opportunity and grand occasion since ancient times, which fake emperor would be willing to miss it? It wasn't that they were selfish, but that everyone had worked so hard to cultivate until now. How many times had they wandered between life and death? How many times had they fought and killed others? Wasn't it all for this day? Even if they were pressured by the righteousness of their race, it was difficult to stop their determination and desire to pursue a higher martial path. No one could deprive them of this right. Even the great emperors who were still here did not have the right to do so. If this matter was not handled properly, the people's hearts would be scattered, and the star boundary could not withstand any more torment. However, Li Wei, who had been able to remain calm and composed in the face of the demon race great Tao struggle, did not know how to persuade the fake emperors in the Great Hall at this moment. After 3 to 5 days of arguing and expressing their opinions, there was no result at all. It was unrealistic for everyone to not enter. The mysterious Tian Temple was right there, and judging from the speed at which it was solidifying, it would not take long for it to completely take shape. At that time, the temple doors would be wide open. If the fake emperors of the star boundary did not enter, the half-saint of the demon race would not be modest. If they were recognized by the heavens and earth, then what was the point of the star boundary? It was also unrealistic for everyone to enter. Fortunately, the demon race great Tao struggle was likely to face the same problem, but in comparison, their situation was slightly better, and they did not have as many concerns as the star boundary. At the crucial moment, Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu appeared together. When the dragon might filled the air, the great hall was silent, and there was no more noise. In the end, the matter was resolved by drawing lots. There would always be people who could enter the mysterious Tian Temple, and there would always be people who would stay behind to guard it. Since no one was willing to miss this opportunity, they could only rely on their luck. According to the 2 elders of the dragon race great Tao struggle, although this method was a little stupid, it was still up to fate. If they could not even draw lots, it meant that fate was not on their side. Even if they entered the mysterious Tian Temple, they would not have a good ending. These words did not make sense, but the deterrence of the two elders of the dragon race Great Tao struggle was right there. Since they had said so, who would dare to resist? After some arrangements, the final result was out. A total of 30 fake emperors had obtained the privilege of being able to enter the mysterious Tian Temple when it opened. At the same time, they were full of joy and worry. To this day, they had also heard from Li Wei that every time the Great Tao struggle occurred, countless fake emperors would fall. In the end, perhaps only a third of them would be able to walk out of Xian Tian Palace alive, while the rest would be buried inside. In other words, of the 30 fake emperors who were qualified to enter, only 10 would survive in the end. Turning their heads, they looked at each other. Among those who survived, was it you or me? After this matter was settled, the 30 fake emperors immediately returned to their stations and entered secluded cultivation, quietly waiting for the arrival of that day. Although the remaining fake emperors were gloomy, they could only accept their fate. Under the gaze of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's dragon eyes, anyone who dared to go against them in the slightest would be immediately killed as an example to others. At such a critical moment, the two elders of the dragon race Great Tao struggle would not show the slightest mercy. Every day, the demon's den rapidly expanded outwards, eroding the land of the star boundary on a large scale. Every day, the mysterious Tian Temple devoured the world's world energy at an extremely terrifying speed, solidifying its existence. Day after day, the world energy of the star boundary weakened by a level. Although this weakening was not permanent, and could be restored with the accumulation of time, it would not take 3 to 5 years, but several decades or even hundreds of years. Just half a month after Yang Kai's meeting with Xing Yuzhu, a humming sound came from the heavens and earth. Yang Kai, who was in seclusion in a secret room, seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes abruptly, his figure flickering as he appeared outside. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a great hall blooming with brilliant light in the sky, illuminating the world. Even the thickest darkness could not resist such light, and was dispelled. The humming sound came from the great hall. Yang Kai's blood boiled uncontrollably, feeling as if there was something calling out to him, inviting him into the great hall. Gently clutching his chest, Yang Kai knew that it was the will of the heavens and earth surging within him. A look of surprise appeared on his face. The mysterious Tian Temple had actually opened at this time. Xing Yuzhu had said that the Xian Tian Hall would open within a month. However, he did not expect that the Xian Tian Hall would open in just half a month. Moreover, Yang Kai frowned and sensed his surroundings, clearly sensing that the world energy of the star boundary had weakened greatly. Although he had been in seclusion during this period, he knew what had happened outside and knew about the quarrel between the many fake emperors in the star boundary regarding the qualifications to enter. At this moment, he understood that the opening of the mysterious Tian Temple had exhausted at least 100 years of the star boundary's world energy. Chapter 3760. In other words, it would take at least 100 years for star boundary's world energy to completely recover. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a world-sealed world, the price to pay for opening this world-sealed world was truly enormous. At the same time, in the encampments of the various legions in Star Boundary, a number of figures exuding powerful auras walked out of their respective secluded places and looked up with excitement in their eyes. When the thousands of rays of light disappeared, a solid hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This hall was no different from the phantom image everyone had seen before, but when it completely solidified, it gave off a great sense of oppression, as if it was not just a hall but the entire world. Kacha, with a sound, a thick and heavy door slowly opened at the front of the hall. The interior of the door was dark and gloomy, leading to an unknown world. The open door was like the eye of heaven and earth, overlooking all living things. In front of it, everything in the world was as small as an ant. A loud dragon roar rang out as two figures, one blue and one white, soared into the sky. The two great elders of the dragon race took action immediately, transforming into two giant dragons over 1,000 meters long and flying towards profound Heaven Hall. At the same time, in the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace, led by Shueli, the three demons saint also set out and rushed towards Profound Heaven Hall. Profound Heaven Hall had opened without warning, so even Zhu Yan, Shueli, and the others were caught off guard. At this moment, none of them were willing to fall behind. Although they would not enter Profound Heaven Hall, and there was no need for them to do so, this time, many masters from both the human and demon races had gathered and were bound to escort their respective camps. They were obviously very far away from Profound Heaven Hall, but when they rushed over, they were surprised to find that it took them less than half a cup of tea's worth of time to arrive in front of Profound Heaven Hall. Standing high in the air in front of Profound Heaven Hall, the two elders of the dragon race and the three demon saints stared at each other coldly, sparks flying in the air. *1. With a sound, a jade slip appeared in front of Yang Kai out of thin air. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, probing it with his divine sense and discovering that it was a message from Li Wui. Looking up at the sky, it was time to move. Although the opening of the Xiantian Palace was much earlier than expected, he had already made all the necessary preparations, so there was no need to delay any further. He took a step forward, and there seemed to be an invisible staircase beneath his feet. Yang Kai climbed up the stairs, and with each step, his body flickered for an instant. As if sensing something, Yang Kai looked down and saw that on the various peaks of the High Heaven Palace, countless High Heaven Palace soldiers were staring at him. On one of the peaks, his parents, Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, Shan Qing Luo, Zhu Qin, and many others were staring at him, their eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Dong Suju sobbed softly as she was held in the arms of the fourth Master Yang, her shoulders twitching. Suddenly, the voices of the 100,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace shook the world. "Palace Master, we wish you success! Palace Master, we wish you success in martial arts and become one of the great emperors!" A Luo even made a trumpet with his little hand and shouted with his emperor's chi. "Come back soon, we'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai smiled, waved his hand, and took another step forward, his figure disappearing. This time, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of the survival of the star boundary. This time, he would go all out to kill powerful enemies, and when he returned, he would either die in battle or rule the world. When Yang Kai set off, jade slips appeared out of thin air in the encampments of the star boundary's major legions. The fake emperors who had previously obtained the qualifications to enter the Xiantian Palace to participate in the Great Tao battle were all shocked and flew into the sky. Numerous figures and streams of light converged from all directions. No matter where they set off from, no matter how far they were from the Xiantian Palace, it only took a cup of tea's time to arrive. This Xiantian Palace seemed to be far away on the horizon, yet it also seemed to be right in front of them. Just this layer of mystery was unfathomable. Yang Kai was the first to arrive. Zhu Yan and Fu Shun nodded slightly at him. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people in the world, it was not good for them to appear too humble, even though they had already recognized Yang Kai as the dragon god of the dragon race. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another appeared. In a short while, the 30 fake emperors of the star boundary had gathered here. When they arrived, they all bowed respectfully to the two elders of the dragon race before looking at Yang Kai in surprise. Just as Yang Kai did not intend to participate in this great Tao battle from the beginning, many fake emperors did not expect Yang Kai to appear here. After all, he was only equivalent to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. However, when they remembered that he had obtained Master Bright Moon's legacy and had the approval of the world will, they understood. Excluding the two elders of the dragon race, there were a total of 31 people on the star boundary's side, including Yang Kai. "Elders, I have something I don't understand." Someone suddenly stepped out from the crowd. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was no stranger to him. It was Tseng Mo, who had a conflict with him before. It could even be said that they had a grudge. Since he appeared here, it meant that he had obtained the qualifications to participate in the Great Tao battle. His luck was pretty good. However, when he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally. Yan Kai immediately understood that this guy was probably going to make things difficult for him. Yan Kai sighed in his heart. The enmity from his early years was caused by him allowing Wu Heng to devour his Heng Luo star field. Then, this guy coveted the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and was ruthlessly beaten up by Cheongqi outside Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, Sang Mo's cultivation was extraordinary, and he became the army commander of the Jia Axian army. He stopped the demon race and made many contributions. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He had not had much contact with Sang Mo, but he had a bad feeling about him. However, this was a time of war, so Yang Kai was not willing to break the rules of the star boundary because of a personal grudge. Therefore, over the years, even though he and Sang Mo did not see eye to eye, they lived in harmony and led their respective armies to fight against the demon race. They did not have much interaction. Unfortunately, he did not want to cause trouble, but Sang Mo did not seem to think so. "What is it?" Zhu Yan turned his head to look at him. "Master, before this, our colleagues used the drawing of lots to determine the candidates to enter the Profound Heaven Palace. As far as I know, the GZ Army's army commander, Lord Yang, did not participate. What is he doing here right now?" Yang Kai grinned at him. "Whatever you want to do, I will do. What qualifications do you have?" Sang Mo's expression turned cold. "Lord Yang is only a high-ranked demon king now, right? If he wants to participate in the great struggle, I'm afraid he will have to go back and train hard for a few hundred years. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not up to you to decide." Yang Kai chuckled and pointed a finger at the sky. "You have to ask it to know." Sang Mo ignored him and only looked at Zhu Yan, saying in a low voice, "Master, the previous plan was carried out fairly by the two masters, and we have no complaints. Those who can stand here are all people who have been blessed by the heavens. Since Lord Yang did not participate, how can he enter? If this is true, I'm afraid it will disappoint our colleagues who are still watching below. I ask that Master order him to leave, so as to avoid stirring up trouble." As soon as he said this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. Although no one was willing to cause trouble at this time, Sang Mo's words were not without reason. If Yang Kai was really allowed to enter the Profound Heaven Palace, what would those fake emperors who did not have the qualifications and were willing to give up this opportunity to guard the star boundary think? Not to mention whether Yang Kai could enter the Profound Heaven Palace as a high-ranked demon king. Even if he could, he did not have the qualifications. "Yang Kai's qualifications are mine. I will not enter the Profound Heaven Palace this time," Li Wuyi suddenly said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and turned to look at him. Someone exclaimed, "General Master, what do you mean?" Li Wuyi smiled slightly. "It is exactly what you heard. The qualifications that belong to me to enter the Profound Heaven Palace will be transferred to Yang Kai. This way, he will have the qualifications to enter." Although it was a lottery, the two great elders of the dragon race could still do something. Those who had to enter the Profound Heaven Palace would naturally be qualified, and Li Wuyi was naturally one of them. The rest would really depend on luck. "Master, you can't. General Master, please reconsider. This. Most of the people present tried to persuade him. It was not that they were prejudiced against Yang Kai and did not want him to enter the Profound Heaven Palace, but Li Wuyi was after all the strongest person under the great emperors. If he entered the Profound Heaven Palace, then the star boundary would have a much higher chance of winning. In the end, Yang Kai was a rising star and occupied one of the slots, so he was definitely not as useful as Li Wuyi. It was because of this consideration that they tried to persuade him. Otherwise, how could they not care about Yang Kai's intentions? There is no need to say more. This is the result of this king's discussion with the two great elders. Li Wuyi waved his hand and blocked everyone's mouths with one sentence. Knowing that the two great elders of the dragon race also had the intention of this, they knew that persuasion was useless. However, this made some of them breathe a sigh of relief. Li Wuyi's reputation was too great, and his strength was too strong. If he entered, the others would not have a chance to reach the great Tao. But now, He had taken the initiative to give up this opportunity and let Yang Kai enter. Didn't this mean that their greatest opponent was gone? This would certainly make the star boundary's strength weaker, but correspondingly, it would also give everyone more opportunities. This matter had both advantages and disadvantages for all the pseudo-emperors. An old man stepped forward and cupped his hands. Great elders, General Master, this old man has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Li Wei smiled. Master Lin, if you have something to say, say it. Yang Kai also turned his head and recognized this old man as the commander of the Dingxin army, Lin Rusong. This old man had entered the pseudo-emperor realm as early as 3,000 years ago. His temperament was relatively indifferent, and he had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains for many years. When the War of the Two Worlds broke out, he had no choice but to come out and take up the position of commander of the Dingxin army. It was said that he was the most amiable commander in the entire star boundary. Every time there was a battle against the demon race, he would take the lead and charge to the forefront. Therefore, in his army, all the soldiers respected him. In the entire army, there were hundreds of thousands of people, and not a single one of them did not admire him. He was also famous for being a good person and had never been angry with anyone. He had some friendship with the commanders of all the major armies. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.